and a welcome to America's Day at the Races. A beautiful day here at Aqueduct. Things have gotten a lot warmer out here. A lot of snow still in the infield and a terrific show ahead of us. 6 hours of racing from Aqueduct, racing from Oakland, stakes races from Laurel, stakes races down at Tampa. We've got it all for you today, and Sarah Al-Badwi joins me, Andy Serling, for a smorgasbord of racing.
It's like the Valentine's Day marathon, and I'm stuck with you apparently as my Valentine, which
doesn't get any worse than that, does it, Sarah?
Well, any worse or any better, depending on how sarcastic you are or not. But we have so much racing action coming up today. I'm excited for a lot of it right here at Aqueduct as well as all over, and we have a presence at Tampa as well as Oakland.
Right, of course, the regular team of Meg and the Mig down at Oakland Park. Of course, Acacia is down at Tampa as well, but a lot of action coming up. We just saw the East View for the fillies, but the male equivalent of that race is the Damon Runyon. Of course, if you haven't read any Damon Runyon, I recommend finding some online or finding some of his books because he wrote such great stories and quite a few about horse racing. Arctic Beast is the horse to beat drawing the outside post.
He is. He's proven that he's just better than what he's likely going to be facing coming into this field as he draws towards the outside, as you mentioned, in post 6. As we take a look back at an effort from him that if it's a repeat performance, he's going to win and win fairly easily coming into this race. The problem is, though, that we've talked about ad nauseum over the past couple of days is that we may not be dealing with a racetrack that's playing fairly. Horses towards the inside have been on the better part of the racetrack and benefit from that, while horses towards the outside just haven't been able to run their types of usual races.
Well, with an aggressive ride, Arctic Beast can clear this field, but I agree. I don't know if we've seen enough evidence, despite rail runners, but at short prices winning the first 2 races. Let's go to the next member of our team, Maggie Wolfendale, for some more thoughts on the Damon Runyon.
I've always been a fan, Andy, of the second choice on the morning line. That is number 4, Time to Roll for Horacio de Paz, as he comes in off of a blowout score against winners in an allowance race. Now, this will be his 3-year-old debut, and going back to that juvenile season, I remember watching him prepare for the debut up in Saratoga. He was a part of my 2-year-old reports, and talking with Horacio, he said he kind of hinted at the fact that, A, they were going to the turf because they wanted a long race, stating that, he's a horse that doesn't want to be run off his feet. And then going to the stakes race, the Sleepy Hollow, he just felt as though he got a little bit rank. And so it's been a learning curve. It's been a development process for Time to Roll, who I think has faced some really nice horses in his running lines. Yes, Arctic Beast might be the horse to beat, but it's not like Time to Roll is devoid of speed, and he's drawn a little bit more inside. So I do like Time to Roll coming into this Damon Runyon. Andy?
Thanks, Maggie. It'll be interesting. It's just hard to know for sure. And as we see some more competitive races, we'll get a better feel for the racetrack. I wonder, though, with a horse like Time to Roll, in that he ran so much better rating, do they really want to take him out of that game because how the racetrack's playing? But I guess if you feel like you can clear the rail, you probably want to do it.
Yeah, I think that tactics are going to be so interchangeable today with how everyone calls audibles as the day moves on, because we are seeing a lot of adaptations take place to account for the inside bias, and we're seeing a lot of races run in ways that we wouldn't normally see them.
It's not just the 3-year-olds in stakes today, though it is New York breds. The Say Florida Sandy came up a very, very strong race later today, and the Wine Stewart and Acoustic Avenue have to be considered 2 of the major players, even though National Identity is the morning line favorite.
Acoustic Avenue has just been in remarkable form and so consistent, as he's really been a regular on the racetrack. You can trust him to show up, and he's drawn better towards the inside, but the Wine Stewart able to get the better of him in the Hudson that we're taking a look back at. I can forgive his last race. He didn't show up that day, but now he's back in with New York Bred Company. He's always pretty much run a solid performance when facing these types of horses. The question is how the racetrack plays for him as he's drawn towards the outside, but if he runs his race, he generally shows up.
On a fair racetrack, he is very much the horse to beat, but if the bias does continue and it's very early in the day, then absolutely Acoustic Avenue, who projects to be the controlling speed, may become the horse to beat. The Safe Florida Sandy named for one of a lot of people's favorite New York breds, the Safe Florida Sandy, who ran here for Sandy Bacon many years ago and had just a remarkable career as we look at the Hudson when the Wine Stewart heading into the winner's circle. National identity, you and I talked a little earlier about it. Not good statistics for Danny Gargan. And as you pointed out, this horse has run well without Lasix. But Danny Gargan coming off of Lasix, 0 for 28 over the last 5 years.
Which is important to take account of for a horse that's likely to be forward and also is such a short price. He might have to deal with another horse to his inside, an Acoustic Ave, who goes forward for him. And if he's in that outside chasing position, that's not the place to be.
Got a lot going on today. There's a lot here, and there's a lot down at Oakland Park. Let's go to the team. Meg and the Mig down at Oakland Park.
Yeah, guys, nice to see you up there in New York. And yeah, the M&Ms are here. And we got a really nice stakes race to talk about here in the Dixie Bell. Kind of a mixed bag, right? Some a little more accomplished, a little bit more seasoned. And then a horse that's kind of on the come with the one French Friction. But how about the undefeated Louisiana-bred Little Miss Curlin? She is perfect so far. She's run fast figures. She's got natural speed. There's a lot to like there.
So much to like. She's a beautifully bred daughter of Charlatan, and her trainer, Patrick Devereaux Jr., has only sent one horse ever to Oakland Park. That was in an allowance spot. So first time, a stakes debut, 4 connections. And like I said, her Damn My Lady Curlin was accomplished, a beautifully bred daughter. And I wonder with her, though, it's all about getting back into open foes. She's never done so. She's been beating up on the likes of Louisiana breds so far. So I also wonder, with showers and thunderstorms forecasted here at Oakland Park, how she's going to take to this surface for the very first time. Lots to like, and while she does have that speed mix, she certainly showed that she's rateable.
Yeah, I mean, it's her versatility that I think makes her even doubly dangerous, and the fact that she has 4 races. I agree with you. She's got to prove that she can do it against tougher. Sometimes, you know, horses can throw a punch. They can't take a punch. But you certainly got to be excited about her prospects. Down on the inside, French Friction. What she lacks in experience, she may just be able to make up for in ability.
She's incredibly classy, as you'll see her visually impressive maiden score on that all 2-year-old card in December. And while Mark Hasse had mentioned they were going to stretch her out into an allowance spot, but that race didn't go, so they pivoted to keep her sprinting. I think this is a great spot for her, though I will say, just from the form alone, she has not worked since January the 17th. I believe she has gotten a work per connections, so she should be a bit fresher than what the form implies, but she's beautifully bred as well. I think she's got a world of ability, and her connections, DJ Stable, know a thing or two about classy fillies as they come off a win with Nitrogen last weekend.
Absolutely, got to overcome that inside, but she has ability. Let's welcome in another member of our team. We're kind of scattered over the country here with Acacia Clement.
It really is America's Day at the races today, Richie. Looking forward to all of the great racing action, and that does include here at Tampa Bay Downs, where they are celebrating 100 years. Racing first took place at Tampa Bay Downs officially February 18th, 1926, but today is the day that they're having the big 100th anniversary celebration. The longevity, the rich history here in Tampa and in the state of Florida, and what this track has done in the community as well. So much great celebration, and the place is absolutely packed. I had to park a long way away that I'm not sure is necessarily an illegal spot and walk over here trackside, but an absolutely glorious day for racing. 2 turf sprint stakes on the card as we'll get a chance to celebrate. We're also going to have some really fun stuff going on. Last night they had a big party to celebrate. Tomorrow is really bringing in the whole community here in Tampa, and today some Jockeys and Jeans celebration and some jockey autograph signing throughout the track in support of the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund. But more than anything, celebrating the longevity of this racetrack that is so warm, a wonderful crowd on hand, and as always, some great racing to look forward to. Andy, maybe some things are up and down and uncertain in the sport of racing, but one thing that has been a mainstay is Tampa Bay Downs here in Florida.
Agreed. You know, you hear so much good stuff about Tampa from people that go there having fun. Well, she's probably having some fun down there. It's not quite as warm as it was in South America, but Maggie Wolfedale is in the paddock.
Andy, it's actually a glorious day here at Aqueduct. It feels quite balmy for February here in the Big Apple, as we'll take a look at a few in this field for today's 3rd race, beginning on the outside with your current even money favorite. That is number 6, Good Lord, a horse who I have not seen before, as this is only his 2nd start here in New York. Last time, I thought he ran very well. You know, he stumbled and then he got cut off, and then he stumbled again coming out of the gate. And and he was chasing wide, which is where you wanted to be on January 10th, a bit of a dead-ish rail that day. He kept coming, though, and finding behind Fiddling Felix, who was able to wire the field. Now, that was going a mile. As we do cut back to the 6, where he has some success, 6.5. He doesn't quite strike you as one, though, that wants to go the 6.5, or I should say a sprint distance, because he's just a bigger type. But maybe this will work out for him. I just wish he looked a bit better overall. You know, you become accustomed to Linda Rice's horses just resplendent in their coat, carrying excellent weight and conditioning. And while he looks healthy from a weight perspective and a strength perspective, just wish he looked a bit better in his coat if I'm going to split hairs when it comes to a short price favorite. Moving on to his inside with number 5, Salming, for trainer Ray Handel. Now, last time he was again racing on in that same race with that dead rail. Now, he looked uncomfortable from the start, and I'm wondering if that's because it was his first try over a racetrack that had some moisture. It was sealed as well, and he was kind of running with his head up in the air, his mouth wide open. So wanted to pay close attention to what equipment he came in here. First off the claim, he is wearing a rubber figure 8, a tongue tie, and a nasal strip. So maybe indicating that he is a horse that might struggle to fully get his air, and Ray kind of putting on all the equipment that would aid a horse to get all the air that he possibly can. Looks great, though, overall. Really nice coat on him, really fit and well composed here in the paddock. Yes, those front wraps go on, but Ray does run everything in 4s when it comes to winter racing here at Aqueduct. So I thought a horse that maybe with some equipment changes could up his game. Andy?
Thanks a lot, Maggie. And, you know, obviously you're talking about Good Lord on a fair racetrack. He's just an hour and a half the horse to beat in this race. But I got to tell you, based on what we've seen over the last 6 days of racing here, and nothing we've seen necessarily changes that in the first 2 races, though you have to keep an open mind. Taking 3 to 5 on a horse like the 6 with his running style on this racetrack could be a bit of a dicey proposition.
It's not a bet that I would want to make at that short price, because I agree with you completely. We've seen this bias persist over the last couple of race days, and as you mentioned, no evidence in the first 2 races to suggest that that is not the same today. Now, if today's first 2 races lived in isolation and we hadn't had this bias over the last couple of days, I wouldn't tell you that there was enough evidence to suggest to me, given the short prices of those horses, that we're dealing with a bias today. However, you have to take into consideration what we've been dealing with as of late.
I agree, and, you know, it'll be interesting to see how the race plays out, because Fort Nelson, a horse you and I are both interested in, has speed down the inside. We'll see how aggressive Savachi is. But Manny Franco, and one of the reasons he's having the exceptional week, and one of them is that he and his agent are doing a great job getting on live horses. But also, Manny has been attuned to this bias. I sometimes am critical of Manny for not picking up on biases, but he has certainly been alert to it. And I got to think he's going to come out sending on the 3 Seekers Hope, who actually won against the bias. But he's got to break cleanly, because he broke a little slow last time.
He does, and that's a race where he had shown some speed going a little bit further in the past. He had shown some speed sprinting once upon a time back in the day. I think that if they are very intent on having position with him, you have to imagine he could potentially clear a horse like Fort Nelson, but is he good enough? He's coming out of that maiden $20,000 claiming tag win. He won by a nose. I know he was against it last time, but I just wonder if this competition might be a little too tough.
I agree, but he's had some trips in his races. I can see an argument for him, especially at 6 to 1. The one is middle market going out for Marcelo Arenas.
This won a big price. It did finish 3rd last time in that Fort Nelson race.
Probably will hug the rail with that apprentice rider, likes the rail. Fort Nelson, Saheen Savachi riding for Linda.
One that you and I both like. We expect him to be forward. We'll see if he takes command early.
Seeker's Hope goes out. Manny Franco, as we mentioned.
Taking money. A rider that's in tune to the bias could be in front.
Redacted. Ricardo Santano, I believe, is riding here now over Oakland. We were talking about yesterday in the show.
Interesting. He's one that drops in class, cuts back in distance. I like both those things, but not his running style.
Ray Handel claims Salming out of his last race. Jamie Rodriguez has them out.
Blinkers coming off of this one. Did have a little bit of a wide trip last time, going further.
and Good Lord, as always, Kendrick Carmouche gives them a strong workout. Don't know, run up before the race, don't know what it means. Goes out for Linda as well.
We'll see how intent they are with trying to overcome the potential bias today. I believe he's the best horse in the field.
Yeah, no, I agree. But, you know, being the best horse when you have an extreme bias is not necessarily good enough. And, you know, that's the situation you end up in these races. Is it's great to be the best horse, but you know, it doesn't always work out that way. We were talking about Seeker's Hope. I'll be honest with you. If he drifts up in odds, I may have to bet on this horse because he did beat the track last time, and I think he probably ends up being the inside speed. Whether or not that's good enough remains to be seen.
Do you think that his 74 buyer speed figure last time is one that gives you a bit of a pause given his numbers prior to that? Or do you think he just found the right group of horses, got the right kind of trip, and took a step forward?
Well, he beat a horse, Alias, who's capable of running that kind of number. And I think Army Proud, who finished third, ran very similar to the figures he's run. So I don't think there's anything wrong with the number, especially based on the others. And I also think you look at this horse, he was on a dead rail on January 10th. And he had a bit of a trip 3 races back as well. So it's possible that he's a lot better than his prior figures looked. Am I super confident he's going to be able to run that number again? No, but if the rail is in fact continuing to be good, and if he's able to clear, I think he could do a lot worse than bet him at 7-1. I wouldn't bet him at 7-2. I wouldn't bet him at 3-1, but 7-1. With the potential, and once again, I want to see some more competitive races, as you were saying.
Agreed.
I think if we hadn't had this bias over the last 6 racing days, I don't think we would have announced there's some bias after a couple of odds-on favorites, or logically 6-5 in the second race. You know, logical horses were able to win using the rail. So I don't really know, but I think right now it's 7-8-1. Seeker's Hope starts to become very, very, very inviting.
And I would say over the 1-2 that you're currently getting on the outside horse, Good Lord, I'd rather gamble a bit with a horse like Seeker's Hope, where I have more confidence where he's going to be early on in the race at the price that he is, versus a horse that's an extremely short price that I don't really see getting the benefit of this racetrack.
Let's get more from Mag.
And while Good Lord got a really nice warm-up on the track, I still, from an overall perspective, do prefer Fort Nelson, as he is one that I've always liked. I mean, going back to that win in Saratoga, I thought the future looked very bright for this son of Bernardini, but that has not transpired the way I thought it would. He is a horse that is a bit sulky, and I say that because once he kind of gets dirt in his face or things don't go his way, he'll generally throw in the towel. And furthermore, a horse that doesn't seem to run the turn very well. So we'll see if Sahin Savachi can kind of assuage that behavior of wanting to drop back on the turn. He did get an exuberant warm-up out on the racetrack. He was forward and lively in the paddock, so I think those are good signs. All things considered, as I mentioned, he's a very attractive horse. He moves incredibly well, but I feel like there's something kind of mentally with him that prohibits him from giving his best effort. I do agree with what Andy and Sarah have said about their assessment of this race, and I do think that he's the one to take maybe the most opportunity given the way the race track is playing. So, sorry, guys. It's twos are wild here for today's third.
Yeah, I think we should talk a little more about Fort Nelson as well. You know, Linda Rice claimed this horse for $50,000, the drop down for Bill Mott, and he was disappointing that day at 6-5. I think the fact that Linda doesn't drop him off of that claim is probably a positive sign.
When she's more aggressive, or at least keeps horses at the same level, I have to believe with her record that it's for a reason, because we see so much success with where she places horses on the racetrack moving forward. So if she feels like this is the level for this horse, then she's running him back here. She has to be seeing all signs go to suggest that he could be competitive.
On the other flip side is she's also got the heavy favorite, and maybe entering another horse ensured that this race would go, and she wanted the race to go for the other horse. I picked the 2 as well, but I do think it's important to keep that in mind, that his presence in this race allowed it to be drawn. I don't know that we would have used this race if it had only 5 horses. So I do think that's something you should at least consider. Chris Griffin is considering all the horses on today's 10-race card. He's got the call of the third.
Salming and Good Lord. Good Lord goes in, all set. they're off. Bringing a pretty even line and taken back early will be Semming. In between horses, it's Seeker's Hope, who's asked for speed, is now a neck in front, but really having to hustle to get there, is taking it right to Fort Nelson, who's going to back off of this early heat. Seeker's Hope wanted the lead, got the lead, but had to work to get there. There's Fort Nelson, now a well-settled second. Up on the outside, here comes Red Acted to join that top trio. As they approach that half-mile point, it is still Seeker's Hope who's the leader, 23.11, that opening quarter mile. Red Acted has taken second. Tightly at the rail, that's Fort Nelson. Now into the shove is Good Lord. Starts to make up some ground from fourth, while circling rivals. Salming is out of last in the trailer. Middle market. Seeker's Hope has been gunning from the start. It's Seeker's Hope still up by a length. Right to the outside, still Red Acted. 3 wide, here's the run from Good Lord. And Good Lord starts to loom up on the outside here through a 46.78 half-mile time. Can Seeker's Hope keep going? Seeker's Hope is going to hug the rail. Good Lord, well within range now down the center of the racetrack, comes after this leader. Seeker's Hope will not give up the lead without a fight. Here comes Good Lord to try one more time inside that final furlong. Seeker's Hope to the inside. Good Lord now pushes on by. It's Good Lord who's up by a length. Seeker's Hope is game to the inside, but second, it's Good Lord to win it. Good Lord will win the third race on the afternoon. Seeker's Hope then came Fort Nelson in a photo for fourth in 1 minute 19 seconds flat.
Well, the favorite was just too good for this field. Good Lord didn't break that acutely, but as it turned out, Manny was aggressive with Fort Nelson. He tried to get it done, but this horse, Seeker's Hope, was too fast. Maybe the rail helped him, maybe it didn't. But Good Lord was best, Sarah.
He was, and looking on paper at this race, it seemed as though he was one that towered over in terms of quality, and the price ended up being where bettors went. They trusted that this horse was just going to be better than his competition, and he was. But I think something that you said before we came on here is that you don't have enough information yet to determine whether the rail is or is not the place to be still.
Right, because you get the feeling that the winner may have run his race. And when you're making outside moves, and he was never on the rail, I mean, Kendrick did the best job he could, but this is little he could do. He was in the 2 to 3 path the whole way. He seems to have run his race, which would indicate maybe it isn't a strong bias, and people will say, well, the 3 was, 6 to 1, he held on for a second. Well, I mean, we talked about how well the 3 ran last time, so maybe the 3 is just an improving horse. And so I want the track to get fairer, and I'm not saying it's fair, but I think we're seeing some evidence it could be a little fairer.
It could be, yeah. I think it's not a foregone conclusion as of yet.
We will wait and see if we get some more evidence, as there's plenty of racing left here at Aqueduct. The fun card going on this afternoon. We've seen some favorites winning. Good Lord, 3 to 5, gets it done. Linda Rice and Kendrick Carmouche. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime through Naira Bets, and we do understand there are some issues right now. Hopefully that will be resolved shortly. Heading into the winner's circle is the winner of race number 3, Good Lord, who made relatively easy work of this field. I'd say Sarah winning like a 3 to 5 shot should.
Yeah, it's a full start to the card here as this one just, Chris Griffin called it, loomed up towards the outside with Kendrick Carmouche aboard and able to go by your pace setter, who fought on a bit though. Seeker's Hope still trying to hang in there towards the inside, but he looked on paper to be the best in this field, and out on the racetrack he was.
Yeah, absolutely, no question about it. He's second place finisher, is in very good form, but good Lord, he looked best on paper. And as Greg likes to say, we don't run them on paper, we run them on TV sets. Sometimes we do run them on paper. Good Lord paid $326 to win. The 6-3 exacta, pretty generous. $7.59. You get yourself 15 and change for a $2 exacta. You know, with a 3 to 5 over really one of the only 2 horses that made a lot of sense behind them. Exactas can be a real way to go to create some value for yourself. Well, clearly somebody has made an unusually big bet on Arctic Beast. I cannot look at the pools right now, but he is 1 to 5. I imagine that'll mitigate a little bit, Sarah, as we get closer to the race.
You would have to think. I think there's at least one other main contender, if not 2, in this spot, and we'll see what the final price ends up being, but I think you'll get a little bit of a better price.
A little better, though. I'm looking at some multis, and I'm not sure just how much better that price is going to be as we head down to Oakland Park. Race number 1, just 3 minutes away.
Yeah. Thanks, Andy. Yeah, horses out on the track. We got a good seal on this racetrack. We are expecting some inclement weather, some rain coming in. So the track is not open in Harold. It is sealed at this time. And we got a post parade coming up, Megan. And you and I thought this was a pretty competitive field for a 7-horse field.
Yeah, these are 3-year-olds and up. So older horses trying to make the breakthrough in here as we take a look at a horse that was coming off a voided claim.
And then we got the 2-horse Convalation. Mare produced 2 first-out winners. I always like to see precocity in a family.
I wasn't really agreeing with this horse in the morning, though. It's a leggy, bigger-framed individual. Honestly, more ground could suit.
The 3-horse Nyquist Frequency coming off a layoff.
Had a lot of chances, but could be his day.
Trouble ahead. Maybe that's the weather, the trouble ahead. This horse has been running okay lately.
Decent, but really looks like the winter coat type of individual, maybe not in his best physical right now.
And the 5-horse World Fair for Louis Sella and Ron Moquette.
Thought this horse had quite the turf hoof on him.
Improbability, big price here.
Well-muscled, sharp on the smaller end, but also coming off a pretty big layoff.
And then towards the outside for Norm Cassie, Historic, who I think is controlling speed.
I do as well. It breaks favorably from that outside draw. And just a thing about Norm Cassie, his horses look excellent every time I see them here at the meet so far. And same could be said about this guy. Certainly an engine behind him.
You know, one thing for sure, it's not a beauty contest. On the racetrack, it's, you know, pretty is as pretty does. But it always gives a vote of confidence to me when a horse is well turned out. And good horsemen's horses look good.
The 3 and the 7 were the standouts to me, and the 3 Nyquist Frequency that we're taking a look at right now for the Jordan Blair barn is coming off a pretty big time away. We last saw him back in August. Now he gets back to the 6 furlong distance, and I just wonder with him, as he cuts back, is he going to be fresh enough? I mean, he looked fantastic, but I just have my doubts about him coming off this time away.
Well, also, you know, with the interruptions in training earlier because of the weather, and he does have 3 consecutive slow half-mile works. Now, I'm not so much a time guy when it comes to works. I want to see consistent spacings between works. But when they're coming off a layup, you would like to see them kind of have to dig down a little.
I say that. I mean, he's coming in for a $30,000 tag, and he's been going up against, you know, maiden special after maiden special, in for bigger tags. So I do think this very well could be just finding the right group of friends now, trying to make the breakthrough as a 5-year-old.
You know, and it's something we're going to have to pay attention to earlier on the card, Megan. You know, with the track sealed the way it is in anticipation of some rain, how is the track going to play? Will we see any kind of bias? Because this track has been extremely fair.
It's been so fair. Horses have been winning from everywhere. Fortunately, I know that unfortunately hasn't been the case in New York. So we've really been blessed by being able to have a fair track. But as far as the number 7 Historic, I do think this horse controls, comes off a near miss right around the same level. And as I mentioned, I think his speed is just going to be incredibly dangerous, getting comfortable on the lead with a horse like the 3 Nyquist Frequency and potentially the 5 World Fair tracking right there off of him.
You know, when I was riding, Megan, I had certain principles of riding. One was getting my position going forward, saving ground. And I think that when you have a horse like the 7 Historic, don't take anything away that comes easy. Allow him to get up underneath you and use his stride.
I'm interested to see how the number 5 World Fair runs there for owner Louis Sella, who of course owns the racetrack here. You know, just looking at him in the paddock, I almost wonder if maybe more ground would be his fancy, but he showed some early speed last year with multiple near misses spanning from March to April. So he could seriously be one as well, finding the right group.
Yeah, and I like the fact that he has a run, albeit back in December, but a little more recency. It was his first start since September at Remington Park. I think maybe just getting down to a more appropriate spot. Where did you land?
I want to go ahead and land with the number 3, actually, Nyquist Frequency, taking a chance off of the layoff. I know I kind of made a case against him, but I do think that he could be just finding the right group for the $30,000 tag, the lowest he's ever been dropped to.
And I agree with you. When he walked underneath me, basically, because we're up in the box seats behind the glass, so the horse has got to walk underneath us to get to the paddock. I thought he made an outstanding appearance.
He did. Not a beauty contest, but he sure made a good impression. His horse is under the gate. But the number 3 for me, you like the 7, right, Richie?
Yeah, I'm chalking out here with the 7. But let's send it up to Matt Ditterman for the call of the opener here at Oakland Park.
5 on the board as he takes his spot. We're ready to go. We're off and running at Oakland Park. Smooth dispatch from World Fair. He's on the lead early with Nyquist Frequency. These two a neck apart down the back stretch. Improbability runs in third. Convolution moving forward on the inside to contest the front. Nickled along a bit to get up there. And Convolution, the first-time starter, up to challenge World Fair. Nyquist Frequency in the middle of that pair. There's a gap of a length to Historic. Right off the leading trio in fourth. A length and a half clear of Fairfield Bay. Trouble ahead to the outside. And Improbability drops to the back as they go into the four-turn run. On the lead, Nyquist Frequency, narrow edge here. Convolution second. World Fair trying to come on 3 deep. Length and a half to Trouble again. Historic has come under a hard ride outside, trying to gain ground in a gap of 3 to Fairfield Bay as they round the far turn. Nyquist Frequency with World Fair. They're side by side in the swing off the turn. World Fair head in front. Nyquist Frequency to the inside. Trouble ahead, trying to get there third, 3 deep. Final furlong here. Here comes Trouble ahead on the outside, gaining good ground on World Fair. And Nyquist Frequency down on the inside. Trouble ahead to the lead with a 16th to go. He's got it just under a hand ride here. Trouble ahead, coasting away from the competition to win by 2.5. Nyquist Frequency was second. World Fair flattens out to third, and Fairfield Bay was fourth in the opener.
And a really nice effort here from Trouble Ahead to force under your leading rider, Christian Torres. And he just made the last run, and it was the winning run.
Turned the tables on the likes of Historic, who got the better of him decisively last time out. The half to Promise of Spring, who won the Grade 3 Bayakoa right here at Oakland Park, gets the victory and start number 7 for the Kevin Martin barn, the first win of the meet for that team.
Nice for them, and won very comfortably in the end. Really kind of put some separation the last 16th of a mile. And listen, I think the horses can win from anywhere, but it's something we're going to keep an eye on as we go through the day. If there's one way the track is leaning or another, but no doubt about it. Trouble ahead, well, Trouble was all behind him.
It was, and kudos to Christian Torres for making up that trip, kind of angling and then now angling to the outside and pulling away beautifully. Nice win.
I love that drone shot overhead. You can really
Makes
see
it
horses
easier, doesn't it?
accelerating away. But let's head back to Aqueduct and our friend and colleague, Maggie Wolfendow.
Thank you, Meg, as we do see horses here in the paddock for today's co-featured Damon Runyon Stakes. These newly turned 3-year-old New York bred colts and geldings. And we do see a prohibitive favorite on the outside with number 6. That is Arctic Beast, as he's coming back to State Bred Company, a place where he's undefeated, as he did take on some open stakes company in the Springboard Mile last time, in which he was wired as the favorite by a long shot Express Kid at 34-1. Now, I did go through the races that day there at Remington Park, and 5 of the 12 races were wired. Now, other winners did sit right off of it, but I don't want to say it was necessarily a race that was totally tilted towards speed, so maybe a little bit of a disappointing effort as the favorite, and he was beaten by 6 1/4 lengths. But maybe apples and oranges. This is back with New York breds here. We'll see how he does. He's one that comes in here looking incredibly fit and strong. He's being saddled outside. I haven't covered any of his races. In fact, and, he's only run on the NYRA circuit one other time before, but he's behaving nicely, kept away from the rest of the field with the pony at his head. And all things good for the favorite. Like him back to this one turn, going the 7/8. I think that should suit him down to the ground. As we'll move on to his main rival, the gray son of Not This Time, Time to Roll. I think he's faced some pretty nice New York breds in his resume. You look at Bravaro, who has run well time and time again for Saffie Joseph. He's been in races where they featured some next time out winners as well. And last time he kind of bounced out of the gate. Then he was out sprinted a bit as he turned back to the 7/8. He was chasing in the forepath and made this huge wide sweep to the lead at the quarter pole, where it's not like the pace completely incinerated. Pantherian and Whammo were on the front end. This is a horse that has developed mentally and physically into a focused athlete. Going back to earlier or last year, I should say, to begin his career, he was a little bit of a raw, kind of, boyish type. Now he stands in here with the look of eagles in his eyes. And Andy, I really like this horse on paper and with what I'm seeing from him in the paddock.
Thanks, Mag. It'll be interesting to see if Time to Roll, how much he's improving, because if the favorite runs his race in a fair track, he is going to be a handful. Interesting race coming up in the Damon Runyon. So much more to come on America's Day at the Races.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
10-25, 10-25, at 25-35, 335,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You bet with NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NYRA Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the NYRA Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NYRA Bets.
First again and again and again. First mission, 4 graded stakes. He made finishing first his mission, and all with big buyers. Now he's a Darley Stallion, and breeders are falling in love with him. Here's fabled horseman John Williams.
First Mission is an eyeful. He's beautifully balanced, and I love the way he uses himself as he moves.
Come to see First Mission and tell us your first impression. Consider it your mission.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
It's Samrat in front by 7 lengths, and he did it very quickly there. Samrat in front. Farther back, it's Forever Utopia. Then on the outside, it's Deceived. At the rail, Gomez. And How About We? But it's Samrat in a romp in the Damon Runyon.
Always nice to remember horses trained by the late, great Rick Violet, who was such an important part of the racing community. And, of course, Samrat was also owned by Len Riggio's My Meadowview Farm, and Len passed away a few years ago as well. Len, a NYRA board member, and an all-around good guy and a great fan of the game. And it's nice to see really one of the best horses he had, period, but also late in his career. For both of them, he won the Gotham in his next start. Samrat was a really, really nice horse.
Yeah, I went a perfect 5 for 5 going into the Wood Memorial, excuse me, where he finished second to Wicked Strong, ran 5th in California Chrome's Derby, and stayed on the racetrack with some consistent performances following that as well.
No, I agree. This is a horse that his form held up in even bigger races than that. Samrot, the winner. I think the best two, we were looking at some old runnings of this race. Hainesfield won this race going back, and of course Hainesfield best remembered for the New York bred beating Blame, the only race that Blame lost in what some of us feel could have been a Horse of the Year campaign when he won the Breeders' Cup Classic. And Hainesfield was, I think, part owned by the late Toby Sheets. And while trained in the Steve Asherson barn, Toby being his assistant in New York, Toby really the trainer of Hainesfield. And I know for that reason he's a particular favorite of our friend Maggie Wolfendale as well. But another winner of the Damon Runyon has produced some good runners. And I'll tell you something. You're a little interested in Combat Mission, and while we have a second before they head in the track, talk about him for 20 seconds.
You know, I think that his race 2 back is what points him out to me as a horse that may be non-aberrational in his last performance with the kind of improvement that he showed, earning that 77 Beyer speed figure, because I thought that he was forward. The pace completely collapsed in that race. He was the one that sort of stayed on throughout. And while he really hadn't shown a kind of race prior to that that suggested he'd be competitive here, he is the inside speed here in all likelihood. If he is the horse that he seems to be moving forwards, I think his price is very fair.
Well, you know, there are alternatives in here. We'll see what happens. But this is a fairly top-heavy race. As Arctic Beast, I mean, starting his career running figures in the mid-80s. The #1 Mission Critical is a long shot, 19-1 for Jeremiah Englehart and Jose Lezcano.
He'd have to get faster. He was able to be forward going a mile last time out, but we'll see.
The aforementioned Combat Mission, John Kimmel and Kendrick.
Moving in the right direction and getting that spirited Kendrick Carmouche warm-up.
38-1 right now on the firster for Jimmy Ferraro. Portadown Lad.
Honest Mischiefs have been running extremely well, but this one would need to be something special to deliver here.
The #4 Time to Roll goes out for Horacio de Paz with Jamie Rodriguez.
The one that Maggie's interested in. He makes a lot of sense and shouldn't be too far away from the pace.
Big figure for Royal Riddle last time for Joe Sharp with Manny.
The cutback worked for this horse, and we'll see if he just wanted to go a little bit shorter all along.
Favorites are undefeated so far in the card. Arctic Beast will try to make it 4 for 4 with Ricardo Santana and Mike Maker, the trainer.
And the cutback definitely makes sense for this one. Going the mile last time out of town, finished second as a heavy favorite. He has the races that are just faster than what we've seen from others here.
Yeah, let's take a look at Time to Roll in that last race. And boy, that was an absolute breakout performance. I think he had run well in his prior start, better than the final figure suggests. But boy, was he impressive here, Sarah.
He was, and this was a big step forward for him, as all of his starts had really been pointing that he was slowly progressing, moving forwards, maturing, getting faster. I like that he showed some speed in the Sleepy Hollow that was won by a talented horse in Bravaro, and he faded in there, but this was an effort that suggested he could be the main other player in this spot.
You know, another thing, though, that becomes problematic when you have a bias, I think it's also arguable that you could say his improvement coincided with being able to rate comfortably as opposed to 2 races where they were very aggressive with him. Then you get a track like this and you're saying, well, you know, you want to try to be aggressive. Can he clear Combat Mission? Can he get to the rail? On the other hand, you have to be careful about taking your horse out of its game as well. And that's a problematic situation when you start dealing with a bias.
It is, and is he naturally faster than Combat Mission?
Or Arctic Beast?
I don't necessarily believe him to be, so is he going to be in a position where he's sitting off of the pace towards the outside and perhaps not getting the benefit of where you want to be on this racetrack? Perhaps. But at the same time, if they try to go and be aggressive with him, does he end up in that outside chasing position? I don't see a world where he clears.
Right. I mean, the thing about racing is that in general, horses run their best races when they run to the style that they're most comfortable. Obviously, there are give and take in that. You know, you have a horse that's a better stalker, but he's in a paceless race and they go to the lead. That's certainly a good thing. But in general, I think you don't want to take him out of the running style, especially in the bigger races. The Damon Runyon's a fairly big race. So you have to battle with that. And when you start dealing with a bias, you sort of feel as though you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't.
Exactly. And you don't want to make the mistakes of passivity as much as the ones of aggression. But at the same time, what is the right move? No matter what, it's possible there may not be one.
Yeah, no, I agree. Or there's several ones. I know if you win, you made the right moves, Maggie, but if you lose, maybe you made the wrong moves, and this becomes a bit of a chess match.
It does. When you're dealing with a track like this, that is for certain, Andy. And catching up with, well, the only trainer that is here for this Damon Runyon and Horacio de Paz with time to roll. You know, I asked him, has he changed much from 2 to 3? And he said, yes, he's definitely mentally mature, but he still has that same energy. So it's kind of, he's learned to focus that energy, which are all good things. He continues to impress me out on the racetrack. Let's talk about number 2, Combat Mission, whom I know that Sarah is interested in. And yes, it does feel as though possibly he's heading in the right direction. I do think, you know, I've always thought since he began his career that more ground is going to be beneficial for him, and he bore that out with the win at a mile last time as he does turn back to the 7/8 today. The problem with him, for me, and purely just from my perspective, is that this guy still is a punk. He's still just not focused. He was acting up in the paddock. He was acting up when Kendrick got on him. It might be just him. At the end of the day, he is a gray horse, and sometimes that just comes with the territory. I just wish I saw that mental, you know, fortitude come to fruition, and it just hasn't. But again, look, he's taking a lot of money, and that could be very meaningful in this spot. Moving on to one who's not taking any money. That's number 5, Royal Riddle. I think the 7/8 should really suit this horse down to the ground. He's just far more fit than what he was to begin his career when he made those 2 starts at the 7 furlongs. He would turn back and get the win last time out with a step up with Speed Figure. He kind of grinded out the victory. His running style, to my eye, is more like a horse who wants more distance. He warmed up beautifully. He has really just become so much more athletic as time has gone by. But again, Andy, if the board's speaking to us, it feels like it's Arctic Beast and maybe the 2 that you want.
Well, you know, I mean, at the end of the day, I could certainly be guilty of this as much as anybody, you overcomplicate things. Arctic Beast in his debut ran an 82 buyer for a 2-year-old, and that was 6 months ago. Natural Progression has this horse running a figure here in the 90s, and, you know, I know his last race was a bit of a step back, but he was chasing a lone speed, going 2 turns. He's a Yaupon, and I just wonder if he's better horse around 7 furlongs than he is trying to go 2 turns. I don't blame him for taking a shot last time in a $300,000 purse. He got second. But I think this is more of what he wants to do.
I agree completely. And you're looking at horses where you have those exciting 2 and then 3-year-olds. You want to find out if you have a horse that could participate in some of those Triple Crown races. They asked the question. He didn't quite answer it, but you go back to what has already been working, and it's been something like this.
A lot of times there are races that you run in that you always want to win, but losing isn't a bad thing because losing tells you that you just don't belong in that category. You don't belong going longer, and then you find the more appropriate races for your horses. I think we saw a bit of that when we saw that very fast horse Decode in the Southwest. He's a super talented horse, but his talents probably lie in sprinting. Chris Griffin's talents lie in calling races. He will have the call of the Damon Runyon in just a few moments.
Combat Mission stepping forward here. Kendrick Carmouche aboard. Just a little reluctant there. Hesitated. Portadown Lad. Jose Gomez. Next will be Time to Roll and Jamie Rodriguez. That'll leave 2 out. Royal Riddle and Arctic Beast. 47th running of the Damon Runyon this afternoon here at Aqueduct. $135,000. 7 furlongs is the distance, and Ricardo Santana Jr., Arctic Beast, they're in. All set. And they're off. Arctic Beast broke beautifully from the outside stall. It's Arctic Beast right out to the front, and they're stacked up in behind. And the debuter, Portadown Lad, caught the worst of it, is going to be the trailer. There, on the front end, it's Arctic Beast. And switching to the outside, here comes Combat Mission is in second. Moving forward, there's Time to Roll. Tight hold here in third. At the rail, it's Mission Critical. Gonna save all the ground, and then behind them comes Royal Riddle. Far, far back, it's Portadown Lad. They're chasing Arctic Beast. The favorites in front is up by 3/4 of a length. Combat Mission is right there engaged and moving forward here with a half mile left to go. Arctic Beast is in control. Combat Mission won't go away. Dropping back, Mission Critical's back to 4th. Time to Roll, encouraged to do more. Royal Riddle's trying to rally on from 5th, and far, far back, Portadown Lad. Arctic Beast has been in control throughout, 46-4. The half-mile time, Combat Mission is trying to tackle Arctic Beast towards the inside, only a head advantage. Arctic Beast still has plenty so far with a quarter-mile left to go. Combat Mission is all in, still chasing Time to Roll center of the racetrack, but Arctic Beast is opening up here. Arctic Beast is now widening this margin. Santana Jr. just took a look back, and it's a confident hand right now for Arctic Beast, who's just strolling away inside the final 16th. No doubt, the Damon Runyon. Give it to Arctic Beast. He wins it. Combat Mission second, then came Time to Roll, and Mission Critical in 1 minute 25.11 seconds.
Once favored Arctic Beast was able to clear and set a very moderate pace. This race was pretty much over, and I think we've seen enough evidence to suggest that day number 7 of the Gold Rail continues here at the Big A.
I think that with the kind of performance or lack thereof that we saw from Time to Roll, he just did not seem to be moving comfortably towards the outside here. And you see a huge long shot, Mission Critical, 34-1 when all things said and done, able to slowly slink up the rail and claim a better position for himself. So I think that that to me was what suggested we're dealing with the same kind of bias. But Arctic Beast, once he had the advantage of the inside and the lead over a horse like Combat Mission, this race was his to lose.
Feels like he won by about 11 lengths in here, and it's just like nobody really ran behind him. Some of it may have to do with the racetrack, but no question, Arctic Beast looked best on paper coming in, and he proved to be much the best on the racetrack in the Damon Runyon. We have so much more to come, including National Identity getting back into stakes quality after running some blazing races in his comeback for Danny Gargan. We'll see if he can continue things in the Safe Florida Sandy a bit later on today's card. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. Check out abr.net, I want to say, for all sorts of information on racing, as Ricardo Santana heading into the winner's circle with the connections for the FASA winner Arctic Beast. And I believe, here he is, I think need a second here. Here he is cruising to easy victory, though actually a little bit slower than the performance of Galinda in winning the filly version of this race just about an hour ago.
Worth noting for sure. And once this horse was able to have the first couple of jumps right out of the gate, things were likely going to be quite easy for him. Now, he did have another pace presence towards his outside and combat mission for a little bit, but he seemed to be moving extremely well, always looked like he had more to give, and easily crushed this field.
Yeah, and the exaggerated margins of victory and chasers outside running poorly is usually a sign that you're dealing with a bias, and at this point it feels as though we're in the middle of day number 7 of a very strong inside bias, but the races will get more competitive as the day progresses. Maggie is standing by with Ricardo Santana.
That's right, as he and Arctic Beast are 3 for 4 together as they take the Damon Runyon. And Ricardo, a horse that you were aggressive with out of the gate, and it surely paid off today.
Well, he's a really fun horse to ride. You know, he's really easy, really classy for a 3-year-old. And today, you know, the track has been playing in speed, so I think I have the best horse in the race. So I decide he's quick, so I decide just ready to take the lead and just let it be.
Ricardo, he was impressive, but I got to ask you about the horse you ride later on, the Safe Florida Sandy, for the same connections. The Wine Steward, whom 2 back, you had close to the pace, and it paid off. What's the game plan with him today?
Well, same thing. You know, I hope he got a clean break, like when we won here. You know, the track is playing speed. You know I got a horse on top of me, and I think a little luck, we're going to be okay.
All right, well, congratulations here. Keep it rolling. Thank you. All right, Arctic Beast, as Ricardo just said to me off camera, he is a beast, Andy.
Pretty impressive win by him, and did have things somewhat in his favor, Arctic Beast, and we'll see how things progress for him as we go forward, and perhaps we'll see him on Belmont Stakes Racing Festival week in the Mike Lee, going 7 furlongs. Big group in the winner's circle for Arctic Beast, a popular victory for many at 3-5. Well, we've got more to come here. Race number 5 is coming up. Purple and Gold, who figured to be the heavy favorite, was scratched, opening things up for some others. That race will be coming up in just about 20-something minutes. I don't have the clock in front of me. But first, we have to go down to Oakland Park to Megan the Mig for race number 2.
Thanks, Andy. And a full field of maidens here, 30,000. We got a post raid coming up. We're going to start down on the inside, Megan, with the 1. Mike's trump card didn't show very much on debut.
John Heron, second-time maidens, past 5 years. He is 0 for 56. Would have to really bring his best.
Yeah, really going to have to turn it around in a big way. The 2 is Happy I Am, a first-time starter with a steady work tab, not taking any money.
No, and a big leggy individual, I think, would appreciate more ground, and recently gelded back on February the 7th.
And here's the 3-horse Coal Fire. You and I both have some interest here.
I really like this horse getting back to dirt, and as we kind of discussed off camera, I think it's physical. It makes sense, especially with a track with some moisture in it.
And the 4, Maxis, dropping in class for Ron Moquette.
Sharp gets Lasix for the first time, and the blinkers come on.
The 5 is Crypto Corey, big price.
Hasn't run routing or sprinting, now cutting back and trying again.
And here's one, the 6, Shooter McGavin, for you Happy Gilmore fans.
I'm surprised this horse isn't taking more Happy Gilmore money, but would need to really surprise in here.
7, Tim, certainly a contender.
Was one affected by the work or missed training, but got to work back on February the 10th.
And here's your current favorite, the 8, Looking at Mac, first time off the claim for Peter Miller.
Looks fantastic coming out of the Steve Asmussen barn, gets the blinkers on.
First time starter from David Jacobson's barn and field study.
Yeah, David Jacobson hasn't run with a first time starter since 2022.
The 10 horses, I'll Miss You.
Floated wide, was no threat of the top 2 last time out here at Oakland.
The 11, Little Trick, taking some money, has speed.
Drops in class for the $30,000 tag for the first time.
And another first-time starter on the outside in the 12, Mr. Good Time.
Chris Hartman, 0 for his last 24 with those first-time starters.
Well, Megan, let's go back to the 3-horse here. This is a horse that we both have some interest in, Coal Fired. His debut at Churchill Downs, albeit on a sloppy track, was very, very good. Then he went to synthetic. I feel like those 2 synthetic races have kind of dirtied up his form. And he's getting back to what I believe is his preferred surface.
I really like this horse in here. Eric Foster, I think, has a pretty strong presence at Turfway Park, so I maybe think those Turfway efforts, perhaps a logistical positive for him, keeping him there. But clearly this horse likes dirt, and I just better on paper as far as his pedigree preferring dirt, but he was sharp in the paddock, had 2 handlers, got on track. We saw him pretty sharp and about himself, but as far as that debut run on a wet track and sealed that day, which to his benefit, he gets a sealed track today, Herb's Bolt came out of that race to win a starter allowance with a 69 Beyer speed figure, so it was a pretty decent race, and he made the first move kind of hanging on his left lead down the lane, so we'll have to kind of mature and figure things out a bit more, but I think the blinkers off is going to be a positive for this horse, Meg.
I agree, particularly watching his demeanor. He's a bit of a high-strung individual, and sometimes opening up, not having their vision hindered by blinkers, they'll kind of settle and use themselves more efficiently.
I'd agree, and when you're dealing with this kind of moisture in the ground, the first time Oakland's had it really since the opening day last year in December, it's going to be interesting to see how these races play for sure. First race we saw, very fairly run race, but of course we'll monitor it as the day progresses. But Meg, I wouldn't accept an overly short price on anybody in this field. I thought it was pretty wide open.
I agree. Kind of curious what your thoughts are about the 9-field study, that first-time starter from the David Jacobson barn. This work tab is nothing that you will see normally in this day and age. Years ago you might, but he worked 3 days apart, 2 days apart, 4 days apart, 4 days apart. That's a pretty aggressive work tab.
I would layer this horse in my exactas and include this horse as a big prize, just judging from his works. Back on January the 9th, worked in company with Runaway Again, who won the Prince of Wales, that stake up in Canada, the middle leg of the Canadian Triple Crown, and was working right there alongside of him, evenly matched, and made a good account of himself as a first-time starter. And David Jacobson has really made a pivot at these digital sales, collecting some of these Godolphin homebreds for offer. Seems to be he's interested in getting some younger horse flesh in the barn, and I thought this horse made a good impression as a first-time starter with a big price.
And you buy a horse off of Godolphin, you're getting a depth of pedigree. Obviously, they've got to be able to run, but it's nice to have a little pedigree to back them up. Quickly as they load up, you made comment about the 7 Tims from the Steve Asmussen barn making a great physical impression, as did the 8 looking at Mac now with Peter Miller, but from the Steve Asmussen barn.
Exactly, and of the 2, I prefer the 7 Tims. Getting the Lasix for the first time could wake him up, and he did have a pretty decent effort last time out at Remington, coming off a bit of some time.
Well, the field is loading up. Time to send that up to Matt Dinnerman for the call of race 2.
Crypto Corey in the black silks. Shooter McGavitt. And to the outside post, Mr. Goodtime rounding out the group. Here's Mr. Goodtime walking up. Mr. Goodtime goes in. We're ready to go. And we're off. Good beginning. Max is sent for speed. Cole Fired has speed as well. These 2 hook up in the first furlong here with Mr. Goodtime right off of them. Little Trick is right behind as well. Cole Fired with a narrow edge here. Mr. Goodtime second. Maxis between horses right there battling too. Little Trick is between horses down the back stretch. They've opened up 5 on Tims, who runs in the 3rd position. Looking at Mac to the outside. Crypto Corey shuffled back. He's 7 lengths behind going into the turn. 3 ahead of Happy I Am as they corner into that far turn run. Then comes behind horses Happy I Am, who's battling on. Mike's trump card is next. Field Studies second to last, and Shooter McGavin is at the back of the pack as they round the far turn. Mr. Goodtime has the lead. Here comes Little Trick there on the outside to pounce, and down on the inside, Cole Fired is 3rd. Maxis is giving way. He's done as they come off the turn. Little Trick down the lane, trying to put away Mr. Goodtime. He has. Little Trick going on here. Mr. Goodtime in the 2nd position, battling on from the inside. Little Trick with a furlong to go's got ahead in front, but Mr. Goodtime's coming right back at him from the inside. Mr. Goodtime, Little Trick, side by side, coming to the line. Little Trick, Mr. Goodtime to the line. Little Trick to win it over Mr. Goodtime, then Crypto Corey, and Happy I Am.
Well, in race 2, it was the 11 Little Trick game performance by the first-time starter, number 12, Mr. Goodtime. But Little Trick had that natural speed, and we saw the 2 outside posts. Maybe we have a little bit of an outside flow here.
We see a smiling John Ortiz directly out to our window here at set, but perhaps, I mean, these horses battled really nicely late. We're good for the number 12, Mr. Goodtime. Made a really nice account of himself on debut for Chris Hartman, but the number 11, Lil Trick, in for the $30,000 tab, a precipitous drop in class, and faced Honeys to Blame last time out, who came back and won an allowance race, so has been beaten by a much better and finds the right fronts in this spot.
Yeah, showing speed against much better, a little bit easier spot for him today, and he gets it done. First time in the John Ortiz barn. Going to get ready for a timeout here in a moment, but Christian Torres, he's got a good mount here in Silent Tactic, winner of the Southwest. Jubilant Christian Torres there, and a lot of live mounts today, including the filly in the Dixie Bell. Let's see if Christian Torres can add to his lead.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races here at the Big A. That is not the Big A, though. That's the scene earlier today in Saudi Arabia where they ran the Saudi Cup, and Forever Young didn't disappoint, but neither did Niso. I know it's only the second defeat for Nisos, but he put up one heck of a battle.
He did, and Forever Young got the dream run through on the rail in this race where he was able to save ground and get that clear racing real estate, but Niso fought him all the way to the wire here. This was a great horse race as a fan to watch these two heavyweights go at it, but Forever Young seemed to always keep him at least a half length at bay as we got deeper into the stretch and asserted himself here. And what can you say about Forever Young? He's been everywhere and shown up all over.
Yeah, they both got very good trips near, but they were the best two horses in the race, and it was nice to see it. And tell you something, as good as Forever Young is, and he's very good, I think this race suggests that Nisos, when he gets back to the States, I'd love to see him in our Met Mile up in Saratoga. This is Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. I think we'll see some good races from him. Questionable whether or not we'll ever see Forever Young back in this country, but he's certainly made a lot of money racing over in Saudi.
He has now that two-time winner of the Saudi Cup, and he's just one that many here have become a fan of with his narrow defeat in the Kentucky Derby, showing up in that Breeders' Cup Classic, and finally getting another Saudi Cup.
Even the Dubai World Cup, he didn't even show up, and he still only lost by about a length and a half that day. Not the Saudi Cup, race number 5. Big scratch of purple and gold in here, but at least we're talking about a race that's a little more competitive. I think you and I are very thrown by the current 7-5 odds on the number 7 in this race.
Yeah, Mo Attitude taking a lot of money in here, and I don't necessarily feel as though this one is in my top 2 contenders.
Yeah, I mean, obviously she can win. We'll talk about the one Signify Nothing for Ralph D'Alessandro and Manny.
This one coming in off a little bit of a break.
I was a little interested in the 3 Second Chance, cutting back in distance for Dominic Scatino.
It's a big drop in class for this one as well, and has some races going shorter.
The number 4, Eleni, a long shot with Jose Gomez.
I just don't know if this horse is quite good enough to be competitive here.
The very possible speed, La Grande Artisana.
Yeah, didn't run badly last time out, showing that early speed and maybe can sustain it a little bit more here.
Long shot, the 6 Sills Pleasure, goes out for Paul Barrow with Eric Cancel.
Second off, a bit of a layoff.
The number 7 is the current 7-5 favorite, and that's Mo Attitude, coming in from out of town for Eddie Coletti.
I worry that this horse is just facing some tougher foes, perhaps, and doesn't really have a race that stands out.
Furry Fox, the number 8, is a bit of a, well, actually taking money at 4-1, and did spend an awful lot of time last time on the rail, which was not the place to be.
Agreed, and this one cutting back in distance as well, and not impossible to get good position.
Yeah, I was, originally, obviously, you were going to see much different odds here if the number 2 had run. And while the number 2 was Purple Gold, was probably the horse to beat in here, it does open things up a little bit. I was a little interested in the 3 Second Chance. Obviously, I have a hope this horse can be aggressively ridden, but cutting back from 9 furlongs, probably not a speed in here, so not helped if the racetrack continues to play inside. But I thought this horse had some races good enough and was kind of trying to be optimistic with somebody to price in what is a bit of a mess, a handicapping mess, I should say.
And you have that unknown factor of a horse that has either been on the turf or just been facing some tougher company overall, now with less distance, finding his friends perhaps, or her friends, excuse me, this could be a much better spot for this one.
You're going to try to wire the field, Sarah, with La Grande Artisana.
Yeah, the last race is not necessarily going to get it done from a Beyer speed figure standpoint, but this horse is the likeliest speed, in my opinion, especially with Purple and Gold coming out of here. And this is a rider that was able to be forward with this horse last time out. So I like the slight cut back from the 7 to the 6 furlongs. We'll see.
It just shows how much the bias is affecting the way the races are being played. Even in this field, this horse would be a much bigger price if people didn't perceive her to be the speed. I wonder if Manny Franco on Signifying Nothing will have something to say about that. We know somebody who has a lot to say about it, and that's Maggie Wolfendale.
Yeah, I do agree with you when it comes to Signifying Nothing, because too, she has the golden, spot in the gate from the rail. So at least, assert yourself early, Manny, here with Signifying Nothing, as she does come out of an allowance race up at Finger Lakes. The winner, not bad. Queens over 3. She would come back and repeat with the 69 Beyer. So getting arguably a little bit of class relief here, though don't forget she is a filly that participated in maiden 12-5 claimers once upon a time, but comes in looking incredibly fit. And Ralph D'Alessandro, per usual, is having a nice winter here with the horses that he has brought from Finger Lakes to Aqueduct. And while she's not the biggest or most imposing horse, she just looks ready. She looks good against this field in particular, and I think she has an opportunity here to capitalize on her post position and the fact that she has Manny Franco in the irons, and he is more than aware of how the track is playing. The other horse that I liked in here from a physical perspective is number 5, La Grande Artisana, for Ronnie Breed Jr. And she just looks powerful from behind, signifying that she is a speed type. Great coat on her overall. Look, we're not dealing with the best looking group here, but I just wanted to touch on the horses that I thought looked as though they were coming into this race in fine fettle, and I do think that Grand Artisana is one of those, and her early speed definitely helps her. Now, I wonder what they do with number 6, Sills Pleasure. As I've said before, I'll say it again, I am a big fan of Paul Barrow, flying under the radar. His horses are always incredibly well turned out. Now, Sills Pleasure, on occasion, can have some speed. And she was awfully sharp in the paddock, continued to be so out on the racetrack. And I wonder, while it's not necessarily Eric Cancel's MO to be aggressive with horses, I'm wondering, well, you've got to watch the races over the last few weeks here, Eric. And two, now that he's ridden her in back-to-back times, maybe he knows her a little bit better. So not one that I like as a win candidate, Andy, but she did make a really good impression physically as a long shot.
Thanks, Maggie. And I think, getting to how the race is being played based on the racetrack, I mean, you look at Signifying Nothing. Isn't this horse 3-1? Because a lot of people think with Manny and the rail that maybe this horse will be the speed, and your horse is 4-1. Pretty amazing, even in this field.
A horse that's dropping out of a non-winners of one state-bred allowance right now is 6-1 in a $20,000 claiming field.
See what happens in race number 5 as they're heading in the gate. Be interesting to see how Mo Attitude does, because he does not figure to have an inside position in this race, and maybe this race will offer some new clues on the track, because this is the first race without a heavy favorite. We'll see what happens as they get ready to load for race number 5. The midpoint of the card kicks off the pick 6, ends the early pick 5. Chris Griffin has the call.
Getting Eleni situated in the gate. La Grande Artisana. Next to move forward. Still unsettled in the gate there. A few of the inside runners. Now here's La Grande Artisana. Oscar Gomez aboard. Sills Pleasure will be next. Eric Cancel, Sills Pleasure, 2 out. Mo Attitude. Mo Attitude. With Abner Adorno aboard, and Furry Fox and Gojan Kochakaya last to load. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Good speed from La Grande Artisana, right out towards the front, but now gets company to the inside from Signifying Nothing. Signifying Nothing now with a head advantage. La Grande Artisana is back to second. Moving up on the outside, here comes third is Mo Attitude. Just off of them, center of the racetrack comes Furry Fox, who broke very outward, but now is on the move, and Furry Fox is making an early move. Furry Fox is passing rivals and now pushes the tempo early. So an action-packed first quarter. La Grande Artisana wrestles the lead away. Right to the outside, Furry Fox, Signifying Nothing. Now is back to fourth, just got passed by Mo Attitude, who takes third. Further back in the field, Eleni. Towards the back end of the field is Second Chance in the trailer. Sills Pleasure. 23.31 was that opening quarter. La Grande Artisana has shrugged off the move from Furry Fox, who made that quick move. But La Grande Artisana is now stretching out the margin. La Grande Artisana is trying to win it right now, run away with it. Mo Attitude is in full pursuit from far back, but with a furlong left to go, it looks like a comfortable enough margin here for La Grande Artisana inside the final 16th. La Grande Artisana wins this one. La Grande Artisana, there's Mo Attitude up for second. Furry Fox in a photo with Eleni in 1 minute 13.11 seconds.
Good call, Sarah. Not able to make the lead, but the one Signify Nothing had about nothing and around the half-mile pole, and this horse was able to take over, and another exaggerated win in a racetrack that is creating results that you wouldn't see necessarily on a fair racetrack.
We saw Signifying Nothing throw in the towel and ultimately end up finishing last in here, but you felt as though Manny Franco would try to get this horse to the early lead, and that's exactly what he did with that inside position. Unfortunately, just did not have anything when called upon, but La Grande Artisana, she was supposed to be the speed in all likelihood in here, and she had the stamina to hold off. Kind of an interesting mid-race move with the number 8, Furry Fox, trying to get over from that outside position. You know what? It didn't work out, but I respect the effort to realize, hey, from post 8, if I just stay here, we're not going to do anything.
I think that's fair, and I don't think the 7 necessarily was a pretty respectable favorite in here, but it just shows you when you try to make a 3 and 4 wide move, and I think to be fair, Adorno did everything he could with this horse, but he was victimized by not having speed and having an outside post, and on this racetrack, that gave him absolutely no chance to win, as this bias continues to be. In my experience in New York, since I've come to work for NYRA, I have never seen a stronger, more extended bias as day number 7 of what's going to be remembered as the bias of 2026 continues. And Legrand Artisana gets it done. Oscar Gomez at 7-2 in race number 5. More to come on America's Day at the Races.
$1,600,000, thank you. The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at BelmontStakes.com. Join analysts Matthew DeSantis and Kaylee Shapiro on the road to the Kentucky Derby and Kentucky Oaks. Get picks and analysis for all the prep races and gain insight into promising contenders on the trail to the Derby and Oaks. That and more on the NYRA Bets YouTube channel.
Springs is here for when you need to break away, when you want to reward yourself, when you deserve to indulge, when you want to be close to the action. It's all here. So what are you waiting for? Live racing returns with the classic racing season. So plan your stay at Oakland Hot Springs and come join the fun.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. As here at Tampa Bay Downs, we're celebrating 100 years, and I'm so pleased to be joined by Stella Thayer, co-owner and president here at Tampa Bay Downs. And Stella, your family has been a part of Tampa Bay Downs' legacy for such a long time. What does it mean to be celebrating 100 years today?
Well, I think I'm closer to 100 than I want to be, but we're so delighted, and we're mainly happy that we can have days like this with wonderful racing, great attendance, and the good rated racing that we've had, especially on the turf. So
it's such a great crowd here today too. What is the atmosphere like this afternoon? It really is so celebratory.
Well, I think we have a perfect winter day. It's sunny. You're even going to get a suntan. And the crowd is happy, celebratory. We're going to have a champagne toast in a minute with a drone flying over, and all of the wonderful management team, everybody who works for the track, their names will scroll on the tote board, so we'll be celebrating them. Our management team has been with us for over 30 years, so that's why it's, succeeded, I think, in the way. They love racing, and we love live racing. We want to keep it going for another 100 years.
As you said, it's a great legacy that we're celebrating today, but what are some things you hope to see with Tampa Bay Downs in that next 100 years?
Well, that racing continues live here on the west coast of Florida. It's been a struggle, but it keeps going, and so we'd like to see the public support, and we've been getting that. And of course, the horsemen have been bringing wonderful turf horses as well as dirt horses. So I think the main thing is we want to have live racing be appreciated. I personally want the athleticism of the horse to be more understood, that the horses are athletes, the riders, the jockeys, and there's just a whole culture of support and love for the animal that we'd like to preserve.
Well, it's a wonderful day. Thank you for all you do, and happy 100 years to Tampa Bay Downs.
Thanks so much. Okay, so wonderful to have you here.
Thanks a lot, Acacia. Nice to hear from Stella Thayer, who does so much good stuff at Tampa, which is a lot of people's favorite tracks. A nice, easy win in race number 5 for the 5, Le Grand Artisanat. At least this horse wasn't right on the rail, wasn't the 2-path. We're just not seeing any horses making up any ground, though this was not the most competitive field.
No, I think that we've seen enough to suggest that nothing has changed, but if this day lived by itself without the prior week or so of racing, I wouldn't be as convinced, though.
I think that's fair, and I also think, we saw 4 heavy favorites winning. This was not a very competitive race, unfavored. Obviously, the exaggerated, performance makes you think there is one in what's gone on. But, we get into the 7th race, the 8th race, the 9th race. Those races are better horses and more contentious races. So maybe we'll get a different kind of feeling. So who knows? You want to try to stay a little bit optimistic in that situation. But it was 5, 7, 8 in race number 5 as the late pick 5 will kick off in race number 6. But right now, there's the field for race number 6. You like the 5, Sarah, leading role, hoping he's the speed?
I just thought this horse might be able to clear and be in front in here, especially with Divine Leader coming out, who I didn't necessarily see being faster than this one early, but was better posted towards the inside. Brewpub, he's not a winning type. He is the best horse in this field, in my opinion, but I don't want to take him as the favorite.
Yeah, like the last race, I put the speed second, the 5, because I'm not thrilled with them. But I agree, that horse does become the horse to beat in here, all things considered, as a big scratch in the 2, particularly for him. That race will be coming up in about 16 minutes, but coming up in just about 5 minutes is the 3rd from Oakland Park.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. And we got a real nice starter allowance here at Oakland Park, and we've got a post parade coming up. Kind of features my kind of horse here in the 7 uncashed, as honest as they come.
This race runs through uncashed. I mean, come on. Larry Velli has managed this horse in a way where he can go win a $100,000 allowance race at Tampa and come back and still be able to meet this condition.
He shows up every time. But here's the post parade, and we start with the 1, 5, somewhere.
He could be a part of the early pace, but drops in class. And to me, just as far as conditioning, he just doesn't look 100% fit.
And the 2-horse proprietary trade. I knew that was a former Seth Klarman horse with Christian Torres.
Got to with that name. He's got some rateability with some speed in front of him.
And the kind of on the small side, number 3, Golden Luna.
Teeny tiny 7-year-old son of Golden Sense, that's for sure.
4 was scratched. The 5, Sweetest Sin.
He's a closer and could get the right kind of setup if he can finally get there after some dismal performances as of late.
The 6-horse, Dazzle Me Silver.
Second off, Preston caught last time out, could build off of that momentum.
Uncashed, speed on speed here.
Looks fantastic when I saw him back in December. The same could be said for today.
And Sitka, some speed from the outside, but probably gets cast in a more stalking position.
We talked about this horse having some past races that put him in the mix here, and I do believe he does. Has 2 wins here at Oakland, but this type of race, Richie, is where you could really get a mixed bag. Like we had mentioned before, Uncashed was in a totally different ball game of quality of horses last time out, and then comes down to meet horses that he's easily gotten the better of. So when you're these kinds of horses... excuse me, like the 8 Sitka, where it seems like the right spot, it's an incredibly tough field from just a class perspective.
Well, it really is. And I mean, it definitely, the path to the winner's circle goes through the 7 uncashed. Now, I say this often, but it's the most genuine feeling. I like my horses the way I like my people, honest and hardworking. Uncashed, 13 for 25 lifetime for Larry Ravelli, who is one of the most successful horsemen out of the Midwest, over 2,000 career wins.
So we take a look at his last performance there at Tampa at the 6 furlong distance. A 6-horse field, got the lead as he does, showing that brilliant speed, and then just is able to get the victory, but it is closer than might appear. I remember seeing him run, of course, 2-back right here at Oakland Park, where that lead, that margin lead, it does shorten up, but he continues to do it against these types of fields. So I wonder if he's one of those horses that just does enough when it counts.
But it feels like he knows where the wire is, right? And even though it looks like, it's getting desperate, he still finds ways to get there first.
And just in the paddock looking at him, when you think about a speed horse, we're of course talking about the number 7 uncashed. Speed, speed, speed. Usually they're antsy, they're sharp, they're on their toes. He was so collected. He had a wonderful disposition, handled himself great. I was really impressed with how he took to the Oakland paddock for the first time, the last time I saw him, because it can be utter chaos in there. It's very claustrophobic, tight quarters. He's handled himself like a pro. I loved what I saw from him, and I think he's he's dangerous yet again in this race.
Well, looking at the 2-horse here, and that's Proprietary Trade. This horse can have some speed, but he's more of a kind of a stalking, closing type. If there's going to be an upset, that's kind of the direction I would go because of his versatility.
Right. He was a voided claim, though, last time out, in for $20,000 when he won by 7 lengths that day. And Mike Maker does this often, right? He'll claim off of a trainer like Chad Brown. He'll kind of reinvent the wheel a bit, put him in some lesser foes, and makes his margins and collects those checks as he does with these kinds of horses. Now, this horse is coming off of a layoff, and last time out, he laid up against a strong pace and then was able to just draw away beautifully. But I just wonder, off of a voided claim, looking at him physically, he's incredibly strong, but I just wonder if he's a touch overdone. And I would love to see him get a start under his belt, no doubt, knowing that if this race does set up with that speed on the front end, he could certainly run them down with a better effort.
Do you believe there's anybody in here fast enough to keep Uncashed busy early?
I believe the 1 could be. I don't find that he's the 1. I think is going to be the biggest threat. Is the 7 fastest? Absolutely. But from that inside post position, where else does Abel Cedillo go except forward?
Yeah, I mean, to me, it always simplified things. There's more urgency. You have to leave from the inside. I know you had a little bit of interest. Did you get a chance to talk with John Ortiz about the outside runner Sitka?
It's naturally going to make it more tactical, right? These horses are faster than the 8 Sitka, who does come off of a pretty solid layoff since June, and I thought he looked fit. He was athletic, he was moving well, does have a solid line of works here at Oakland Park, and he loves a wet track. He's 3 for 3 on a wet track with moisture in it, and he has some rateability. Let's see if he can make an upset here up there at 11-1.
Well, speaking of moisture, it's starting to rain. A little bit steadier, still light, but a little steadier. But let's head up to Matt Dinneman for the call of race 3.
Here, the same can be said for trainer Johnny Ortiz. We're ready to go. Sitka moving around in there. And they're off. Uncashed with a good beginning. Golden Luna's going to match him early on. Here's 5-0 somewhere down on the inside, right off of them. Proprietary Trade. He runs on the 4th spot with Sitka. Sweet as Sin drops back to be within 5 lengths of the lead here, and a gap of 3 to Dazzle Me Silver, who's the trailer. They're down the back stretch, Uncashed, speedy per usual, leads narrowly. The big long shot, Golden Luna, the longest shot in the race. So the favorite and the longest shot in the running are right together with Uncashed, narrow lead, but Golden Luna making it tough on him going into the 4th turn. Gap of 2. Proprietary Trade gets a really good trip off this contentious pacemaker. 5-0 somewhere down on the inside. Big space back to Sitka with Sweet as Sin, who's under a ride, and Dazzle Me Silver has yet to pass a runner. Uncashed lets it out with the reins shaking at him. Golden Luna begins a retreat. Proprietary Trade is coming on nicely in 2nd. They're off the turn. Uncashed needs to deal with Proprietary Trade, who's moving up on the outside. Golden Luna, the big long shot's dropping back and was a big problem for Uncashed, who's giving way now. Proprietary Trade trying to lug in towards the rail, leads the way and went so far in that 5-0 somewhere had to steady. Is now getting outside, but Proprietary Trade's got it. Proprietary Trade lugging in throughout, wins it though. 5-0 somewhere was 2nd, Sweet as Sin 3rd, Uncashed was 4th.
Proprietary Trade gets it done from off the pace with Christian Torres. He was trying to lug in pretty steadily through the stretch, and the 1 horse on the inside did steady. It always looked to me from the pan shot that he had some room, but you could see him lugging in here, and unfortunately Uncashed was done in by Golden Luna, who went on a suicide mission.
Right, and it's one of those things where Uncashed has handled some fast paces in the past, but it just didn't work out for him today. It was just too quick for him in the end, but Proprietary Trade, layoff was no issue. Came back in solid form off that voided claim, and it certainly set up in front of him. Looking right there This horse has had a history of lugging in, and I believe we have an inquiry, if they're not mistaken.
It sounds like Matt Ditterman announcing there is an inquiry. Now, without the benefit of the head-on, maybe the drone shot will show us better. He was lugging in. I always felt like the one had room in there, but he did steady, and I wasn't out there, so maybe that's a little unfair until I see a head-on.
We'll definitely update you if there are any changes in this race. It is a steward's inquiry in this race.
Well, we'll find out in a moment. There is an inquiry up as we speak, but let's head out to Tampa and Acacia Command in the paddock.
And getting ready for the first stake of the day, Richie, with the Lightning City coming up, sprinting on the turf for the fillies and mares. And I'll begin with the horse coming in off of a layoff, and that's the 3 Creed's Gold for Mark Casse, as this is a filly, or now mare, who ran an incredibly fast race last time out. Now, she'd run well prior to that, but that last win up at Woodbine in Grade 3 company was definitely the fastest that she has run, and it was when she was able to get to the front end and control things. She's going to be met with some very fast horses in here, drawn to her outside. I cannot see her getting the lead, but that being said, I am curious to see what she will do coming back off of the layoff. In the past, she had a similar type of layoff from June to January 24 to 25, and she did return with a win, though not as quick as what she had been running. So a very aggressive spot for her to return in stakes company and going 5/8, which can be taken as a good sign. Now, I was not actually in the paddock for the Intercontinental a couple races back, so I don't really have any notes to go back on comparing her. And while she's fit in here, she just strikes me as a bit anxious, a bit on the muscle, and a bit hot coming back off of the layoff. So again, I'm not certain if that's typical for her, but often when you see horses coming back off the bench and just feeling like they might need to shake off the rust a little bit, and especially when they get kind of washy. It is warm today, but she is warmer, especially behind and underneath the belly, than everybody else here in the field. So I'll keep my eyes on her, as she does seem to be, like I said, just a touch anxious here in the paddock. Looking at another runner, the number 6 Eturian, one of several that does come out of the Abujancha over at Gulfstream last time out, where Moonspun has been on a tear lately for Brian Lynch, won and would come back to win again with a 99 Beyer speed figure, improving 8 points in her subsequent start. Now, Eturian went to the lead that day. She is quick, and she did have pressure from the eventual winner, kind of dueled into submission, and while that one was able to kick on, she ended up fading. It's been a long time since she's seen the winner's circle, but she's a horse that has been right there. Her last couple of starts have maybe not been as quick or as impressive as some of her previous efforts have been, and at a variety of tracks. But I do think that she is interesting to try and turn things around, because she is largely very consistent, and she is sharp here in the paddock. Now, they settled down a bit once they got the tack on her. We'll see how this pace does play out, as we'll be sprinting on the turf coming up. Andy?
Thanks a lot, Acacia. A nice day down at Tampa. It's been a little chilly there the last couple weeks, but it seems like a much nicer day down there as they get ready for a 5-furlong turf sprint, the Lightning City, coming up in a little over 10 minutes as horses are leaving the paddock for race number 6. And here's a race unlike the others you've got right now, Sarah. 3-to-1 shots and a 7-to-2 shot between the 1, 3, 4, and 5.
The betting getting a bit more competitive as we move on with the card here, and I think this is one of those races that perhaps moving forwards from here on out, things get a little more interesting.
A lot of money for the 1 Glint going out for Amira Shishakli.
Did win 2 starts back and ran a similar kind of race last time out.
Has gotten some figures okay. Brewpub, he's good enough. He's dropping substantially for Eddie Barker.
He is, and this is one that has been facing a world of better horses than he's going to be running into today.
One horse that has no speed is the 4, Lost in Rome.
He's been consistent, but consistently not the type that necessarily gets himself to the winner's circle.
One who has nothing but speed is the 5, Leading Roll, which is why he's favored.
We'll see if anybody tries to challenge this one early. I think that he could be the clear leader.
You and I both thought in a fair racetrack, Sin Nombre could be a little interesting if you're looking for a pricier play.
Cuts back in distance, ran well 2 starts back behind Glint, but I don't see it for him today.
The long shot, Prince of Truth, goes out for Dana Saul.
Would have to improve dramatically.
And rounding out the field, pot of gold as Oscar Gomez looks for back-to-back wins. This one at a much bigger price.
Comes out of a race that a couple of these do. One by Glint, Centennial finishing second there, was far back.
Let's take a look at the number 3 in this race. I'm trying to find my place here right now. Brew Pub, I end up picking him on top. I'm not proud of it. I don't know if he can work out the right kind of trip. Eddie Barker's numbers dropping down substantially are not great. I just thought maybe he might have found a field he was just better than.
I agree with that. I think that he's one that he's been running against some competition tougher than he runs into today. I don't see the winning trip for him necessarily, a horse that has been able to be more forward at a mile, but now he's going the 6.5 furlongs, and I don't think he is going to be too forwardly placed in here, though he does draw better than the horse that I think will be in front early towards the inside more than Leading Roll. He would have to have a couple of horses, I think, try to be more
Clearly,
forward.
Leading Roll is much faster than him early, but I think it's up to Jamie Rodriguez and even Savine Savachi to both ride aggressively out of the gate. And even though the 5 Leading Roll is very likely, unless he has a terrible break, to be the speed, make him work for it. If you just sort of acquiesce and allow him to get to the front and go a 24 first quarter, it's almost impossible for him to lose. And if they allow that to happen, he's likely to win. And there's no doubt that he is the favorite because he is considered the controlling speed. And with the scratch of the 2, that seems likely to be the case as we head down to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll start with just talk about the 2 horses who are actually skipping a condition here, as the 5 and 6 are both non-2 life horses, but we'll talk about your favorite, who is just that, in Leading Roll, and obviously the less exposed of any of these runners in here for Rob Atras. He's gotten that customary Kendrick Carmouche warm-up, which is always good to see for a speed horse. He's a little bit of a smaller type, but again, he is a sprinter, so that's fine. He's a lot more quiet too, though, than what I had observed from him in the past when it came to his disposition in the paddock. I'm going to take him here just because of the way the track is, honestly. But as you guys were saying, Centennial is a little intriguing, even though he is a 2 life, but 2 for 32, so he doesn't often win, to say the least. He always looks fantastic. If I was blindly picking horses on appearances, I would land on Centennial, but he is who he is. But I thought, kind of complimented by the fact that even though he was beaten in 4th last time out, Confabulation, he was a favorite. He wired the field. Then we saw Flat On come back yesterday and win at the same level. And like you guys said, the 2 back for the 10 here that he's in ran well behind Glint. So I think, maybe could get a piece of this if Jose Lezcano kind of sticks to the rail. Obviously he doesn't have that much speed, but get him over to the rail, spend some time there, and hopefully he can pick up some pieces here on this racetrack, Andy.
Thanks, Maggie. We want to mention there was no change down at Oaklawn. The number 2 proprietary trade was the official winner, paying $5.80 to win. 2-1 to finish in race number 3 down at Oakland Park. As horses are getting ready to go to the gate, the number 3 taking more money right now at 5-2 Brew Pub, but no doubt Leading Roll and his speed is the favorite, and he's the horse to beat.
He is. We did see a situation earlier on in the card today where a horse that never was towards the inside was able to win, and he was your heavy favorite, and he was much the best in there. And maybe some feel as though a horse like Brew Pub, he has less of a disadvantage in terms of post position, and he does look like the best horse in this race. I just thought it would be tough to overcome his running style.
He also doesn't win. You're talking about a horse that's 5 for 66 with 17 seconds. That doesn't happen by accident. And I thought you made a reasonable point earlier by saying if we hadn't had this bias for this incredibly strong bias for 6 straight days, I'm not sure we'd be looking at this track as some sort of excessively biased. I think the problem, I don't even know at this point how much it's just the rail. It's that horses really aren't gaining ground.
You see it so much in the stretch when they turn for home. I think that that's really where you see those outside horses sputter a bit and just not really take hold of the surface as much as their inside counterparts, where it looks like they're on more of a conveyor belt by comparison.
All right, horses heading into the gate for race number 6. The favorite, the number 5 Leading Roll, just dipped up to 2-1. They'll get ready to break, and Chris Griffin will have the call of the start of the late pick 5.
Sin Hombre. Prince of Truth. Pot of Gold. Last to load. And in. All set. And they're off. Sin Hombre right to the front has got a head advantage. Brew Pub's going to join that leader, and here comes the speed of Leading Roll. Leading Roll, maybe a step slow, but now rushes to the front, and it's Leading Roll and Kendrick Carmouche. They're up by a half length. Sin Hombre is comfortable to just stalk from second. Just outside of them is Prince of Truth is a challenging third. Brew Pub has lost ground, is now in fourth. Up on the far outside, Lost in Rome, trying to be closer to the pace right there with Pot of Gold. And far, far back early, the trailer is Glint. They're tightly packed, and they work into the far turn, 23.39, and they tackle Leading Roll. Leading Roll is dropping back quickly there, is back to third, just got passed by the tandem of Prince of Truth to the outside and Sin Hombre. Leading Roll is trying to keep up, is back to fourth, as Brew Pub has now taken third, and the leader is Sin Hombre. Sin Hombre has got a neck advantage. Prince of Truth continue to give game chase. Outside of them, Brew Pub is trying to cut into the margin. They cut the rail, they reach the top of the stretch, and Sin Hombre is trying to open up. Prince of Truth, a stubborn long shot to the outside, is trying to gain on that leader. It's down to these two right now inside the final furlong. Lost in Rome starts to rally on Brew Pub, but Prince of Truth is trying to run by Sin Hombre. Prince of Truth at a massive number. Sin Hombre battles back towards the inside. Sin Hombre, Prince of Truth, give it to Sin Hombre. Sin Hombre and Prince of Truth, then came Brew Pub and Lost in Rome, and 1 minute 19 and fold.
Sin Hombre, an excellent aggressive ride by Jose Lezcano, and when the number 5 Leading Roll completely threw in the towel midway through the race, he inherited the rail, but Prince of Truth was game to the wire, took a very tough beat at a big price to be second, and Brew Pub did what he likes to do. Came along late for a minor share.
You can't argue that out of the gate there was some intent with Brew Pub. He just doesn't have that kind of early speed, and so no fault of the ride there. And Leading Roll just not good enough, not able to sustain the early advantage once he secured it. But I agree, Sin Hombre made some sense in here. I couldn't envision the winning trip for him, but Jose Lezcano was able to make it work, and you got 7-1 over 40-1 in here.
Well, I think all of us talked about Sin Hombre as a horse that could be interesting. It's just hard to project to this trip. The one thing I'd say, I do like that Jamie was aggressive out of the gate of Brew Pub. There was no reason to swing 3 or 4 wide in the turn. He should have stayed in the inside, tried to work out the trip from there. But being that it's Brew Pub, who knows if it really mattered. On the track for race number 6, the Lightning City, the one is Bahamian Moon, going out for Dennis Ward.
Goes back to regular jockey with Hess getting aboard, who's been aggressive with this horse.
The number 2 Yankee Dollar goes out. Where is he? Somebody really likes the number 1. There's the 2 Yankee Dollar.
It's hard to judge how he'll do in a sprint race on the grass because his only one was over a yielding surface. Cuts back.
Over a 7-month layoff for Creed's Gold.
Has some of the faster numbers in this race. Likes to be forward on the synthetic, and tough field, 2 back.
Does feel like there's a lot of pace in here. The 4 is Missoula for Kerry Raven.
One that isn't as likely to be a part of the pace, but I can't see in the winner's circle.
Heavily favored Love Appeals goes out for Miguel Clement.
She makes sense from a class standpoint for sure.
Should get the right kind of pace to run into Etrurian, taking some money for Joe Orsino.
Forward and Faded, maybe they change tactics this time out and go back to what worked better in the past.
Edgar Zayas in town to ride this horse. Following him is the 7, Spiteful Sis.
Another one that likes to be forwardly placed as well.
Another one with speed, too, is the one on the far outside, a long shot to Mars Legacy.
Limited starts on the grass, has been improving steadily on the synthetic, and definitely looks to be forwardly placed from that outside post.
Let's get more from Acacia.
And Love Appeals is favored, as you mentioned, and she will love any sort of early pace and be able to make her closing kick. Sammy Camacho will be back aboard as he rode her to victory at Monmouth in the Incredible Revenge a couple races back. She's always one that carries tremendous flesh and muscle condition. She kind of has that aggressive demeanor that I like to see in my turf sprinters. One big concern with her is that last time out, it seemed that she got a really good trip in the Abundancia, and then when tipped out, she didn't really kick on in the stretch there to finish third, but we'll see if she gets a better trip in here. She is your favorite, and as Sarah mentioned, she does have plenty of class to bring in here. Wanted to circle back to the 3 Creeds Gold. She did settle down a lot out there on the track. As I mentioned, she was a bit anxious back in the paddock. She had a solo warm-up under Sunny Leon, moving beautifully out there, so definitely elevated out on track as those two taking most of the attention. Andy?
Thanks, Acacia. Well, we know Acacia's staying neutral, but she's got a little rooting interest, of course, with her husband Miguel training the 5 Love Appeals. I just hope he doesn't expect her to unsaddle the horse and cool her out after the race. But she is the one to beat, and she is faster. But Creed's Gold does seem dangerous, but she's going to have to deal with a lot of speed outside of her, isn't she?
She is. I feel as though Love Appeals just, in all likelihood, trips out very well in this spot.
I completely agree. They're going to the gate. Our man Jason Beam with the call of the Lightning City.
Charlie Marquez. Charlie's got a winner today. DeMeyer's Legacy, Cipriano Gil to the outside to complete the line. DeMeyer's Legacy, she's going up, and she goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on in the Lightning City Stakes. DeMeyer's Legacy from the outside got away quickly. Missoula driving through between horses. Creed's Gold third toward the inside as Spiteful Sis was away in fourth. Love Appeals, the favorite's fifth right now, about 4 off the top. Then comes Etrurian, who goes around Bahamian Moon, who's back second last. 5 more to Yankee Dollar, who's void of early speed, 11 off the lead. DeMeyer's Legacy speeds to the far turn, just over a length in front of Missoula, Spiteful Sis. Creed's Gold stays down toward the inside. The favorite's in between horses here. Love Appeals, and meanwhile circling up outside of that one is Etrurian. 21.22 the opening quarter mile. DeMeyer's Legacy leads them around to the top of the stretch. Spiteful Sis now up to second. Back to third on the inside. Missoula, Etrurian trying to wind up. Creed's Gold spies the seam down at the inside. Love Appeals going to have to weave through some traffic. DeMeyer's Legacy. Creed's Gold down toward the inside trying to come through. Etrurian down the far outside and Love Appeals. Creed's Gold hit the front. Love Appeals trying to come between horses. Etrurian down the outside. Creed's Gold and Sunny Leon up the fence to win the Lightning City. Second was close. It might have been Love Appeals over Etrurian, but they were in a photo there right between them, DeMeyer's Legacy.
Boy, was this the tale of 2 trips. While the favorite Love Appeals spent the majority of the early running in significant traffic. Clear sailing up the rail for Sunny Leon and Creed's Gold. It wasn't the Derby, but it was a similar trip.
In a way, sure. I mean, he is not afraid to go to the fence with a horse that he thinks has a shot to win. Worlds of trouble for your favorite in here. Love Appeals update. She did not trip out in this spot. Seemed like she was going to be running late. She was able to, I think, get up for second there, but she had traffic the whole way
She
around.
did. She didn't have a punch when she got briefly
No,
clear.
she didn't.
But
I think it was too late by then,
Yeah,
though.
and the problem also is that when you're a closing sprinter, especially, turf sprinter, for the majority of them, they need to be outside in the clear to get that run, to get their momentum. She never got in a position where she could get her momentum going. And listen, the 3 Creeds Gold's got some good races, and she got a very good ride and trip in this race, and Mark Cassie just continues to pile up the wins wherever he is. We're heading to break after the 6th at Tampa. We'll be back with official results there and much more on America's Day at the Races. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, presented in part by NyraBets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime through NyraBets. And once again, we want to say we appreciate people's patience while the NyraBets was down, but things have been back up. But we appreciate your loyalty and your patience as well. It was a ding-dong battle down to the wire, and Sin Nombre gets it done. Prince of Truth, a tough luck second here.
Yeah, if you backed this one at 40-1, you were hoping that he was able to get up in the final strides, but a nice ride by Jose Lezcano on Sin Nombre to be able to get him over towards the inside in the late stages of this race, to have him more forwardly placed right off the main speed in leading role. As we take a look at the photo in just a moment, about half a head or so.
Yeah, I'd say a full head. I'll give him a full head. But tough beat for Prince of Truth, the long shot who finished second. But credit the connections of both Sin Nombre and Prince of Truth, who both got aggressive rides to get into the game. And, you know, maybe it's being forward a little bit more today than necessarily the rail, even though Sin Nombre ended up down towards the inside. He spent a lot of times chasing on the outside, so maybe it's more about being forward at this point. Big long shots running 1-2 for an exacta that was over $200 for $1. I don't know about you, Sarah. I am very surprised to see Baron of Sealand the favorite, because it's not even like he's the speed. I mean, I understand if he was like the main speed. He seems like an odd favorite.
I don't know if people are taking the inside bias a little bit too literally with going towards a horse that does draw the rail, and Ruben Silveira can be plenty aggressive, but I thought that Morlock had the potential to be in front of him early on.
I don't disagree, and also the 8 Confabulation is not that slow either, so while things will play out, this is a much more competitive race coming up in race 7. Heading into the winner's circle for race number 6, a place that Mark Casse is getting very comfortable these days as Creed's Gold gets it done. Sonny Leon with the mount. Let's get more from Acacia.
And with Sonny Leon here in the winner's circle, as you've been riding a lot for Mark Casse, and it seems like you guys have a really good relationship together.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, he's supporting me in this meeting. We're doing great. Thanks God we got the first day together. And I'm blessed by God. You know, the all opportunity come from Mark Casse, every single trainer in Tampa Bay Downs, and we are having such a good meeting this year.
And with Creed's Gold, this mare here, a nice ground-saving trip that really seemed to be the big difference maker for her.
Yeah, well, I was a little worried because she came from layoff, and then that's a little concern for me. Plus, she was winning races 6 full on 6.5, and now we go 5A and coming back from the layoff, like I say. I put in charge before the race, I 1 meter allowed, and she break charge. I had such a nice tree, I could say ground. That's the main thing on this surface and grass. I just wait for my moment, and she's flowing.
Warming up, she really seemed to float over the track and really leveled herself nicely. That had to give you confidence in that warm-up.
Yeah, for sure. She's looking to grow.
Creed's Gold, 9-5, pays $5.60 to win. Actually, not a bad exacta with the chalk running second, $12.60 for $2. Love Appeals, not exactly the cleanest of trips, but an excellent ride by Sonny Leon on Creed's Gold, 3.58. You were a little interested in the 8, the long shot, who actually ran very well to finish third, just narrowly beaten for second. As we head down to Oaklawn, where horses are on the track for race number 4. These are maiden claimers going 6 furlongs. Not a lot of form to be had in this race, and a track that appears to be sealed. It's not clear how much moisture is in the track. They're still listing it as fast. The long shot Naiad breaks from the rail for Cameron Milligan.
Improved quite a bit in that second start, but I don't think enough to be competitive here.
One of the major players, Ducat, goes out for Ray Ashford.
Showed some forward position last time out in just the first start.
Tyler Bacon with the mount. Legal Lightning, the favorite. Lindsey Schultz.
Showed some speed over a sloppy and sealed track 2 back at Churchill, but not forward last time.
Abel Cedillo has the mount. Greg Compton and J.C. Joseph Belmere team up on Everlasting Lover.
A little bit green in that first start. Would need to mentally mature in this one.
5 is scratched. The 6, Cravella DeVille.
Claimed away from trainer Mark Casse, who we just saw win at Tampa.
Not great numbers for that trainer off the claim. The number 7, Dance When You Can. Dallas Stewart, our man.
Blinkers go on.
The 8, a long shot, Street Twirl, coming in from out of town for John Ortiz.
Did show some speed in that debut.
Steve Asmussen, second-time starter, the 9, Lonely Woman.
We'll see what we get from this one, who just faded from a third to finish fourth last time out.
Not a bad price right now on the number 10, Rambunctious Riley, who goes by. The 11 is Yes Julia for Donnie Von Hemel.
Just the second start on the dirt for this one. Didn't improve with switching surfaces.
Long shot, Compassionata, Nishta, rounds out the field.
That dreaded Bayer donut last time out, I would have a tough time making a case for this one.
Dreaded Bayer donut. No donuts are dreaded to me, Sarah. Let's head down to Meg.
Well, Mig left me on my lonesome here, but this is an interesting race. He'll, of course, return back on race number 6, but nice group of maidens here, and I agree with Andy. It's number 2, Ducat, not to be confused with Decode from the Ray Ashford Jr. barn, who I thought, to me, especially with the price that you're getting at 9-2 right now, dwindling there around that 5-1, 9-2 price range. I really like this horse, and I liked what I saw from her in the paddock, as she is a daughter of essential quality with quite the engine behind her. I really liked her on debut, and I like her even more now that I do find she's taken a step forward. As the rain is certainly coming down behind me, I would assume that the track is going to be probably changed from fast here very shortly as the rain continues to come down. But as far as the number 2, Ducat, has been working steadily. Her second dam was actually grade 1 placed, graded stakes winner Grammy 6, and this the first foal out of that strong mandate dam to get to the racetrack, and I'm just really impressed with her. Good debut to start. She was well meant behind a Brissette, second timer, first time getting blinkers, that horse, and I think she's going to take another step forward. But the number 3, Legal Lightning, taking favoritism now at 5-2 for the Lindsay Schultz barn, who's been doing incredibly well here at Oakland Park. This Bold Dioro filly, who I think will certainly have some early speed getting back to that two-back effort on the sloppy sealed surface, dropping down in class, first time in for a tag, of course getting that Lasix, and she's been consistent. Physically, last time out, I thought she was very much the fit out-and-out sprinter profile, as Lindsay Schultz is very good at preparing her maidens, and the same story with her. And I agree as far as her taking the money she is, but I didn't find that she had any overt edge on a horse like the number 2. The number 9 for the Steve Asmussen barn, that's going to be Lonely Woman, just a really strong, well-made daughter of Daredevil, a short-bodied individual, the first foal to race from the dam, who was also unraced. And I think this horse will show a little bit more speed. I will say this when it comes to Miss Ida B, who won that maiden 50 she was in last time out, as I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I'm listening to the over by Matt Dinnerman. We might have a late scratch, more on that in a moment, but exits that January the 2nd race where it broke from the outside, was 3 wide, and then just kind of one pace, seemingly on a treadmill. But I'm hoping this filly will take another step forward, as she's tactically meant for some incredibly strong connections and made a strong impression physically in the paddock. Andy?
Thank you, Meg, as we did just see a bit of an incident on the racetrack, so we'll keep abreast. I'm not sure who that is. Can you tell,
For
Sarah?
Everlasting Lover, I believe that one was a horse who was a bit green first time out, just the second start, lost the rider there. And
You sure? Those silks, are you, okay. Oh.
It seemed like the 4 was the one who lost the rider.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll get more
Who
information.
knows? We'll see.
I think both you and Meg like the 2 Ducat.
I'm kind of surprised that this one isn't your favorite. We'll see how things ultimately shake out when the race is run. But I thought ran very well professionally, fought for some position in that first race, and just has been a little bit quicker than a horse that we're going to see that is your current favorite in Legal Lightning, though that one having more experience.
Did duel with the winner of that race, and I don't disagree. I wonder how much pressure she's going to take from the number 11, Yes Julia. I don't love the horse who finished third, but I don't know how much hairs you want to split in this race. I don't have a big problem with Legal Lightning. I thought the 2 and 3 were probably the 2 major players, much like the public.
Yeah, they seem like the ones that just make a lot of sense in here. And I wonder what the tactics are with Legal Lightning drawing outside of a horse who could be forward in Ducat, because they weren't as forwardly placed with this horse last time out as the favorite. It didn't work out for them. Maybe they go back to wanting some more early speed to be shown, because it seemed like that was a better tactic for them to back.
And that was on a sloppy sealed track, and they can list this track as fast, but it feels like there's enough moisture in this track that it's probably not fast anymore. It is sealed, of course. Still waiting to find out the situation, but we do want to talk a little about Aqueduct as well, as we are just a little under 10 minutes away from race number 7. And I think both of us are extremely surprised to see, well, the favorite is the 6, Baron of Sealand, and even Corvino. I do not like Corvino in this race. Thought this horse rode a gold rail last time, got a terrific ride from Kendrick Carmouche, and was simply not good enough. Was it a decent field? Yes, but I don't want to bet a horse that ran just a week ago and took advantage of being inside.
I like him a little bit more than you do, but I agree. As the favorite in here, he's tough to take, and he doesn't project to have any early speed whatsoever. A horse that just hasn't been one to show forward position pretty much throughout his career overall. I thought that it was interesting that Linda Rice decided to keep him at this level and run him back quickly. At the same time, though, I agree that number last time out benefited by where he was positioned on the racetrack.
Yeah, quickly, I think it was the 8 Street Twirl we saw lose the rider, as that one is a late scratch hanging the gate. Yeah, you do like Corvino more than I do. I'm not a fan. And the horse that you do like is Baron of Sealand, but I don't think you ever expected him to be this short. And judging by multi-race bets, both he and the 6 are going to vie for favoritism until post time.
Agreed. And he's one that I like, again, a bit more than you do. I actually went to the number 2 Morlock on top, who I thought could end up being the pace setter in here. And I felt as though we're seeing Jose Lezcano adapt to how this racetrack is playing, as evidenced by that win in the last race with a horse that I didn't necessarily project to be sitting right off of your pace setter. Well, Morlock, to me, seems like the horse that's the likeliest speed in here, and he does draw well with an inside more post.
I think he may be because of the rider, but I think Confabulation is faster than he is. The 8, we'll just see how they ride the race. My problem with Morlock is, as much as I respect Linda Rice, and you know how much I respect Linda, I don't want horses claimed away from trainer Eddie Keneally. Eddie Keneally is an exceptional trainer and a very hard trainer to claim from. Over the last 5 years, 112 horses claimed off of Eddie Keneally that came back to run the dirt. Only 12 winners with a 63-cent ROI for every $2 bet. At the end of the day, I don't like to bet on horses claimed away from trainers that are as tough as Eddie Keneally. I hear what you're saying with Morlock, and you may be absolutely right, and I think your idea of taking horses that are forward has proven to be a good one. It's worked well for you, and you're absolutely right on that. I worry about that a little bit, and I got to tell you, I don't know that Confabulation is going to make the lead, but should he really be 16-1?
No, I think that he's being a little bit undervalued in here as a horse that, if anything happens with Morlock, at the same time, he's one that Morlock isn't necessarily not, right? Because he won for that $30,000 tag last time out.
Yeah, I like the 4 Sergeant Caps, but I'm going to need a horse to win from a little bit off the pace. Into the gate for race number 4 at Oaklawn. Matt Dinnerman has the call.
Still working with Yes Julia. Cravala DeVille walking forward. To the outside, Compassionista rounds out the group. We're ready to go. And we're off. An eventful break for all the runners in the race. Yes, Julia going to the lead. Lonely Woman to the outside right there. But Yes, Julia clears off from Lonely Woman. Legal Lightning to the inside, moving up. Level second with Lonely Woman and Rambunctious Riley, who's 3 deep. There's a gap of 3 to Naiad, who's off the pace, is 6 lengths off the lead early. Another 2 lengths to Everlasting Lover. Cravala DeVille between horses now. And Street Twirl, who's outside. Length and a half to Ducat is at the back of the field with Compassionista as they go into the far turn. Yes, Julia still clear on the lead and opens up 2.5 lengths with 3 furlongs to go. Yes, Julia says, come and catch me if you can on the lead. Rambunctious Riley into second now. Lonely Woman third is retreating here while under a hard ride. Another 2 lengths back in the field to Legal Lightning, who's calling it a day. She did not fire her best shot, it appears. They're off the turn. Yes, Julia still on top. The margin's 3 lengths with a furlong to go. Ducat from the back of the field is unleashed, and she's coming with a ferocious rally now. Ducat from last to first grabs the lead with a 16th left to go. Ducat switches leads, levels off, runs away. It's Ducat to break the maiden. Ducat in the slop under Tyler Bacon wins by 3 over Naiad in second. Yes, Julia tires to third, and Lonely Woman was fourth.
Well, according to Matt Dinnerman, it was sloppy down there at Oaklawn. Not sure what they're labeling it, but talk about a horse, Sarah, that was much the best. Ducat completely blew the break and circled the field to win authoritatively.
It seemed like this race was over for this one at the start, where she just did not get out of the gate whatsoever. And even though the main rival to this one didn't fire whatsoever, even with kind of a more passive ride, It seems as though Ducat was just so much better than the rest of these horses that she was facing. To make that kind of move at a lower level like this in just your second start, I'm impressed.
Good call by both you and Meg here as Ducat feels like a generous 3-1 as we switch quickly to the post parade for the 7th at Aqueduct. Baron of Sealand coming out to lead the field. Ruben Silvera riding for Rudy Rodriguez.
Not able to get the victory as a heavy favorite last time out.
The number 2, your top selection, Morlock, goes out for Linda Rice. Is Jose Lescano looking for back-to-back wins?
I expect him to be in front early on.
Number 3 is Scratch, left him behind. The number 4, Sergeant Caps, I scratched into as my top choice. A horse that was against it last time, Jamie Rodriguez.
He'll have to do better than his last race, but not impossible.
Big price on Knox, who went by. The number 6, Curvino, the current 3-2 favorite for Linda Rice and Kendrick Armouche.
That price is a bit ridiculous for a horse who has no early speed.
Wow, I don't get it at all. Magnificent Rags, a long shot going out. He goes by, and the number 8 is Confabulation.
He's the price that's the interesting horse in this race for sure.
I don't like him particularly, but he shouldn't be this price.
This is ridiculous.
If it was a fair racetrack, I'd be very interested in the 9, Sinister Smile.
And maybe he's the one that you want to bet back out of this race, given that he is drawn towards the outside.
See what happens? We'll see what Maggie's thinking as we head down to the paddock.
Actually, trackside. Here as they approach the gate, as we'll take a look at a horse not named Curvino, who, by the way, he looks fantastic. And considering he's coming back here on 8 days rest, he was 3rd best in my estimation in that last race. He does make a good impression. This is something that Linda Rice is so adept at bringing horses back off of short layoffs. Now, given the track, I understand the positive attributes of number 2, Morlock, but I also understand the intangibles quite intimately that Andy was talking about when it comes to trainer Eddie Keneally. And one thing from my perspective that I can often observe is that consistently, pretty much every time an Eddie Keneally horse has shown up throughout my career, they always look best in the paddock. They might not be the fastest horse, but they always look best. And while I've never seen Morlock before, I can guarantee you he does not look as good as what he did in that win, that dominant win. He totally blitzed them last time when he finally broke through and start number 11 in the maiden 30, dropping down. Look, I don't mind him getting back to a 1-turn mile. He's kind of built for it. He has that energy for it, but he's got that long, wispy coat to him. I wish his weight looked a bit better. So as he makes his first start here in New York, and look, 5-1 is a more than okay price on him, I'll take the wait and see approach, as I do really like what I'm seeing from number 4, Sergeant Caps, on the racetrack. As Andy pointed out, totally against it last time. He broke outside in a large field and was never able to get over on a day where you wanted to be on the rail on February 5th. He looked good in the paddock. He looked even better on the track. He is so pumped up out there. I love to see it, and hopefully he is able to get just a little bit more of a forward position, which we know that he can attain given his performances prior to his last. And then number 9, Sinister Smile, as he stretches out in distance. Not to say that he's going to necessarily be on the lead. No, he's not. But he should be more forward, getting more ground to work with. And as the horses first came into the paddock, I thought he probably looked best of any of these. And like I said, Andy, I think getting back out to a mile maybe puts him a more even playing field when it comes to that early position.
Thanks, Maggie. We'll see how things play out. And you'd have to think the Coca-Cola is going to be aggressive with Confabulation. We'll see how aggressive Jose Lescano is. An interesting race coming up, a more competitive race. You like the 6, Convino, more than I do. I wish I could book him at 7-5. We'll see who's right. Chris Griffin has the call.
Population. Knox goes in. Sinister Smile, last to load. And in. All set. And they're off. Breaking inward was Baron of Sealand. Morlock is in the early lead, and in between horses, here comes now Moving forward, Sergeant Caps wants to apply some pressure, and Sergeant Caps goes head-and-head with Morlock. They're 1-2. Just off of them is Confabulation, now sitting in third. Sinister Smile is to the outside of Baron of Sealand. They're going to be fourth and fifth. Another gap, back 3.5 lengths to Magnificent Rags, Curvino, and Knox at the back end of the field. 23.04 for the opening quarter mile. Morlock has the lead. Sergeant Caps in close pursuit. Confabulation 3 wide in third. Baron of Sealand is starting to pick things up, is at the rail in fourth. Just behind them, losing some ground with Sinister Smile. Big gap, another 5. Back to Magnificent Rags. Curvino is far back, second to last. And still trailing is Knox. Morlock and Sergeant Caps, they continue to go at it, and Sergeant Caps is ready to go. Sergeant Caps is now challenging these two head-and-head back and forth. Baron of Sealand is now taken third. Magnificent Rags and Confabulation to the outside is ready to challenge and now puts a nose in front. Baron of Sealand is coming back to take that third position away. Morlock to the inside. Sergeant Caps to the outside. They reach the top of the stretch. 46.25 for the half. And Sergeant Caps and Morlock continue to duke it out, but Morlock is back in front. It's Morlock trying to put Sergeant Caps away, and all the time, Baron of Sealand is now rolling down the center of the racetrack. Baron of Sealand has caught the two leaders. Baron of Sealand, Morlock battles onto the inside and reclaims second over Sergeant Caps, but Baron of Sealand trips out, and Baron of Sealand gets the win. Baron of Sealand over Morlock, then came Sergeant Caps and Curvino for fourth in 1 minute 38.33 seconds.
Well, Baron of Sealand ended up drifting up to 9-2, got a very juicy trip behind the two battlers, and horses that spent time on the rail dominated this race. The 1-2 finish, Baron of Sealand getting it done. Curvino, the heavy favorite, was a no-factor fourth.
He was far back and just trying to close out in the middle of the racetrack. That's not the position that you want to be in, and he got 9-2 on this horse, Baron of Sealand, who benefited greatly from his position right behind your two front runners. A good place to be in on a normal day, even better when you're able to save all that ground.
Absolutely a dominant winner of race number 7, 9-2 on Baron of Sealand. Ruben Silvera getting the win, 1-2-4 in race number 7. As we head down to Tampa for race number 7, we will get more on this race, a claiming race at 6 furlongs as we head down to Acacia.
Yeah, allowance optional claiming coming up here, and a lot of eyes on the number 7, Little Thunder, as he and a few others come back in just 14 days. He was fast and impressive, breaking his maiden first time out, and then as he stepped up to face winners for the first time, he ran into a horse by the name of Disruptor for Todd Pletcher, who was coming back off of a layoff and had run very well against the likes of Sovereignty and Japan Street last year. So I give him credit for finishing second that day. He did appear to be the other horse that afternoon. Great muscle, great energy on the relatively quick turnaround, coming back in just 2 weeks. Cipriano Gale just kept him jogging out there on the track in the warm-up, kept him moving, which I appreciate. Now, I had commented last time, and I still feel this today, he's built like a horse that wants to go longer rather than shorter, but he's so fast, and I think that speed is why they're keeping him sprinting. One thing I will note, he was not the quickest out of the gate last time out before hustling up to the front end and to go forward. So watch his break today, as he did break very quickly on debut. Now looking at a couple of others, the number 3, More Spring Spirit, comes off the back of a win last time out. The horse that finished second did come back to win again, though regressing on the buyer's scale by 3 points. But this horse was able to get to the front and always was clear every step of the way. Now, he is a horse that is fast. He's got one way of going, and his worst race recently was when he missed the break 2 starts back and had to hustle up. So again, speed going to be the name of the game for him in here, but he's really strong. He's a burly sprinter type of build, is outfitted with a burr on the right cheek. So to apply a little bit of extra pressure, maybe for a horse that might have the tendency to drift, can also give a jockey a lot more control for ones that are so fast early, and can understand how More Spring Spirit might fall into that category. Finally, the number 10, In Sky We Trust, finished third behind More Spring Spirit last time, but that was his first start off of a layoff from October. He's a horse that is now a 9-year-old. I remember him on the NYRA circuit a few years back when he was really popular at the claim box, and I have to give this guy credit. Now at the age of 9, he looks sensational. Always used to be my complaint with him was that he didn't necessarily carry the greatest weight. He looks very strong and well muscled behind the saddle today, which I appreciate and I think should move forward. Second time off of that little bit of a layoff and might get a little bit of a better trip today. Andy?
Thank you, Acacia. Horses are almost in the gate for race number 7. Heavily favored number 7 horse in here, Little Thunder. You thought Go Auto Go might be a live long shot. I thought the 4 God With Us might be a live long shot. Jason Beam has the call.
Sky We Trust. Sammy Camacho for Jeffrey Englehart in the house purple colors to the outside going in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Bit of an awkward start there for Call Shad. More Spring Spirit shows out first. Little Thunder, the favorite, was away in good order. P4 up from the far outside. Vinsanity and in Sky We Trust right there in that second flight. It is More Spring Spirit narrowly in front of Little Thunder, who presses in second. Vinsanity's put a nose into third. Out wide in Sky We Trust. Then comes P4. Doroteo's advancing down toward the fence. Between horses, Go Auto Go. Then comes God With Us, who's second last. Call Shad after the slow beginning is the trailer, but just 7 lengths front to back as they run to the far turn. 21.92 seconds over this quick course today, and it's More Spring Spirit. Little Thunder right up alongside, and Little Thunder now on level terms with More Spring Spirit past the 5/16. They're 3 clear now. Vinsanity, who's back in third. 2.5 more to Go Auto Go, and P4 as Little Thunder tries to put away More Spring Spirit. Little Thunder to the top of the stretch, a length in front of More Spring Spirit, who's second. They're 4 clear of Go Auto Go, who emerges up from third, trying to run on Doroteo down toward the fence. Vinsanity and P4 Little Thunder arriving at the 16th pole, a clear 4-length advantage. More Spring Spirit going to try to hold second. Little Thunder is a runner. Little Thunder wins it here in easy fashion by about 6 in the end. More Spring Spirit second, Doroteo third, P4 fourth, and fifth Vinsanity.
Rest was no problem for Little Thunder as he absolutely trounced the field and made 7-5. Sarah looked like a bit of an overlay.
Best on paper and ended up being the best out on the racetrack, able to sit just off of your pace setter, who was one of the other favorites in here, and he poured it on towards the end of this race, just seemingly very easy for him to get the victory, and a horse that seemed faster than the others.
Gets it done impressively. Sarah, thank you so much. It's been fun going through these races. Greg Wolf and Jonathan Kinchin will carry you the rest of the way. We've still got a few to go here at Aqueduct. Got some racing at Tampa, some racing at Oakland, some racing at Laurel. Plenty of action left on America's Day at the Races, including our Safe Florida Sandy with the wine country. More to come. Enjoy the rest of America's Day at the Races.
Nestled behind the gates of Hillendale Farm at Alapa, you can find a cabin-like 5,000 square foot home called the Treehouse. It's a new one-of-a-kind getaway destination located in the heart of horse country. The home offers hewn beams, flooring made from lumber harvested from Maker's Mark's original rickhouse. A room with vintage horse saddles, the collection includes one that belonged to the king of rock and roll himself, Elvis Presley. You can enjoy a drink or a meal on the back screened porch or one of 4 decks that overlook the tranquil Stoner Creek. Upon request, reservations can be purchased to experience an inside look of a working thoroughbred farm with a tour of Hillendale. The Treehouse now offers a unique place to stay on the grounds that house the famed Kentucky Stallion Station and Thoroughbred Nursery of Hillendale at Alapa.
Back with you on our Fox Sports coverage, brought to you by Hillendale at Alapa. We brought you our coverage earlier this morning as well from the Saudi Cup and that victory by Forever Young. Incredible performance. Greg Wolf alongside Jonathan Kinchin. Going to recap what we saw earlier today over in Riyadh. And, of course, stakes action still to come. Safe Florida Sandy here. Oakland, Tampa as well.
Yeah, we got a lot going on. A lot going on. It's one of my favorite days when they race in the desert. You get like a full day of racing, you know. So Forever Young is pretty darn good.
Just incredible. Putting together a very rare campaign that is worthy of remembering him for a long, long time to come. Baron of Sealand, Rudy Rodriguez, Ruben Silveira with the victory in race 7 here in this 50,000 starter allowance. Now 3 wins, 10 starts.
Yeah, ran pretty well last time, going a little bit longer, cuts back here and finds that mile distance to be just right for the current version of Baron of Sealand. And he was able to get the job done here. And what I would project will likely be his lifetime best race.
So wins convincingly here. And this racetrack, it looks like starting to level out, play a little more fair than we've seen the last week or so.
Yeah, I mean, occasionally, you know, I think that sometimes track bias can come with drastic weather. And as that kind of normalizes a little bit, then it's easier for track maintenance to get the track to be a little bit more fair, and that can come with time.
$11.38 for the win here in the 7th. We move on to the 8th one-turn mile. First level allowance race for 4-year-olds and up in the 6. Bold Strength, Brad Cox comes off a maiden win, career start number 2. That was off about a 6-month layoff as a 4-5 favorite. So now we'll get winners for the first time.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll have to deal with a pretty talented horse to the inside and shadow banking as well for Chad Brown. So it feels like the race is going to be run between those 2 horses. And I would assume that they'll be the first and second choice.
We're going to take a timeout. When we return, stakes action from Laurel Park in Maryland. Barbara Fritchie, 7 furlongs, fillies and mares, 4 and up. And that was just leaving your screen. Take the money, honey. 6 for 8 lifetime win machine, trying to win a 3rd in a row on this racetrack when we come back. They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion-making tradition. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including Champions National Treasure, Corniche, Abel Tasman, and recent Grade 1 winners Hope Road and Clicquot. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Witness history.
Sandman is getting a little bit closer with Hypnus.
Greatness.
Here comes Cole Battle and Juan Vargas rolling towards the lead.
And legends in the making.
Cole Battle, the story continues. Cole Battle does it.
Sunday, March 1st at the 2026 Rebel Stakes. Watch champions rise on the road to the Kentucky Derby and compete for a $1 million purse. It's all happening just a short drive away at Oakland Hot Springs. Plan your stay today and come join the fun.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Stakes action from Laurel Park in Maryland. Barbara Fritchie in this Distaff Sprint Division, or Filly Mare Sprint Division. Here's Dry Powder, who was last seen in the Breeders' Cup Distaff for Chad Summers with Hughes Price in that beat by Scylla, 8-5 favorite here.
Doesn't have a lot of early speed from that inside draw, and the inside not typically, historically, where you want to be at Laurel.
Next door with the scratches of the 2 and 3, even money. Take the money, honey. 6 for 8 lifetime, as we mentioned, going to break.
Yeah, wire to wire last time, but that was going a little bit longer, and the pace wasn't all that fast. Don't quite trust this one at a short price.
Bolt Anori, Stephen Churcott barn.
Yeah, this one just has to get faster to beat the inside 2 horses.
And even more so the case for this one. Juba's Parade does not seem to have any race that puts her in contention.
No, like not one that even puts her in the mix here.
And Passage East outside, 3-1. 7-time winner, has won 7 of the last 8.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a good alternative. The problem is still probably needs to get a little bit faster. But I think if you want to be against the 1 from the inside draw and not having a lot of early speed and against the 4 off of that, got a easy trip last time, I suppose the 7 would be the alternative. The problem is that the 4, if you want to take a shot against the 4, you wish you had a little bit more to grab onto with some of these other horses.
And you look at that impressive win streak as you see those prices at Tampa Bay Downs, a little Thunder the win, $4.80 for the victory. So Passage East, yeah, that's pretty gaudy. 7 wins, last 8 starts. But that last win didn't beat Bolt Anori by all that much, who's 15-1 in this race.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely want to take that, and the figure wasn't all that fast either, so you want to take that into consideration. It feels like Passage East is possible to win if the 4 and the 1 don't show up. I think if one of those 2 horses, the 1 or the 4, run kind of their good race, I don't think the 7 is quite good enough for that. Now, we've seen it before where the top 2 horses, circumstances don't work out, where they don't run well. But I would like a little bit better than 5-2, Wolfie. A lot of times you look at alternatives to try to beat the favorites. You look at the 8-5 and the even money. I want better than 5-2 if I'm going to try to beat those horses.
Now this one here, off the bench, last seen, Del Mar Breeders' Cup Distaff, overmatched in that performance. But look, deserved to be there off this runner-up performance in the Cotillion. And before that, an impressive win at Parks.
Yeah, I mean, beating, having the win at Parks and then being a close second to Clicquot. This horse obviously has a lot of talent and definitely has some class. But I wonder if this is her best distance. Is she going to be better going a little bit shorter? I mean, a lot of times you see with 3-year-olds, whether it be the Colts or the Fillies, they're kind of trying to go long because all the big races for 3-year-olds typically are long outside of the handful of grade 1s we have for 3-year-olds sprinting. And I think what happens is a lot of times you can then take a step back and decide, all right, let's try to go a little bit shorter now as an older horse. And maybe that's what Chad Summers is deciding. Maybe he's saying that we've got a good horse and she was actually doing good things, going distances she doesn't love. And maybe she's going to like to go a little bit shorter. But, man, she's really kind of up against it from a race dynamic standpoint, being drawn to the inside, not having a lot of early speed.
Short price off the bench. She's shown some speed sprinting in the past. So we'll see what they opt to do here from the rail. And, obviously next door, the 2 comes out, who was quick, as you see on the right-hand side of your screen. Oaklawn, and they're approaching
post time very soon for race 5 coming up. As you get a look at the 3 ethical judgment in that 5th race at Oaklawn. It is the 2 Sir Exton, Mike Stidham barn. Favored at 3-1 right now. There's Global Empire. You could kind of go to not really a lot taking money in this race. Really, it's the inside 2. Ultimate Strike, the 1, the 2 Sir Exton. Here's the 6 Mighty Atlas at Oaklawn for Wayne Potts.
Thought that was a little interesting. It was closing into a slow pace last time. Maybe we'll appreciate a little added ground.
Yeah, good wet track record. The 7 Icarus goes by. Here's Hot Gunner, the 8. Making the 4-year-old debut coming up. Texas Hot Red. Matt Cantramachi barn showing up more and more in Hot Springs. Struggled at this level last start. And then Bolt at Midnight. Chris Hartman barn. Here's the 10.
He's been bad in his last 2 starts. They had him at 5-1 on the morning line, and right now he's 9-1 on the board, drifting up a little bit.
Last 2 here, Critical Threat off the claim. Does not, well, it has a race at Keeneland on a wet track that makes that one a little interesting at a price. And then 22-1 with Ember outside for John Ortiz.
Yeah, interesting on the trainer change, but taking absolutely no money.
All right, back to Laurel. Barbara Fritchie, Dry Powder. Last seen struggling the Breeders' Cup Distaff after a runner-up in the Grade 1 Cotillion. The return for her 4-year-old season here for Chad Summers as a short-priced favorite. Let's go to Dave Rodman for the call.
Passage East. Line up for the Barbara Fritchie Stakes. And they're off in the Barbara Fritchie. Dry Powder out first, along with Take the Money Honey and Passage East right there on the outside. The trio sorting out as Dry Powder now takes the initiative just a neck in front from Take the Money Honey. Left right alongside of her. Passage East off that top pair, racing in 3rd position. Another 4 back, and it's Bolt Enery second to last. And the great Juba's Parade is in the back of this bunch. Only 7 or 8 lengths will cover front to back. Dry Powder, Take the Money Honey, keeping a bit of pressure on for the outside. Dry Powder leads the way. Heading into the far turn. Here's Passage East in good striking range if good enough. In 3rd as they round the far turn. Into the turn they roll. And so it's Dry Powder. Take the Money Honey applying mild pressure now and ask the question. Passage East moving up on the outside at that top pair. Passage East to make 3 across the track. Midpoint on the turn. Bolt Enery is in 4th. Then back to Juba's Parade. They race to the top of the stretch. Passage East gliding up on the outside. Take the Money Honey's trying to stay with her. And Dry Powder back 3rd and driven on the inside. They're at upper stretch. Passage East to Take the Money Honey. Down to the inside, still right there. Take the Money Honey in a real battle with Passage East on the outside. They're head to head. Take the Money Honey. Passage East. They're nose and nose up and down. Get the photo finish camera ready. Passage East Dry on the inside is Take the Money Honey. Photo, photo, photo. Passage East or Take the Money Honey, then Dry Powder, and then Juba's Parade. Photo in the Fritchie.
Well, to me, it looked like outside, and if it is, that's 8 of the last 9. Picture time for Passage East, the 7.
That was a heck of a stretch duel between 2 horses that didn't want to lose, and you'll notice the price on the 7 did drift up a little bit. I think 5-1 when I saw him in the stretch, a little bit more, a little bit easier to swallow than what we saw prior to them getting into the gate. Some late money on the 4 helped the price on the 7. I agree with you. I think the 7 on the outside.
Terrific stretch duel between this Maryland specialist, Take the Money Honey. 6 for 8 lifetime, but it does look like she may have got beat here. We will wait to make it official from our angle, which is tough to see. Did look like Passage East. Again, we'll keep you updated. In the meantime, to Oaklawn, they just broke moments ago. Matt Ditterman, race 5.
Side Ember rounds out the group. We're ready to go. And we're off. Sir Exton broke terribly there. Leapt in the air at the start and is well out of it. Sir Exton in the early stages. Good pace on the lead for 1 1/8 here, and Bolt at Midnight's going to stride in front, and the rider's trying to ration his speed, but he's very quick. Opens up 4 lengths, approaching the first turn run. Hot Gunner runs in second. Global Empire third. Ember 3 wide with that pair as they charge into the turn. Big Commerce, he's racing in midfield. 1.5 clear of Texas Red Hot. To the outside is Critical Threat, and then comes Ultimate Strike on the inside. He's 3 better than Mighty Atlas. 4 clear of the gray Icarus, who's a joint second to last with Sir Exton, and Ethical Judgment is at the back. They're flying on the lead. Bolt at Midnight went 22 and 4/5 seconds for the first quarter mile. The half's going to be pretty speedy too. He's opened up 8 lengths on the field, at least probably 10 lengths ahead of the second place horse. 46 and 1 for that half. It's going to be really tough for this horse to keep this up. He's a dozen lengths clear now. In the second spot is Hot Gunner, happy to bide his time in that position. Big Commerce to the inside as they go towards the far turn. Ultimate Strike, Ember trying to get closer as they go into the turn. They're 2 better than Texas Red Hot. Then comes Sir Exton. Big Commerce is now sent along in midfield. On the inside, Mighty Atlas trying to get underway here. Ethical Judgment is the trailer. Critical Threats dropped out of it, about to be passed by that Ethical Judgment horse, who's second to last now. Coming to the top of the stretch, and Bolt at Midnight, his lead is decreasing. He's calling it an afternoon, it appears. He'd be a heroic effort here to kick on here. Bolt at Midnight as they come off the turn. Hot Gunner got the jump on the rest of the group here, trying to come on here, but it's Hot Gunner with the lead. Hot Gunner from Ultimate Strike. Global Empire's into third. Hot Gunner drifting out, still on the lead with a 16th to go. Ultimate Strike trying to tag him late. Hot Gunner, Ultimate Strike lunging after him. Hot Gunner, narrow edge. Hot Gunner got it. Hot Gunner, I believe, narrowly over Ultimate Strike, and then Global Empire. And somehow Bolt at Midnight held fourth.
Yet another tight finish. It has been posted unofficially. It is the 8 at 23 to 1. Hot Gunner for the barn of Scott Young with the upset score.
That's what makes Oakland so tough. You know, they saw this horse run at Remington Park last time. There's so many horses coming from so many different places, switching barns. It makes it very hard, but it also provides for some opportunity like this to catch horses at 23 to 1.
Back to New York here at Aqueduct. 1-turn mile in this entry-level allowance race, and 6 to 5 on that horse right there, the 6. And the Silks of Juddmonte, homebred, trained by Brad Cox, getting winners for the first time off that maiden score at the end of December. Let's go downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
And Greg, he really put things together with that second start here in New York. A bold strength, as I have not yet to see eyes or lay eyes on him. This is the first time, but I would surmise that this guy's really bulked up, and now just his 3rd career start, carrying exceptional condition, really strong behind the saddle, moving well out there. All things considered, I do like what I'm seeing from this guy. Now, he did idle a little bit when he got to the lead in the stretch. He would then kind of go on, just proving that he was best. I don't know if he was necessarily flattered by the fact that Duration came back to win, though he only posted a 74 buyer, so maybe a little regression from that horse. But again, bold strength facing winners looks formidable in this spot. Same thing can be said for Shadow Banking, as he graduated last time when he came in as a first-time gelding, and this horse really needed to be a gelding from the physical and mental side of things. He's just so much more streamlined, tucked up, athletic, and well-behaved now. He'll try to stretch out in distance, where this racetrack could very well carry him. I would not be surprised if that happens, but purely from a physical perspective, he is a bit shorter coupled, so usually that lends itself better to sprinters. We'll see how he does here, as I can't give up on Tiger 24 yet. Last time out, he's number 7 here today, but in his last start, I thought Sahin Savachi moved way too early, given the fact it was such a tiring racetrack. He held in for 3rd that day when the pace did collapse. And 2, I noted that while he came in as a first-time gelding, it still seemed as though maybe a little bit more time as a gelding would be beneficial. He was so much more focused and settled in the paddock today. He looked incredibly fit last time. Same thing can be said, but I want to give him one more try here, Greg, as Sahin now knows him. Maybe we'll conserve a little bit more energy this time around.
Second start of his 4-year-old campaign for Tiger 24 coming up, 6 to 1. What do you make of 4 to 5 here on bold strength? Is that getting a bit short?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little aggressive. He doesn't have
back to even money.
Yeah, he doesn't have that big of an edge. I do think he's the most likely winner, but that's obviously he's 4-5. You know, one horse I think is going to outrun his odds in here at a huge price if you're playing a trifecta, the 8, underneath. I think the 8 has some back races. He obviously, his last race was his worst race. He gets a little bit of a break. He shows up back here at a big price.
No love for shadow banking, huh? The 5, the stretch out for Chad Brown.
I feel like last time was the time. He got an easy trip last time, stalking a slow paced race, and that's my biggest concern. At 5-1, though, I thought he was going to be a lot shorter than that. But at 5-1, he's definitely worth a shot.
Off an 89 Beyer dominant score, a price. As we set it upstairs, Chris Griffin, the call, race 8.
Goes in. All set. And they're off. Shadow banking breaks with early speed and towards the outside. Here comes Tiger, 24. That's the top duo in the grade. Tori is trying to join them towards the inside as they really back off the tempo now. Pretty tightly packed. And the leader, Shadow banking. Jamie Rodriguez with a nose advantage as they come out of the chute. Tiger, 24. They go back and forth on the front end, and Noda is about to join them, center of the racetrack in third. Bold Strength is back and forth in between horses. Tori couldn't get on through, is back in 5th. Another 2. Back to Waitlist, who's now in front of Ranger Battalion, and the trailer, Smile and Say Cheese. 23.06 for that opening quarter mile. It's Tiger, 24. Tiger, 24, and tightly at the rail. Here comes Shadow banking back for more. Shadow banking in that rail position, less than a half mile to go. Now quickly puts a neck in front. Tiger, 24, says, I'm coming right back to the outside, and these two are head and head, 46.36, and they've picked up the sprint up front. Bold Strength is all into the outside of Tori. Dropping back quickly was Noda. Here from the back is making up ground as Ranger Battalion is now out in the center of the racetrack, but starts to pick up these leaders as they reach the top of the stretch. An all-in shadow banking Tiger, 24. They have been going at it from the start, and shadow banking is trying to dispatch of Tiger, 24. Ranger Battalion making up the ground, center of the racetrack, only a furlong left to catch them. To the outside there is Tiger, 24, shadow banking, but here comes Ranger Battalion in the center of the racetrack. Ranger Battalion, Eric Cancel, now up by a length and a half. Ranger Battalion won it. Photo there for second, shadow banking to the inside of Tiger, 24. Then another photo. That's Bold Strength with Smile and Say Cheese in 1 minute 38.79 seconds.
Ranger Battalion, Eric Cancel, Linda Rice taking advantage of that battle up front to get this victory at 6-1.
Yeah, I mean, it's a perfect scenario if you're Eric Cancel to see two horses hook up at the quarter pole, eyeball to eyeball, and pushing each other, and you just keep to sit right back there in the catbird seat and keep grinding away as they get tired. You've got a little bit left in the tank. Right about here was just a matter of how far the two was going to win by.
So Ranger Battalion for Linda Rice, 27% coming into today at the meet, the Rice Barn, having a tremendous Aqueduct winner here and a 6-1 upset. We didn't get really much of anything from the even money favorite here.
No, it was empty, was never really in the race.
Back to Tampa, mile on the turf here in the 8th. Let's go to Acacia Clement.
And on paper, Greg, I thought this was a rather evenly matched race, but Mark Casse does hold a strong hand with a 1-2 punch and is most lightly raced runner, taking most of the attention on the board, and that's the 5, You Mule, who comes back off of a big layoff, debuted in June of last year as a 2-year-old, was incredibly green in the running of that race, and still won nicely, and then unfortunately was sidelined after that. So does return as a gelding. Obviously, I don't have anything to compare to, my first time seeing him, but he does strike me, looking at him, like he's the type of horse that will benefit from a race off the layoff to strengthen, a rather lightly framed type. Maybe the gelding lightened him up a little bit too, and he does have the layoff to contend with, but clearly showed quite a bit of talent as a 2-year-old, though maybe mentally not having it fully figured out that day. Mark's other runner, the 2 Blackmail, I thought very interesting as he hesitated at the break last time and then tried to run on with no luck. The winner that day did come back to win a stake in his subsequent start, and the race 2 starts back where he's more forward was a good effort. I expect he'll be quicker and earlier on today, as he did get sharp out on the track. I wanted to mention a horse at a big price, the 7 Sociably Johnny, getting onto the turf for the first time. I don't know if he is good enough, but he is a horse that climbs that high knee action behind the kickback. And watching his races, I've been hoping to see him try the turf. We'll see how he handles it. Jason Beam has the call, race 8.
Egon goes in there in the gate. And the race is on. Bit of a tight spot there for Mr. Mo's Magic, who had to check coming out of the gate there. Nick Sonner toward the outside away quickly. Blackmail down to the fence. Perfect Gamble. It's going to be Perfect Gamble who cuts the corner along with Blackmail. Nick Sonner, those three across the course as Brooklyn Styles pulls just in behind them. A joint fourth. He gone right to that one's outside. Length and a half more back to You Mule as Perfect Gamble had to tap on the brakes there as they run past the 6 furlong marker. 3 more back to the slow starting Mr. Mo's Magic. Another 3 then to Sociably Johnny, who is the early trailer and already about probably 10 off the lead as they wheel onto the back stretch. On the front end, Blackmail, Nick Sonner, those two 22.63 seconds, the opening quarter mile time. 3.5 lengths back to Brooklyn Styles, who secures a perfect spot just in behind them back in third. It's 2 more then back to He Gone. You Mule is in behind that, starting to gain some ground now toward the inside is You Mule. 2 more back to Perfect Gamble, who's had some trouble, passed by Mr. Mo's Magic, who had some trouble, and another 3 to Sociably Johnny at the back. 46.39 seconds for the opening half mile time. On the front end, Blackmail's been hounded here by this long shot Nick Sonner. Brooklyn Styles edging closer now from third, just 2 off the top. You Mule going to try to follow that move from fourth. He Gone's right to that one's outside of Mr. Mo's Magic. They come to the top of the lane. Blackmail, Nick Sonner, Brooklyn Styles wants to join the party out 3 deep. These 3 across the course. You Mule's going to save ground down toward the inside and look for a seam as they have a final furlong left to go. Blackmail digs in on the inside. Brooklyn Styles, Mr. Mo's Magic trying to overcome that trouble at the start. Final 16 to go. Mr. Mo's Magic with some real momentum on the outside. Brooklyn Styles and Blackmail. Mr. Mo's Magic, Brooklyn Styles, Mr. Mo's Magic. That was a heck of an effort after that start. Brooklyn Styles was second, Blackmail third. You Mule finished fourth. Nick Sonner fifth.
Mr. Mo's Magic rolling late. And now the last 2 times on the grass has won them both. Very similar style from way out of it.
I mean, the 2, 3, and the 5 all looked like they were going to run their race, run a nice race, and they did. But the 8 just ran a little bit better.
8-3-2. In this 8th from Tampa, Mr. Mo's Magic getting back on grass after trying dirt off the maiden win on the lawn. And it certainly seems like the lawn is where he is most happy. Prices from this when we come back. We're going to take a timeout. Stakes action from New York when we return. New York bred Say Florida Sandy, one of the great New York breds of all time. We will have when we come back. Stay with us.
A star on the New York circuit for nearly his entire 8-year campaign, Say Florida Sandy was a 2-time New York Horse of the Year, the Empire State's 3-time champion sprinter, and a multiple graded stakes winner. The son of Personal Flag banked over $2 million and won 19 stakes from 98 starts. Say Florida Sandy won the 2001 True North Handicap, the 2001 Bold Ruler Handicap, and the Gravesend Handicap in 1998 and 2000.
Say Florida Sandy wins the Gravesend Handicap.
Say Florida Sandy retired in 2003 with 33 wins. He stood 10 seasons at stud in New York prior to his retirement to old friends in 2014 and died in 2018 at age 24.
Wow, I mean, they do not make them like, say, Florida Sandy anymore. 98 career starts in this New York bred's career, over $2 million in earnings, and some huge races along the way. True North, Bold Ruler, 111 buyers in both. This will kick off the cross-country Pick 5.
I mean, I think it says enough that the past performances that you printed out, the lifetime past performances, have a staple in them because it's
Exactly.
2 pages. That doesn't happen anymore.
No, it does not. What a career. What a horse. And this year's edition, 17 minutes away. You play that cross-country Pick 5, of course, on your Naira Bets account. Favorite right now in this year's edition is the Wine Steward, who's had a pretty good career for Mike Maker.
No, he certainly has. He's been one that has shown up in spots like this and has been pretty dominant. He also is one who has run well and competitive enough in some open company spots as well. So he deserves to be favored, but I think that there might be another horse in here that's a little bit interesting.
We'll find out who that is. Nice tease. When we come back from a timeout, we're going to look back to this morning, I should say, as well. And that Saudi Cup coverage. What a stretch stool between Forever Young and Nisos, and the reigning Eclipse Award-winning Older Dirt Champion and Breeders' Cup Classic winner comes out on top again. Stay with us. Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. And race 9, excuse me, at Laurel. I'm upside down here. 5 minutes to post in the General George. As we get a look here at Blue Kingdom, Jamie Nesbarn beat a nose to Quince Brew last start. 701 next door, Batinga's twin. 13 of those 21 career starts, first or second with 6 victories. Here is Longshot on the mark. Has some speed. 2 back was an impressive winner at Laurel. Here's Quince Brew. At 5-2. Yedsid Hazelwood aboard.
Yeah, and this one makes a lot of sense in here. Has run well in his last 2 starts. Run well in his last 6 starts. 6 starts.
Yeah, it was barely beat by Bishop's Bay in the Westchester in New York back in May. Point Doom went by. Here's the 6. Freeze the Fire. 8-time victor. He had won 4 in a row before he got beat last start at odds on.
Yeah, got a pretty good setup last time. The figure didn't come back all that quick, but the 2 races prior to that put him in the mix.
And here's the favorite right now. Slam Notion 7-for-12 record has won 3 in a row.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of horses in here that have been winning a lot of races. Feels like the pace is going to be contentious. A very, very interesting edition of the General George.
Wow, he made a tremendous appearance, the 7 on the racetrack as well. But now, look, favoritism is going back and forth. It's now back to the 4, Quince Brew. And he obviously has some huge efforts. Ran out 102 Beyer in that Grade 3 Westchester, 101 Beyer in the General George last year when he dominated the group. But probably safe to say this is a tougher group this year, no?
Yeah, I would agree. The one thing I'll say about Quince Brew is, unlike some of the other ones in here, is his style, I think, could work out really well in here. He doesn't have to make the front. A lot of these other horses, their best races come when they're very forward. Quince Brew has been pretty versatile. Can sit in behind. He's won at different distances. I like that about him. If you're willing or interested in taking him at a short price, at least you know that the trip should always work out for him, no matter if they go too fast or too slow.
A look at him in action. Victory last start at 1-2. He's been very short prices for most of his career. Quince Brew. Well, he's beat 2 back to Slam Notion. It was in the midst of that incredible win streak here as we take a look at Point Doom. And this horse shortened up going long from the start prior to win at 6.5 furlongs last start with a 97 Beyer.
Yeah, I mean, look, you look at his past performances. On New Year's Eve, he ran the mile and 16th, ran really well. And then they cut him back to the 6.5, and he finally won. Maybe that's what he wanted to do, was just go a little bit shorter. He'll have a chance to go a little bit farther than last time, but 7 furlongs, still staying around 1 turn.
Real quick, for those that were watching that Tampa Bay race, back in race 8, there was a DQ of the 3rd place finisher. So new order of finish, it was 8-3-2-5, 8-3-5-6. The 3rd place finisher wound up being placed 9th in there, was DQ'd. As we take you right-hand side of your screen to Oaklawn. Post-parade for their 6th, and this starts the Classics Pick 6 furlongs. State bred 12-5 maiden claimer, or sorry, claiming race, not maiden claiming race. As we take a look at the 4. My pages are stuck together. Apologies. That's holding pattern. Chase Stewart. And here's Ethnic. Steve Asmussen. 2 back was a winner. Son Keith rides today. Hop and John the 6th. 2 of the 3 lifetime wins on wet tracks. Chupapi Munyayo.
Yeah, something like Chupapi Munyayo.
Huge performance for this level. I mean, this is the standout of the field.
Yeah, and he likes it at Oaklawn. Yeah, he likes it at Oaklawn as well.
Wow. Yeah, the last 2 efforts at Oaklawn have been huge performances from him. Stomping Hot Rod, big price went by. As we're up to the 11 already, Party in the Streets. Comeback effort, really struggled, but was bothered out of the gate. And then the 12, I thought this one was a contender, taking money, 5-1, Blessed Vision.
Yeah, beat Chupapi Munyayo last time they were in the gate together with an outside trip, so you know that losing ground's not going to be a problem for him.
And table money also eligible gets in. Decent appearance, 12-1 from the outside.
Yeah, came back on almost a year break and didn't run all that great last time. He's got races in his past, though, that put him in the mix here, but he's got to find those.
All right, we will get back to that race. In the meantime, ready to roll in this General George from Laurel Park. 7 furlongs, 4-year-olds and up. Where are you leaning? Quince Brew or Slam Notion, or is it someone else?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Point Doom, the 5. I like the 4, Quince Brew. I like the trip that I think Quince Brew can get. But I'm always going to side with a horse that I think is going to be a little bit more forward. And for me, that's the 5 Point Doom.
You got to like the fact, too, that going back to the favorite here, Slam Notion, comes back for his 4-year-old return and runs the biggest figure of his, well, that was technically December 20th, but biggest figure of his career off a little bit of a rest and just really trending the right way. But look, he's 9-5. He's no bargain, but loves it here at Laurel, too. 5 for 8 lifetime. But his last 3 starts, 90, 93, 95 by are really going in the right direction.
Absolutely, and 2 horses have come back and won out of that last race. So you'd like to think that lifetime best is actually a real thing for him.
Loading up, Blue Kingdom will step in first for the Jamie Ness barn. Speed from the rail. See if that one can pull off the upset being forward. Might be some quicker horses, though, in this race. Coming out of a mile effort. We'll see if that dulls that speed at all, but he is very quick. Beat by Quince Brew last start. Dave Rodman with the call. General George from Laurel Park.
Last year's champ, Quince Brew. 2-1 on Quince Brew and Slam Notion. Point Doom. Freeze the Fire. Slam Notion. $200,000 guaranteed General George Stakes. Going 7 furlongs. And they're off in the General George. Freeze the Fire with a sharp break from the gate. Point Doom early zip as well as Point Doom sent up on the inside of Freeze the Fire. Here's Slam Notion. Last year's winner Quince Brew right up close there in between horses as they journey down the back stretch, and it's Blue Kingdom on the mark is out in the clear, and Patinga's Twin is the trailer. Point Doom bounds along on the lead. Point Doom leads it by a length from Freeze the Fire and Slam Notion. Blue Kingdom kept close on the inside, and Quince Brew's right there in between horses, just 3 lengths from the pace. Back to Patinga's Twin, second to last. Out wide is on the mark, heading into the far turn, and a 1 to catch, still by a length and a half, is Point Doom. Point Doom is that leader. Quince Brew between horses. Slam Notion on the outside. Freeze the Fire battles in between horses. Blue Kingdom back 5th on the inside, now 4th. Another 2 back, and it's Patinga's Twin who's got 7 lengths to make up on Point Doom, and trailing the field is on the mark. Top of the stretch with a 1/4 mile left to go in the General George. Point Doom. Point Doom turns for home with a 2-length lead. Slam Notion. Blue Kingdom running a big one down to the inside. Coming gamely, big inside opening there for Blue Kingdom, but it is Point Doom. 1 furlong left to go. Fully extended with a lead by 2 lengths from Blue Kingdom. Quince Brew is in third as they're close to home, and it's going to be Point Doom by George. Point Doom flashing all the way in a good-looking score. Blue Kingdom was second. Quince Brew, and then Slam Notion.
Point Doom does not relent in the stretch. Good call, JK. You like this one? Now back-to-back wins.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's the distance, I think, is what he wants. He wants to kind of stay around one turn. He's talented enough to run well going a little bit longer, but ultimately, I think the 1 turn is what fits him best.
Point Doom at 5-1 with a victory. Gets the 10th win of his career. It's back to New York. Race named after the multi-millionaire New York bred. Say Florida Sandy. As we get a look at General Banker 17-1 from the rail for the Jimmy Ferraro barn.
Yeah, he's got a couple of races that put him in the mix, but consistently, he's not fast enough.
Acoustic Ave, when Gates Wire last started, is the favorite.
Yeah, if he can get loose in here, I worry that he won't be able to get loose with the horse to his outside.
National Identity went by the favorite, trying to win 4 in a row.
Yeah, that's where I'm going to land his National Identity. Well, I'm sure we'll talk about it here before the race.
Now, Grande O last seen in the Grade 3 Elite Power.
Yeah, I mean, look, if he's one that's going to need a pretty good setup, I think. He could get it with some of these horses going fast in front of him.
Quick to Accuse went by. Second beat a length last start in a stake at a mile. Here's the 6, Dr. Kraft.
Yeah, probably too light, but don't have a problem with you got a New York bred, you take a shot with races like this.
And the Wine Steward has had some big successes in his career, including 2 back in the Hudson against New York breds, one with a 99 buyer.
Yeah, he does. He comes in off a break, though. He hasn't run since November. So he's got a pretty tough group to run in here fresh, see if he's ready to run.
All right, so National Identity, here he is, JK. That last start, by far the best he's ever produced in his career. It was his 4-year-old debut. Is that who he is, or do you want to see it again from him?
I think that's who he is. His last 3 starts have been progressively better. He's gotten better in every start. The thing about his last one being his best one that I like the most is the second and third place horse of that last race came back and basically ran the exact same speed figure. And if they ran the same speed figure, that means his 97 is likely pretty authentic. That gives me some trust that he might just be going in the right direction. So like I said, he's been progressing. He's had his lifetime best in September. Then he had it in November. Then he had it in January again. He's going the right direction.
Let's go to Maggie.
Well, how about the 6th place finisher out of that National Identity race, and Prince Valiant, who would come back and run a 100 buyer speed figure. So definitely complimenting the effort by National Identity. And it was reported in the Daily Racing Form by trainer Danny Gargan that this horse did have a throat surgery, a tieback, as we like to call it, to give him a more clear airway after that New York Stallion Series race. And he has rattled off 3 straight. We'll see if he can go 4 straight here. I love the way this horse is kind of mentally matured too. He's so reserved in his demeanor, but he's just nicely on the bridle. He is all business, all class, and physically looks sensational here. I don't mind the 7 for him, stretching out just a half a furlong more. Moving on to the horse that he's battling for favoritism with, and that's number 7, the Wine Steward. I do respect him, as he is just a head shy of being 4 for 4 against New York breds. Physically, he looks great. He looks much the same as when I saw him back in October when he won the Hudson. And we saw Ricardo Santana, who's back aboard again today, be aggressive with this horse. And I think that pays off. This horse needs to be forwardly placed to do his best running. We saw him in the Thanksgiving Classic last time out at the fairgrounds, where he was out sprinted early. It was a quick pace, to be fair. And he kind of made a mile gain while wide down the stretch, but also kind of wanted to lug in a little bit. I think when you put this horse in the game, he just becomes more focused and runs straighter. Is looking very well out on the racetrack too. Now, as far as preparations for this race, he has shipped around quite a bit. Fairgrounds, Churchill Downs Training Center, to here at Belmont. We'll see if that has any taxing implications to him, but he's certainly shipped around a lot in his racing career too. Want to touch on number 4, El Grande O. I thought he was in a really uncomfortable position in the Elite Power down on the rail behind the pace, in which we saw Just Beat the Odds dominate that field, and he ran really well in Saudi Arabia in the Riyadh Sprint, finishing 2nd to Imagination earlier today. He looks great. I mean, it's resplendent in his coat. He always looks a little bit chunky. He always carries his weight well, but relatively speaking, he looks fit for him. So we'll see what he does. I think with a clearer, less encumbered trip, he could make a good showing of himself, Greg.
Terrific rendition of the Safe Florida Sandy, but right now, public squarely all over the one who is just rolling right now. National Identity, the 3 wins in a row. State bred first allowance condition, state bred allowance optional 45, then open company, but the going does get tougher here.
It does. It definitely gets tougher, but his figures have been improving. And while, you'll always hear, well, who did he beat? The clock. He beat the clock. And I think that the clock is probably the most honest thing, well, sometimes, the most honest thing that we have in this game. And I think that's he's done that well. And I think that he's you know, I think he's ready for a move up into a spot like this.
Can he keep things rolling? National Identity looking for his 4th straight win from post 3 for trainer Danny Gargan. It's a safe Florida Sandy. Chris Griffin, the call.
The Wine Steward, last to load. Goes in, all set for the save, Florida Sandy. And they're off. Acoustic Ave has early speed, but they all line up on the front. The Wine Steward is in the early mix. El Grandeo is right there with National Identity, and they are tightly packed, the top trio. National Identity towards the inside, El Grandeo in between horses, and out wider the Wine Steward. And these three hook up early. They're well off the rail, and Acoustic Ave has a decision to make here for Jose Lezcano, is going to sit in 4th. There in the red silks comes General Banker, quick to accuse behind them, and the early trailer, Dr. Kraft, an easy opening quarter, 23.41, and now National Identity. He lets it out a notch here for Kendrick Carmouche, and less than 4 furlongs to go, and is quickly spurted away from the field. El Grandeo is trying to hold second at the rail, still Acoustic Ave. 3 wide, the Wine Steward is back for more, and Ricardo Santana Jr., they're on the move after the leader. National Identity, 46-4 for a half-mile time. Quick to accuse, tries to run on, is in 5th. General Bankers making hard work of it. The trailer, Dr. Kraft. It's National Identity approaching a quarter mile left to go. Acoustic Ave is down towards the inside, is looking for a seam, and now National Identity crosses over in front, but as well clears up by 3. Acoustic Ave is giving game chases, trying to cut into the margin, but running out of time. Inside the final furlong, National Identity. Acoustic Ave is making up some ground. National Identity is almost home. Acoustic Ave second. National Identity wins the safe Florida Sandy. Acoustic Ave second, then came quick to accuse, and Dr. Kraft in 1 minute 24 and 4.
4 wins in a row. National Identity keeps on going, taking the safe Florida Sandy.
If you don't watch a lot of racing, you might not have seen the move that Kendrick made around the half-mile pole, where he was surrounded by a bunch of horses, and he just kind of shook the reins at National Identity, opened up about 2 lengths on the backside in a very aggressive way. And to me, that's what won the race for him. He got everyone else chasing. He made Ricardo move a little bit earlier on Wine Steward than Ricardo probably would have liked to have moved. And he ran them off their feet. Kendrick used the weapon that he had, which was obviously the best horse in the race, but also one of the fastest horses in the race, and he used that weapon rather than inviting horses into the race to run by him late.
Silks of Reeves Thoroughbred Racing, trained by Danny Gargan. Kendrick Carmouche aboard for the win. 7-5 National Identity, 4 consecutive wins, taking the safe Florida Sandy. We'll have prices from this one in a moment. We're going to head back to Oakland, show you race 6 from moments ago. Matt Dinnerman, the call.
He goes it. We're ready to go. And they're off. A little bit of a tardy break from Holding Pattern, who drops to the back of the field. Classy Socks on the lead with Patton's Tizzy. These two step on the gas in the early stages. They put 2 lengths on Stuck in Snow, who runs in the 3rd position. Macho Ronnie to the outside. Gap of 5 to Table Money. Blessed Vision. They're racing as a team. Now 7 or 8 behind, approaching the far turn run. They're strung out. Stomping Hot Rod is joining them. He's 2 lengths better than Party in the Streets going into the turn. Another 5 lengths to Sthenic. Holding Pattern is 3rd last, clear of Chupapi Muñayo, and that leaves Hoppin' John to trail the field as they round the far turn. On the lead, Patton's Tizzy went fast. 21-4 was that first quarter mile, sizzling on the lead as they approach the top of the stretch. Patton's Tizzy trying to hang around here. Classy Socks still there battling with them, and these two are off the turn together here. They're down the lane. Inside, it's Patton's Tizzy. Outside, Classy Socks. Classy Socks going to the front, has a narrow edge with a furlong to go. Patton's Tizzy in the 2nd position. Classy Socks 16th to go. A length and a half lead on Patton's Tizzy and Stuck in Snow in 3rd. Classy Socks showing class in the wet going today. Outruns Patton's Tizzy to the finish. 3rd home, Stuck in Snow, and then Holding Pattern, who is 4th.
First win on a wet track for Classy Socks. 5-1 here. Returns $12.60 for the win. Thomas Vance Barn, Walter De La Cruz, 7-year-old, wins for the 5th time in his career. As we head back to Tampa, race 9, 6 furlongs. This allowance optional claiming group, even money. Tennessee Honeybee, the 6th. Let's go to Acacia.
And not to speak so highly of such a short price favorite, but the 6 Tennessee Honeybee really does look best in here. She's got a super coat on her, really, really strong. Just really the one that's most eye-catching in the preliminary. She was second best last time out, and the strides were shortening a little bit, but she has speed, and I think she's in the right spot in here. The number 3, Gridlock, first off the claim, I thought was a little bit interesting. Did get the win last time, though, to be disqualified. She was drifting out, lugging out pretty significantly in the stretch there. I think a rightful disqualification. She'll try to come back and get another win, but she has run figures to make her competitive in this spot. No kind of aggressive equipment on her, but again, she looks like this is a good place for her. And then finally, Kip the distance. Thought she was just okay back in the paddock. She really elevated my opinion of her out on the track, warming up beautifully, comes off a second place finish, and is a little bit of a better price today as they load in for race 9. Jason Beam standing by with the call here at Tampa Bay Downs.
Which will be our 10th and final. Fields of Green goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Majustify away a step slow. Top Pocket Pick away a step quickly. Right to that one's outside Tennessee Honeybee. And those two, Tennessee Honeybee just in front of Top Pocket Pick. Fields of Green from the outside is away third. Length and a half more back to Gridlock, who moves through on the inside of Smoochero. They're 4th and 5th. Another length, Kip the distance. Down to the inside of that one goes Chris's Kitty. It's another length back to Cloud Storage. 4 more then back to Mortastic. And Majustify is a distant last. Got to be about 15 or 16 behind as they go to the far turn. The 3-2 favorite, Tennessee Honeybee, through an opening quarter mile in 22.17 seconds. Leads it by a length to Fields of Green up on the outside into second. Top Pocket Pick stays glued to that fence third. Gridlock the Gray, 4th, 2.5 behind. Right to that one's outside of Smoochero, who's working overtime already. Tennessee Honeybee to the top of the lane. Top Pocket Pick still in hand. Going to now switch out to the 2-path to try to come after this favored leader as they spin into the stretch. Tennessee Honeybee kicks away 2.5. Top Pocket Pick, a final furlong to try to get by. Kip the distance is just in behind with Gridlock. They're 3rd and 4th, but Tennessee Honeybee not stopping yet. Tennessee Honeybee now 4 in front. Top Pocket Pick ran a good one, but it's second best to Tennessee Honeybee. The favorite scores by 4.5 in the end. Second was Top Pocket Pick. Third ended up close there between Gridlock. Kip the distance.
Beat at this level the last 2 starts. Third time the charm here off the short layoff for the victory. And wins convincingly here. 5-year-old mare for Jose Gallegos, Samuel Marin.
Yeah, well, once upon a time, one of the first things I feel like I learned in handicapping is third off the layoff is what you can expect to be a horse's best performance. I think modern day training has changed that a little bit. I think a lot of times now their first off the layoff is their best performance, but I'm sure that it can still be applied, and you can apply it there to what Tennessee Honeybee just did.
National Identity back here in New York in the Say Florida Sandy. This was impressive. 4th victory in a row, now 5 for 10 lifetime.
Yeah, look, this horse is impressive. The way that he really kind of took over the race, him and Kendrick Harmouche on the backside there. He's fast. We talked about it when we were watching the race live, how big this horse is. If I can tell how big one is, they're pretty big.
I mean, well, gosh, dwarfs Acoustic Ave, who tried to make a run at him late in the stretch to no avail. National Identity just too good. Gets the 7 furlongs to 124 and 4. Returns $4.82 for the victory. And a bit of a ways back to Quick to Accuse, who completes the trifecta. Silks of Reeves Thoroughbred Racing. National Identity now 5 for 10 lifetime. All those efforts coming on this racetrack. As we close out the card here in New York with this 1-turn mile, New York bred maiden special weight. I'll try to get that first win of their career coming up right now. Dingy Bar. Wow. Favored. It was 12-1 morning line.
Yeah, all the will pays that I'm looking at right now, the 7 is going to go off favored. I think just probably an early bet on the 3, Dingy Bar, being a pari-mutuel game. The money comes in, that should even out a little bit. You'll notice the 1 is a late scratch. The horse wasn't on the original scratch as the 1, Hurricane Kaz, who I actually liked a little bit here. But the 7, Pride of the Union, to me, is the horse to beat now.
All right, and scratch of that 1 makes maybe the 2 a little interesting too. Showed some speed first time out, just a second-time starter for Jose D'Angelo. Flavian Pratt, a big Saturday out in Riyadh including a victory for Bob Baffert with a compromise beginning. We'll have more on that when we come back on our Saturday coverage.
Anybody else want $650,000 in the day? $1,650,000 $1,600,000. Thank you.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
And it's lights out. Locked. Pouring it on. Running aggressively through the stretch to win by 7 easy lengths.
Here is Locked. Locked racing by on the outside for the lead. Locked, the wine steward, it is Locked.
Here comes Locked after Mulligan. Locked catching with every single stride, and Locked will win the Cigar Mile.
It's all about Locked, dominating the big cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
Back on our Saturday coverage, Sammy Marin for Jose Gallegos. Amity Racing Stables, no question about this victory. It was all Tennessee Honeybee, winning the fourth time in her career, I should say, in 15 starts. One more look down the stretch.
Yeah, claimed from John Sadler out in Del Mar over the summer, and then shows up at Tampa at the beginning of the year. Runs well enough, comes back at the end of January, runs well enough. Third off a break, shows up here and runs like this.
Dominant in victory. And there's the prices. $5 for the win. Top pocket pick, gridlock. Complete a modest trifecta there. And a very good one to close things out. 5 furlongs on the turf. That'll be the Turf Dash, which we will get to. Take a look at the field. Coming up, My Boy Prince. Runner-up at the Group 1 Woodbine Mile 3 starts ago. And then a horse who's just been an incredible story, who we got to see on turf last time out on January 11th. Reza's Rolex, 13 for 17 lifetime. I feel like his figures are as fast as My Boy Prince. We'll see if he's up to the challenge.
Yeah, My Boy Prince is a little bit tricky for me, right? He's got a race. If you look at his past performance, he's got a race going 10 furlongs. He's got a race going 12 furlongs. He's got a race going 5. I just, something about that makes me a little uneasy. Give me the specialist and Reza Rolex when it comes to these turf sprints.
Yeah, majority of Reza Rolex's wins have been on synthetic, but on turf, perfect 3 for 3. And he's been getting quicker and quicker in those 3 victories. So we'll see if he can keep things going in that Turf Dash. Back to Oaklawn Race 7. They're about 9 minutes away on the sloppy going for this 2-turn mile. It's 4-year-olds and up, $24,000 claiming race. And it's the 11. There's the 11, who is favored right now 2-1. That is Sarah's Shaman. Shaman goes 6-year-old. Blinkers go on today. It's Brad Cox, and it's a drop in class.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things changing, right? I mean, like you said, the drop, the trainer change, the blinkers. You know, that's the type of thing that can wake up a horse like this, making their 23rd career start.
Yeah, I thought deserving favorite in this spot. 50-cent dollars. The 12, a little bit interesting, as is that Mintastic, who draws in as well. But let's take a look at Fear of Union. Greg Compton barn, Last seen at Saratoga. This was at Delaware Park. Horse who's had some pretty strong form. It was run well at Oakland in the past as well. 2 for 3 here.
It's just a long break. Long break, slow works. It doesn't scream you're going to get the best performance out of Fear of Union. But, you know, a lot of times people point to this meet at Oakland because the purses are so high.
Meanwhile, there is Mumayaz, Ron Moquette barn. This one's going to stretch out, has some speed. 3 for 30 lifetime, was 0 for 5 in 25.
0 for 12 at Oakland Park.
Yes. I mean, the 11, obviously that barn, dropping class, blinkers on to get involved a little bit earlier, but you're kind of counting on form from some lesser racetracks, aren't you?
Yeah, but that's one of the things that I think speed figures can help with. When you're looking at figures, they were, you know, Andy Beyer and other speed figure makers, they were designed to give a common language between racetracks, between distances, and even between surfaces. And so if you have the figures should lead to horses that fit in spots or don't fit in spots. So I don't worry too much about that. The problem is that sometimes the circumstances of different racetracks, if you don't watch Remington Park all the time, some of those things could get lost in translation.
Making their way out onto the track, post parade coming up. 7 minutes to post in that 7th at Oakland. It starts the late pick 5, but we're going to return here as we get a look at the 3 Dingy Bar, who is taking all that early money, still 5-2. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
And we'll take a look at the 3, who is inexplicably, at least from my perspective, taking a ton of money here. That's Dingy Bar, forward trainer John Terranova, and he has done the bulk of his running, at least as of now, on the turf. Now, they stuck him in because let's take advantage of a $500,000 purse in the New York Stallion Series Stakes. And look, he didn't disgrace himself by no means, but I don't see why this horse going a mile, and I know he closed that day, is going to be effective. The Beyer speed figure was pretty slow with a 41. So I do not like this horse whatsoever at a short price in this spot. He looks fine overall. I just, at the very least, if we're going to be on the dirt here, I wish it was a sprint. Moving on to his inside with number 2, Mach 7. Shipping up from Gulfstream Park, coming out of a decent race. The winner won, Waymark, and then the second place finisher, High Camp, won with an 85 in his next start. He was kind of chasing on the outside, Mach 7. He kind of drugged the rider to the front, moved to the lead mid-turn, then just came up short. Now, presumably, he will be early speed from that more inside post position, a little bit more of a narrow frame to him. So that does usually lend itself well to getting more ground, and furthermore, he gets two, I should say, for the first time, New York breds, and I think he fits very nicely with this group here. He's incredibly fit, so I think Mach 7 coming in here, Greg, could be formidable in this spot.
Yeah, showed that speed at Gulfstream. Start number 2 coming up. 4-1 right now. That price has continued to come down. We'll get back to New York for the post parade in a moment. We're going to show you the post parade from Oakland right now for race 7. Again, this 2-turn mile. And with the scratch of the 1, we will see Rebellious first, who was just claimed.
Yeah, Switches Barnes was claimed for 40 last time. Has some back races if Matt Shire can find him.
Here's Rebellious, 6 of the 14 outings. First or second, 3 wins, 3 seconds. Notary, Armando Hernandez barn, 9-time winner.
Yeah, Notary, another one who was a short price last time, didn't run all that well, did have a little bit of trouble.
El Rey Dorado taking support with Francisco Arrieta.
Yeah, went to 6 furlongs last time. See if the stretch out helps that one.
Mumayaz, 14-1 for Ron Moquette.
Yeah, one that was trying to close into a slow pace, but just didn't do much running. The race prior to that, though, definitely puts Mumayaz in the mix.
That's some good efforts at a mile as well. Here's the 7, Eternally Grateful.
Doesn't have a lot of early speed in his last start, but he previously had shown some speed, but those paces weren't all that quick, so don't be fooled by that.
Fear of Union, we showed you at Delaware, but off since August, and here's the 11 we're up to, own the field, 10's out.
Yeah, switching barns to Brad Cox, putting the blinkers on, dropping.
And I thought two interesting from outside. Here's 50-cent dollars. Obviously needed that last start off the bench.
Absolutely. Hadn't run since March before that December start. If he can get back to those races he was running for Chris Hartman, he could be tough.
And some strong form from out of town for Mintastic.
Yeah, Mintastic comes in from Sam Houston and got a win last time at 22-1 and ran okay. And the figure is right there in the mix with these horses.
3 minutes away, 7th at Oaklawn. Let's check in with Mig.
Hey, Greg. Hey, Jonathan. Nice to hear you guys. I really haven't seen you very much, but I can hear you. We're going to start with the 3 Notary. I like this horse a lot in this spot. I think the drop-in class is significant enough. It's going to make a big difference. This horse is 8 years old. As we know, Father Time is undefeated. You just can't stay as good as you once were. But Notary does have some very good races in the slop, the drop-in class, and I think he can be fairly forward. I don't think you want to get inundated with kickback. The 6, Mumayez, stretching out for Ron Moquette. Liked from the physical impression I saw. He's using an apprentice. I've been very impressed with Amir Mendoza, making a lot of the right moves. Like the way he finishes for a young rider. And then the 7 horse, Eternally Grateful. Well, I'm eternally grateful for my life with horses and everything we get to do. And this horse also has some nice efforts in off-going, albeit 7 wins, 13 starts, never lends itself to a lot of confidence. And quickly about Notary, guys, when I was a kid, I had to sign my contract. You had to have a parent sign it with you. But my brother is the same name as my father. He signed it with me. So it's always good to have maybe somewhat corrupt Notary on your side.
I believe that means I'm actually going to verify right now with legal counsel all his wins are invalidated.
Statute of limitations.
Maybe. He started riding full-time as a 16-year-old. Pretty incredible.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Grew up on the backstretch, literally, Mig. What a career he had, winningest rider in the history of this racetrack in New York. We are at Tampa, though, right now, as we get set for this turf dash. Excited to see Reza's Rolex back in action, but it's my boy Prince, the favorite. Let's go to Acacia.
And we'll talk about both of those horses here in the paddock, beginning with my boy Prince, whom I've seen several times, so much more familiar with him. But he is a cool horse that has shown up at a variety of distances and tracks as well, and has had a lot thrown at him. But it's interesting because he was a horse that had been going long, cut back to sprint, and he had more of the demeanor of a sprinter type. He's always been a sharper, more energetic individual, and then stretching back out, ran very well, finishing even second in the Woodbine Mile and then trying 1.5 miles. He does not want to go that far. I think 1 mile kind of the max for him, but certainly don't mind him sticking with the sprint distance. Came back off of a layoff into the Gulfstream Park Sprint last time out and off the pace. He really just missed that day in what was a very fast pace early on, but curious to how the pace will set up in here. I always respect this horse, and I have to say for his standards, he's relatively calm here in the paddock. They haven't gotten the tack on him just yet, so I'll keep my eyes on him, but he does look like he probably really benefited from getting that race off of the layoff and should move forward today. Now the 3 Reza's Rolex, talk about a cool horse, trying to make it 10 in a row, as he has been able to handle pretty much everything, but does now have to step into deeper waters going into a stake for the race for the first time. We'll see if he can keep it going. I think he does stack up favorably in the paddock, Greg.
He's been a terrific story for Joe Orsino. We saw his last race live on our program. We'll see if he can do it again against much better. As we go back to Oakland, loading for the 7th. Final thoughts here, JK.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little tricky. The 11 obviously makes sense with the change and the switch up. I think that the 5 is a little bit interesting as an alternative. We'll see if they can handle the little stretch out here. This horse has run well going 2 turns prior.
Matt Ditterman, the call, the start of the pick 5 from Oakland Park.
Coming up, El Rey Dorado, post position 5. 2 back, Mumayez. Into the outside, Mintastic. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, this race will end at the 16th pole, at that green and yellow pole. We're starting and ending in the same spot this race. We're ready to go. And we're off. Good beginning for all. Sarah Shaman, the favorite, wasting no time, is close to the pace. El Rey Dorado a little bit quicker. Sarah Shaman takes a hold. Will track in second. Mumayaz third. Notary down on the inside fourth as they corner into the first turn. So it's going to be El Rey Dorado to set the pace. A length and a half, maybe a length and 3/4 ahead of Sarah Shaman in second. Notary third. Mumayaz is fourth on the outside. 2.5 lengths off the pace. Then there's a line of 3 here. Inside, it's Rebellious. Eternally Grateful is deep on the course. They're 4 clear of Fear of Union, and Mintastic's at the back as they swing up the back stretch. El Rey Dorado making play on the lead. A half length in front. Sarah Shaman a little bit eager on a hold right now on restraint, but he's pressing the leader from the outside. Length and a half to Notary in a good spot. Mumayaz is next in fourth. 4 lengths off the lead now. Another length back to Rebellious down on the inside. Eternally Grateful next. 50-cent dollars is shoved upon, has lost a few spots. 4 ahead of Mintastic at the back of the field with Fear of Union as they round the far turn. Remember, this race won at the 16th pole. Rounding the turn, El Rey Dorado's lost the lead. Sarah Shaman's got ahead in front. El Rey Dorado is second. Now Notary is tipped outside for a rally. Here he comes in the 3-path to challenge Sarah Shaman as they come to the top of the lane. Mumayaz in fourth, losing that position as they come off the turn. Notary's got momentum. Sarah Shaman trying to counterpunch from the inside, but Notary's got the edge with a furlong to go. Notary, Manny Esquivel hitting the 16th pole here. A 2-length lead from Sarah Shaman. It's Notary coming to the line. Notary, the old pro's going to win it. Sarah Shaman was second. El Rey Dorado third. Eternally Grateful checked in fourth.
Notary wins for the 10th time in his career. This 8-year-old son of Street Sense for the barn of Armando Hernandez.
Yeah, the 5 El Rey Dorado went out there and set a pretty honest pace. The 11, the second choice actually, Sarah Shaman, put a little pressure on that one, set up nicely for the 3.
Back here in New York, post parade for the nightcap, Mach 7 speed from the rail for Jose D'Angelo.
Yeah, it does have a lot of speed early, doesn't have a lot of speed late.
Now money's finally dropping off a bit on Dingy Bar.
Yeah, I think that was just an early bet someone made. Source will continue to creep up.
Mo Curls, 13-1.
Yeah, switches Barnes right here. George Weaver tried a lot of different things with this horse.
Second try at a mile for Bootsy's a Rascal.
Yeah, well, not too far off from a figure standpoint. I've seen crazier. Gets Lasix for the first time.
Here's the favorite, Pride of the Union with Manny Franco.
Yeah, I think this horse is going to be tough. Ran a fast figure as a 2-year-old that kind of lays over this field and probably run a little bit better going longer.
Who's your zaddy, Amelia Greenbarn, who's been very hot this meet, debuting?
Yeah, this horse is taking some money. 8-1 morning line, being bet down a little bit here into 3-1 with a first-time starter.
Biggest price on the board, Baby Meanie.
Yeah, never taken much money, never done much running, beaten 15, 20, 13 lengths.
And Classic Commander with Ricardo Santana Jr. outside.
Yeah, I mean, the figure 2-back wasn't terrible. There's some changes going on here. A horse is adding blinkers, getting Ricardo Santana for the first time, and getting Lasix.
Post time coming up for this nightcap in New York. Let's go back to Maggie.
I can't resist the favorite here, guys. In number 7, that's Pride of the Union, whom I've been waiting to get a little bit more ground to work with. I just think that with this horse's kind of scope of his frame, he should really appreciate a mile. Looks fantastic as he's continued to do so throughout his career for Horacio de Paz, Jorge Abreu, as number 8, Who's Your Zaddy, a first-time starter for Amelia Green. Now, her numbers with first-time starters aren't great, but I always find it's a learning curve. A lot of times when trainers start out, it kind of takes some practice, if you will, to get horses totally fit and ready to win in their debuts. Furthermore, Amelia had to run a lot of horses in Saratoga against.
Apologies, we lost audio there with Maggie. We'll try and get her back if we have time. 3-2 favoritism here, JK, on Pride of the Union, who probably that last start. I mean, the end of the 2-year-old campaign, you'd expect to move forward here as a 3-year-old, but may not even need to move forward here.
Yeah, and I love to hear that from Maggie, that she, Maggie obviously takes extensive notes of all these horses that she's looking at, that she's been waiting this horse to get a little bit more ground, meaning that the performance going to 6 that was really good, probably the best that anything in here's ever run, is probably not his best. Going a little bit further might actually be his best, and he's going to get a chance to do that here today.
Start number 4, first time going beyond 7 furlongs. Actually ran very well at 7 furlongs. Second start of the career. We'll get Lasix and we'll get Manny Franco for the Jorge Abreu barn. The one to beat at 3-2 on the board. Set it upstairs for this finale on the Saturday card from New York. Chris Griffin, the call.
There. Bootsy's a rascal. Bootsy's a rascal. Goes in. Classic Commander. Last to load. Bootsy's a rascal. Just took a step back. Classic Commander is in. All set. And they're off. Awkward beginning towards the outside there as in between horses. Pride of the Union wants to be in the early mix, but more speed from Mach 7. Mach 7 now puts a head in front of Bootsy's a Rascal, who's right there as a close-up second. Joining them is Pride of the Union, and settling right in behind. The leading trio is Who's Your Zaddy. They come out of the chute and hook over the back stretch. Further back in the field, and far back actually, Classic Commander is now in the 5th position, is to the outside of Dingy Bar. They're chased by Mo Curls. The trailer is Baby Meanie. They work up the backstretch and they went 23.43 for the opening quarter mile. It's Mach 7 with the advantage. Right to the outside, Bootsy's a Rascal and Pride of the Union is still in 3rd. Who's Your Zaddy is asked for more as they approach a half mile left to go. Also trying to run on is Classic Commander, big gap of 6. Back to an all-in Dingy Bar is not making up the ground with Mo Curls. And the trailer, Baby Meanie. The leader is Mach 7, and Mach 7 stretches the margin. Pride of the Union, but here comes Who's Your Zaddy. Who's Your Zaddy is on the move, is now running after Mach 7, who's in front. Pride of the Union just got past, is back to 3rd. Bootsy's a Rascal's dropped out of it. Mach 7 finds more. Who's Your Zaddy challenge, but Mach 7's trying to open up and doing just that. It's Mach 7 who's now up by 4. Who's Your Zaddy continues to give game chase. Pride of the Union back to 3rd. The rest are far, far back, but it's Mach 7 approaching the final 16th. Who's Your Zaddy trying one final time. Mach 7. Who's Your Zaddy? Mach 7 wins the finale. Who's Your Zaddy second? Then came Dingy Bar from far out of it to grab 3rd. Over Bootsy's a Rascal in 1 minute 40.58 seconds.
Mach 7 able to hang on and get that mile off just one start, sprinting 6 furlongs. Speed stretching out the win for Jose D'Angelo with Jose Lezcano.
Yeah, I mean, look, the speed. He had speed. He just wasn't finishing his races he did today.
Back to Tampa in this 5 furlong turf dash, $100,000 purse, and runner-up in last year's Group 1 Woodbine Mile, My Boy Prince. The 2 at 9-5 for trainer Mark Cassidy, over $1.2 million in earnings. Here's Rookie, though, from the rail for Gerald Bennett.
Yeah, doesn't have a lot of speed from that inside draw.
Next door, the 8-5 choice, who I just talked about, 7-time winner, My Boy Prince.
Yeah, I mean, look, he ran well last time, but he's going to come from out of it. He's just a confusing past performance, right, where he's got a mile-and-a-half race. He's got a 10-furlong race. He's got mile races, and now he's turf sprinting.
Second start of his 5-year-old campaign. Here's the 3 Rez's Rolex, 9 straight wins.
Yeah, you can't argue with the wins of Rez's Rolex, and has run well in the last 2 on the turf.
Works for me. We saw him in the Harvey Pack over the summer against the talented Bring the Band Home.
Yeah, he's another one who's got some nice numbers. Turf sprinting. He's going to need a little bit of pace to close into. Esperon with speed. This might be some of the pace that they need to close into. This one has a ton of early speed.
Dark Vintage for Scott Becker.
Yeah, I thought last time was the time. He couldn't beat Rez's Rolex that day.
Looking at Asher's Edge, 7 for 17 has been first or second.
Yeah, just probably a cut below the top ones in here.
Can't deny it. Went by. Comes in from Fairgrounds. Here is Coppola for Dale Romans.
Yeah, Coppola, I mean, I thought would run much better last time. A horse that's got a ton of early speed. He either runs really well or really bad.
Here's And You Wish at 1901.
Yeah, another one who's probably just a little bit light on figures. Does have a couple of races that put him in the mix, just not consistent enough.
Now the speed figures, big price.
Has a lot of speed from the outside. He should send from out there to ensure this pace is honest.
And Extendo, 50-1 from the outside post.
Yeah, just a little bit too slow. He's got a synthetic race and a turf sprint race earlier last year that makes sense, but his last 3 starts have not been good enough.
Let's go back to Acacia.
I'm going to check in with the New York bred, making his first start off of the layoff here in 2026, and that's the 4 Works for Me. A horse that did finish second in the Harvey Pack last time out behind Bring the Band Home, who just ran a hole in the win on the front end last time, and there was no catching the leader, not to mention you wanted to be forward on the turf at that time. This one was the only one that really made up a ton of ground, able to get through inside, and I think just remarkably consistent. I know he has the layoff to contend with. I thought he looked fantastic today and should get a bit of a setup. The 9 Coppola, yes, he is fast. I thought there should be some other pace in here. I don't know if it's going to be as fast as last time out. They went a blazing early part of that race, going 20-3, and he's able to go quick, but that race completely fell apart. I do think he's going to run better today. By his standards, he was pretty settled in the paddock and in the preliminaries, and he and You Wish, a few others, they all ran behind Reef Runner in the Janus back in December. Reef Runner just won a big stake in Saudi earlier today, so definitely flattered by that company, Greg.
Yeah, indeed. We're going to show you what happened earlier today. Brad Ortiz Jr. aboard that win on Reef Runner in Riyadh in that 13:51 turf sprint. Favorite, My Boy Prince. Turf dash. Let's go to Jason Beam for the call.
Speed figures and Extendo, the final 2. A mad dash for the 100,000 coming up. Should take just over 55 seconds. Once they spring the latch. Extendo to the outside, goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on in the turf dash. Esperon came away slowly. Speed figure sprints right out to the front. Rez's Rolex tries to get a good spot second with Rookie down toward the inside along with My Boy Prince. They're out 3rd and 4th. Dark Vintage is 5th. Coppola off the pace today, 6th, about 3 off the top. Then comes Extendo in 7th. And You Wish is 8th. It's a length more then back to Asher's Edge. Down toward the inside, Works for Me is racing in 10th. A length more to the slow starting Esperon, and can't deny it, is last of the 12 as they go into that far turn. Speed figures through an opening quarter, 21.12 seconds. Leads it by 2 to Rez's Rolex. Coppola now looms up into the 3rd position. To a length and a half more then. Back to the inside is My Boy Prince, who's 4th as Speed Figures turns him in. Speed Figures, foot on the gas pedal here for Jose Ferrer to the 8th pole. Rez's Rolex, My Boy Prince coming through down toward the inside. Speed Figures still there. My Boy Prince down along the inside. Rez's Rolex out wide. Speed Figures has to make another 50 yards. Here comes My Boy Prince up the inside. Rez's Rolex charging as well. They hit the wire together. It's a photo finish there between My Boy Prince and Rez's Rolex. Also right there in the battle was And You Wish.
Rez's Rolex, My Boy Prince, both right there at the wire as this speedster tried to steal it. Speed figures up front, gets run down late.
I thought I know who won, but you and Acacia think someone else did.
I'm usually wrong.
Well, I'm going to cheat and watch this replay. Yeah, it's inside.
My Boy Prince, yeah, from there, it looks like did get it here. Oh, that's a tough beat for Rez's Rolex. Both ran huge here. And Mark Cassie having that incredible run in Hot Springs, including victories on the Oaks and Derby Trail out at Oaklawn. Looks like he is continuing to roll here at Tampa, as we believe My Boy Prince gets this win down on the fence with Sammy Marin.
Yeah, I mean, the pace was honest enough. I think it's set up just like you would want if you were My Boy Prince, and he came inside. And like I said, they both ran too good to lose, but it looked like the inside. I wouldn't tear up your virtual ticket.
We'll let you know in a moment. Mach 7, Jose Lezcano, 2-win day. Takes the nightcap here on the stretch out for Jose D'Angelo with his son of Gervin, who wins in start number 2.
Yeah, he popped away from there, kind of took it to the other horses and absolutely really enjoyed his job today. He'd always shown some speed, but never was finishing his races. Finished it today.
For a moment, looked like Who's Your Zaddy might make things interesting. But that's a horse to keep your eyes on. Not easy to win at a mile in your debut. Amelia Greenbarn is going just terrific right now. So productive debut for the runner-up.
Absolutely. Made a move like he was going to win. Just got a little tired. You'd like to think he'll run better second time out.
2-8-3. Dingybarrow took all that early money, winds up a distant third. Pick 6 pays over $22,000. Pick 5, $7,597.
Nothing wrong with either one of those.
Cross country, 2 legs in. Formful start. Mach 7 takes leg 2. Now we got 3 legs from Oakland coming up, including their feature, that Dixie Bell in race 9.
Yeah, I like a horse in that race.
And I thought, by the way, Navajo Warrior seems like a cinch, right, in race 10?
Oh,
although with a wet track.
I think there's some other horses in there, but I do think, I know what you're saying. Navajo Warrior can certainly win, but I think it's a little bit more contentious than that.
Okay. See how it plays out the rest of the way. Going to take a timeout. We'll be back. More from Oakland coming up, including his match in their feature. Up next, race 8, state bred, maiden special weight, 6 furlongs. Post parade when we return, and confirmed Turf Dash does go to my boy Prince in the Mark Casse barn. We'll have those prices when we come back on our Saturday coverage. Race 8 at Oakland. 6 furlong sprint in this Arkansas bred maiden special weight. Let's check in with Megan Burgess.
Well, lots to sort through. Many of these Arkansas breds, maidens who have never run before. But a horse that caught my eye was number 3, Bemis, for John Ortiz and Shortleaf Stable, teaming up again when they got actually Johnny Ortiz with a winner earlier on the card with the workmate of the number 3, Bemis, and a little trick. So Bemis has been really impressing me in the mornings. The last work there on February the 7th was from the gate, broke better than the other 2. And while he was keen and a bit green, he still pulled away with a little trick, who of course we saw, as I mentioned, run well and win earlier on the card. And he galloped out with an edge, did it to me easier. And just getting a look at him physically, I really like what I see. He's a strong, stout sprinter with an engine behind him. And it's always nice to see horses that are doing well in the mornings follow that back up with a nice showing in the paddock. But I will say this, his sire Tecton is 0 for 13 with 3-year-olds and up and first-time starters. So we'll see if he can break that streak. But the number 4 is Sow Empire, has been a sort of mid-range tactical type, and now gets back to sprinting, gets the Lasix on here, and I honestly was pretty impressed with what I saw from him physically. I do understand why they tried to route this individual, because he is a bit leggier, but looking at his race 2 back, he was going up against the likes of Honey's to Blame, who came back against an allowance winner. Came back to win that allowance race. He broke big pack that day, was 3 wide between horses, continued in that wide run, and then kind of just ran on with pace, not really able to save any ground. But we'll see if those blinkers can sharpen him up a bit, as sire Classic Empire has a very strong 16% with those dirt sprinters, and he's a half to 2 winners going short as well. But the number 11, Arkansas Dave, will be ridden now by Javier Padron Barcinas instead of Alfredo Triana Jr. and ran well at 33-1 last time out. He closed late, bumping early, was mid-range, and just ran on late with a horse that I thought was interesting up there at 8-1, Greg.
All right, Megan, thank you. The post parade coming up momentarily. Wide open betting races. You see that board reflects. 7-2 is your top choice, and the first-time starter for Ray Ashford Jr., Arkansas 11 man. We'll get Lasix for the first start as we get back to Tampa. And heartbreaking defeat for Reza's Rolex, but my boy Prince, well done here. Mark Cassibarn, Sammy Marin, Gary Barber wins for the 8th time in his career. $5.80 for the victory. See the pick 5, pick 6 payoffs. Let's go to Acacia.
With winning rider Sammy Marin, who piloted my boy Prince to victory here. Tight photo finish. Both really fought. But you seem pretty confident that you'd gotten the bob.
Yeah, I was definitely confident. I knew I had to jump on him because, you know, he had to go all the way around, and I was saving the ground and the inside. So I thought always that was going to help us right at the end, and it happened.
There was some pace on in here for a 5 furlong turf sprint. How important is that trip here at Tampa?
Well, like I did, I kind of, you know, I've been riding here for 3 years already. I kind of know a little bit about it. If you're up in the rail, it's always going to open up for you, because usually when they go that fast, always the rail always open for you. So I was counting on that, and it happened.
It certainly worked out well. Like you said, I've been riding here for a few years and doing very well, I might add, here at Tampa, celebrating 100 years here today. What does it mean calling this place home for the winter with the great crowd that you have in a big celebratory day like today?
It means a lot, you know. It feels good having all support we've been having lately. And then, you know, being riding here is something special. I love it here, so I appreciate it too. You know, I'm really grateful with every one of them that they have been helping us and everything, so it's always good to be here.
Always good to be in the winner's circle for a state. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Greg?
Talented rider, and my boy Prince, he's had some big moments in his career and just barely wins that one, even in defeat, though. And I know that 9-race win streak comes to an end. Reza's Rolex continues to be a very good story.
I think they got to be happy about it, though, to have a horse of that class. You know, my boy Prince, to be right there with them. I think it kind of still feels, they probably feel justified in taking on some tougher spots now with a horse like Reza's Rolex, because he's proven that he fits in those spots.
Question. All right, great job, Acacia, out at Tampa as we head out to Oaklawn on this wet Saturday afternoon, that sloppy racetrack. Here they come for the post parade in the 6 furlong Arkansas bred maiden special weight. And we'll get a look here momentarily. It's rain coming down pretty hard. At one with experience, although did not show very much in that debut. This runner from the rail, a lot of changes will be made here. Actually going to step up and face a little bit tougher. Took some money, Yank Open in the debut, and now is going to get blinkers and will get Lasix for start number 2.
Yeah, I mean, maybe those changes will help. Didn't do much running. Did take a little bit of money on debut, which makes you think that there's got to be something there that they liked.
See that one here momentarily. 4 is taking some money with some experience. Obviously, that first-time starter to the 8. There must be, you would think, a story with Arkansas loving man. And a little bit of attention for the 11, who has had a couple of starts. We'll take a slight step up in class here. And there's the 1 we had briefly talked about there. Leading the way here in this post parade, 4 minutes away from the start of this pick 4. With the feature still to come, that's the Dixie Bell in race 9 for 3-year-old fillies. Sprinting 6 furlongs, our colleague Tom Amos going to have paving in that race. But back to our post parade. So again, 12-1, Yankopin, the second-time starter. I get interesting that at least took a little money first time out, and you can always forgive a debut.
Yeah, it was against maiden claimers, so that keep that in mind when looking at the price that he went off.
Not that big a jump, though. Is it state bred maiden 50 to state bred maiden special?
I mean, I wouldn't say it's the largest. You know, you're dealing with a smaller group of horses in Arkansas.
Randy Moore's first-time starter went by the 2. Here's Bemis, John Ortiz.
Yeah, you've seen those silks win lots of races at Oakland. John Ortiz, 13% with first-time starters throughout his career.
Yeah, John at Anthony Shortleaf Stable. Sioux Empire, the experience of the field.
Yeah, and it's taken a lot of money and a lot of starts. It hasn't quite got the job done. Puts the blinkers on, adds Lasix.
Roku Nana was 12-1 against Softer first out.
Yeah, didn't do much running in that race either.
Was in the same race as that rail runner. Here is the 6, Bernardi, speed and backed up first start.
Yeah, it was 55-1 that day and ran like it.
Ballandine Storm debuts with Tyler Bacon.
Yeah, another one. It's not taking any money first time out for connections. Only 7% with first time starters.
Was favored. Now the slight second choice. Here's his first time starter for Ray Ashford.
Yeah, taking some money. They must like what they see in the morning from this horse out in Arkansas.
Blinkers on Arco Thunder, start number 6.
Yeah, has had a lot of opportunities. Has been big prices and has run like it.
Start number 2 for Best Flat Out.
Yeah, there was a little bit of pace to close into last time. Didn't really make up any ground in the stretch.
Arkansas Dave will get Lasix.
Debuted for 20. I would say that's a pretty big jump from Remington Park. I always think that RP is Rotama.
And Humorous Saint, Ron Moquette Barnes, showed a little bit of speed back in December as a 2-year-old.
Yeah, I think when you can show speed, it's always a good indication there might be some talent there, and then that's what horse trainers do. They figure out a way to try to utilize that. Let's see if Ron Moquette can figure out Humorous Saint.
And winner of that race did come back and win again next time out. Maybe some positives anyway for that debut effort from Humorous Saint with the 3-year-old debut coming up. You can play all the action, including this pick 4 here with Naira Bets. Get that offer, that $200 deposit match. New customer bonus with that code at sign up. Bonus 200 at NairaBets.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. 2 minutes to post. Here in the 8th, let's go back to Megan.
Well, thanks, Greg. It's Mig and Megan, and we're here together. We're sharing one mic, and this is a very, very good-looking group of Arkansas breds. Very well behaved here in the paddock.
I was kind of nervous with us all coming down here in our little family tree we've got going on, and sharing is caring, so thank you for the mic, Mig. But I will say, everybody was pretty composed, no outside renegades, so things are going pretty well here.
Yeah, and again, a big, solid-looking group. We're going to start down towards the inside with a first-time starter from the Randy Morse barn, 70s music. Now, I love 70s music. Give me a little Jackson Brown, a little James Taylor. But I actually did watch this horse train, and I thought he trained fairly impressive. A big horse, may want more ground, but he really a nice, light mover on his feet.
He was, and he actually did take a little bit of a break from September to November, bringing this horse along as a 3-year-old now, and he's just been really consistent here at Oakland and really been seemingly taking to the surface well. He's a foal to 2 winners. Both came sprinting, but I'd agree with you. He's a leggy individual, and, you know, just judging from that big stride on the gallops out of his works in the morning, I think that he's going to get better, perhaps with a little bit more ground. His sire's Street Strategy is just 6% overall with those 3-year-old and up first-time starters, and Randy Morris also bred this horse and owns this son of Street Strategy.
Yeah, and I'm ultimately landing there, guys. I'm going to pick him because I really did like the way he moved on the racetrack. You're interested in another first-time starter right outside from Jada and Anthony's Shortleaf stable, Bemis.
Yeah, I think this horse could be a bit green and might need to learn from this first start. But as I discussed in my paddock report, he really made a strong impression. He certainly looks like a sprinter. And, of course, campaigned by Shortleaf Stable, who also bred this son of Tecton, who, by the way, also was campaigned by Shortleaf. And I mentioned earlier, hasn't been able to break through with a first-time starter yet, but has been working well with the winner and Little Trick. And I'm just eager to see if he can maybe put some of those mental woes that he perhaps has just been a little keen in the morning, but I'm hoping that he can put it all together first time out.
Yeah, another first-time start of the 8-horse. No truth to the rumor that they named Arkansas Loving Man after me. I do like Arkansas. I'm treated very well here, but he's a horse that's taking a lot of money.
And that February the 5th gate work kept to task, finished well. There's a couple first-time starters that I think will really make a good account of themselves in here.
And quickly, the 12, Humorous Saint. Ron Moquette took him in his hands himself, handled him by himself. True horsemanship on display there. And I'll send it back to New York as the field is loading up rather quickly.
They are, and we're basically just going to send it back out to Matt Dinnerman here. Favorite is Sioux Empire, making career start number 5 here. 4th at this level last start. Getting blinkers, adding Lasix for Mac Robertson. Matt Dinnerman, the call, race 8.
Kunana. 2 back, Bernardi. And to the outside post, Humorous Saint. We're ready to go. And we're off. 70s music had to take up right at the start. Bemis is hard ridden for the lead. He's got the lead in the early stages here. Bernardi in the second spot. Humorous Saint third. Bemis is very quick down the backstretch. Opens up 2. In the third spot is Roku Nana down on the rail. Then comes Arco Thunder passing a few runners now to be within 4 lengths of the lead, followed by Sioux Empire. Arkansas Loving Man is between horses approaching the turn. Arkansas Dave is deep and farther at best. Flat Out is floated wide as they go into the far turn. There's a gap of 3. 70s music towards the back of the field here. Yankopin is second to last, and Ballandine Storm at the back as they round the far turn. Bemis still on the lead here, trying to take them all the way, coming to the top of the lane. Extends stride, opens up a length and a half on Bernardi, who's chasing hard in the second spot. It's Bemis coming off the turn, is still clear. Bemis down the lane, a 2-length lead with a furlong to go. Arkansas Loving Man's trying to come on. Sioux Empire on the outside, putting in a strong rally now. Sioux Empire and Bemis, they're 1-2. Bemis holding on. Outside, that's Sioux Empire. Sioux Empire reeling in Bemis in the final 16th. Sioux Empire, Seraphin Carmona to win it. Bemis was second, third home. Arco Thunder and 70s Music was 4th.
Experience prevails here in the 8th. Bemis trying to do it in the debut. Gets reeled in by Sioux Empire in career start number 5.
Yeah, Sioux Empire has been hinting at this, right? Was 8-1 on debut. That shows a little bit of belief. Then comes back 2-1, 5-1, 3-1. Has always kind of shown some interest from the betting public. Gets the blinkers on, adds the Lasix. Those are the things that I think probably helped push this one over the edge. The first-time starter Bemis did run really well, but like you said, the experience prevailed.
Mac Robertson barn, owned by Jeff Larson. And a 3-year-old son of Classic Empire with the victory. Seraphin Carmona aboard for the win. 4-1 at post time. We're going to take a timeout. Prices from this race when we come back. The feature, the Dixie Bell, is next, and we'll look back to earlier this morning, or afternoon, I should say. Forever Young, Breeders' Cup Classic winner, Eclipse Award champion, Goes back-to-back in the Saudi Cup, but he got a test from Nisos. We'll have that for you when we return. Back on our Saturday coverage, you're watching America's Day of the Races. Sioux Empire prevails, 5th time out. And I believe, 4-1. It's going to pay over $10 here.
The experience, I think, probably helped quite a bit. Then there's some changes. The blinkers on, adding Lasix, and was able to run down the first-time starter in those short-leaf silks in Bemis. Sioux Empire in the 5th career start finally breaks the maiden.
On this wet track, 4 prior outings, had never got wet going before. Able to reel in this debuter, who is definitely one to keep your eyes on, especially considering next time out, I should say, how far back it was to 3rd.
Yeah, I think this is a, for this group, I think this is a good group. And I think the top 2 horses are horses to keep an eye on moving out of this.
Feature race coming up next. Take a peek at the cross-country Pick 5 follow-along. So 2 $10 horses to spice things up a little. Dixie Bell for 3-year-old filly sprinting coming up next. And then race 10, you did not think Navajo Warrior was a lock is going to be favored, but let's start with a Dixie Bell in here.
Well, I had
Go ahead.
I had a clever idea that French friction off of all of the publicity leading up to the debut and winning the debut would take a lot more money in here, and Little Miss Curlin might offer some value. Well, at this point, that doesn't seem like that's the case.
Little Miss Curlin, look, 4 for 4, undefeated, Louisiana bred, 2 very strong figures, but that fairgrounds form has to transfer now to Oakland.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping that people are listening to you at home and this horse comes up a little bit in price. I thought the horse had a big edge, but I thought that some of the others in there would take some money, especially a horse like French Friction, which is the hardest horse name to say in training right now.
Yeah, good luck. 6-length score on this racetrack, French Friction, for Mark Cassie, first time out. And let's keep in mind that barn winning, especially at this track, he's winning everything. 45% coming into today. Let's recap what happened earlier with all that money on the line out in Riyadh on Saudi Cup Day, beginning with the big one and the matchup everybody wanted in the stretch they got. Forever Young trying to go back-to-back in this race. Here comes Nisos to his outside, but Forever Young too good.
It looked like for a second Nisos was gonna possibly go by him, but Forever Young shows why he's the classy individual that he is, winning our Breeders' Cup Classic last year, running well in our Breeders' Cup Classic the year before that, and running well in the Kentucky Derby. Basically, every time Forever Young shows up, he runs well and he turns away Nisos, kind of the now horse in the U.S., and Forever Young. What a really cool horse he's turned out to be.
Just incredible. And let's keep in mind, he's only had 3 losses in his career. One of them where I think most people believe he was the best horse in the race in the Kentucky Derby. The other 2 races he lost the Classic. He came back and won that this year, obviously. So the only other loss, can get revenge for that one as well, the World Cup. Going to take another crack at it.
I would imagine so. I mean, it's easy to say he's the best horse in the world right now, and I'm sure Sovereignty will have something to say about that before it's all said and done. But for right now, what he's accomplished in his last couple of races, he's the best horse in the world.
Incredible what he has accomplished, and what a performance. We're going to look to the dirt sprint earlier on in the card, and not a good break at all for Imagination. Thought that his race might be over from the outset. Runs them all down.
Yeah, I mean, this is a race that I've always felt like we had a little bit of an edge in when we go overseas for these dirt sprints. But as of late, it's felt like the competition's got a little bit more even. And Imagination, you see him running down the middle of the track on his wrong lead. It's almost like the slow break kind of played into his hands. I mean, he came running. I think he was winning no matter what happened. A horse that has run well going longer in this country, but his last 2 races sprinting have been pretty darn good.
Flavien Prat aboard for the win, and now Baffert says he's going to point him to the Met Mile.
Ooh, that's fun for us. Yeah, I mean, look, 1 turn, he got this race here, and then to have an opportunity to win that Met Mile, it's a stallion-making race. And Imagination, I'm sure, will be looking to try to take that Met Mile and become a stallion.
Big performance with a disastrous beginning, but it works out okay for Imagination. Meanwhile, in the 1351 turf sprint, U.S. does well again. Arad Ortiz Jr. on Reef Runner with a furious finish to get the victory.
Yeah, it's always fun to see our trainers go over and our horses go over and our connections go over. And like you said, they're running for such big money. And to get over there and to see the connections of Reef Runner be able to pull this off, pretty cool.
Here it is. Had a win at Gulfstream at 5 furlongs. This one 6 3/4 furlongs on the turf, so going a little bit longer than this one's used to. Handles it just fine.
Yeah, it's funny. A horse that I thought would probably be better going a little bit shorter to run this best lifetime race for all that money. Going a little bit further, I think, is definitely something to keep in mind. I don't know, when you have a horse like this that wins, 6.5 over there, do you try to go a little bit longer on the grass here now that he's proven that? We'll see.
4th in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint behind Chiso Spicy, and now back-to-back wins, including this huge one in a race with a $2 million purse. And Arad Ortiz Jr. for David Fox, for Alex and Joanne Leblong, the victory. Saudi Derby took place in race 4. Grade 3, about distance of a mile. And look, this horse is undefeated now. Al Haram wins 4 for 4. Huge turf pedigree. But all these wins have come on the dirt and beats Obliteration, who has pretty much been a sprinter here in the U.S.
Yeah, I mean, Steve decided to try to get Obliteration to go a little bit further, and he's successful in that. You can't argue with undefeated, and let's see if they decide they want to try to come compete in the Kentucky Derby. We'll find out as days unfold. But when you can win a race like this for all that money, it definitely sets you up nicely to consider coming to the U.S. to run in the Kentucky Derby.
If that happens or not, we will see. Again, big turf pedigree in the family here, but at this point, on that Derby trail with this performance for now, and a $1.5 million purse and a win.
That money spends.
Yes, it
Nothing
does.
wrong with that.
So interesting that one wins. Perfect 4-for-4 record in that Grade 3 Saudi Derby. Very fun coverage. Obviously the main event, though. Just what a horse, Forever Young, to excel at the highest level, not just here, but internationally, and continue to produce time and time again.
I think that's probably the most interesting part about him is his ability to hop on a plane and run well. Right, he's run well there. He's run well in Dubai. He's run well in the U.S. on both coasts. He's run well in Kentucky, in California. It's just, it doesn't matter. He just shows up and he runs well. I think that's pretty cool about him.
I posed this question the other day when I was on with Andy Serling. I think you agree as well, ran the best race in the Kentucky Derby.
Yes, pretty darn close. I mean, Sierra Leone ran well too, but
if he had not gotten interfered with, he may have won that Kentucky Derby.
I don't disagree.
If he had won that race, even if he doesn't now, but if he had won that race, is he a Hall of Famer?
In our Hall of Fame?
Yeah. Or just hasn't raced enough in the
Yeah,
U.S.?
I think if you win the Derby, you win the Classic, you take into consideration in the back of your mind the things he's done. I know it doesn't count so much, but he's done internationally. Yeah, I think he would be.
Yeah, we'll see if he has a chance to go for another Classic, go back-to-back. Then he might be as well. What a horse. Exciting to see that first ever to go back-to-back in the Saudi Cup. Earlier this afternoon on our coverage over on Fox Sports 1. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Dixie Bell next from Oaklawn. 3-year-old fillies going 6 furlongs. And the odds-on favorite, undefeated, Louisiana bred. There she is, the 6th, Little Miss Curlin, putting that perfect record on the line, facing Open Company for the first time. Next.
Champion has precocity, but only one can be called fierce.
Fierceness!
Brilliant at 2.
A powerhouse win!
Dominant at 3.
Fierceness is putting on a show in Hallandale today! Fierceness to win the Travers!
Tenacious at 4.
Fierceness has won the Pacific Classic!
All the makings of a champion. Fierceness. New to Coolmore America.
The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at BelmontStakes.com.
Say hi to our new stallion, Highland Falls. From his winning debut to that spectacular Jockey Club Gold Cup.
It is Highland Falls. He wins another one, this time the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Even his buyer was high. The race his sire made his own by a widening 4 lengths. A host of Grade 1 winners far behind. High and goodbye. Running a 107 when second in an All-Star Whitney. The rise and rise of Highland Falls. High class, on the track and on the page. This is his dam, winning the Acorn and then the Distaff. Aim high. Breed to a well-bred son of Curlin. Highland Falls, new to Darley.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on our Saturday coverage. Thanks for being with us on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 feature race. On this sloppy racetrack out in Hot Springs, Arkansas, the Dixie Bell 3-year-old fillies at 6 furlongs. And the story of this field, the undefeated Louisiana-bred Little Miss Curlin, 4 for 4, but she'll be facing Open Company, meaning non-Louisiana-bred company, for the first time in her career today.
Yeah, I mean, she's, you know, it's when you're a state bred and you're winning races, these state bred races, it takes a little bit to get some respect when you show up against Open Company, but she's done it the right way. She's done it in fast figures, and she's starting to creep up a little bit in price now. When we first started talking about the race, she was 1-9. She's 3-5 now. I think she'll continue to creep up a little bit, but she's really good, and especially for this group. I think she's the best horse in this race. Based on the figures that she's running, she doesn't know she's born in Louisiana. She just knows she can run fast.
Yeah, 4 wins. She's won by, I believe, more than 23 lengths combined. But this is going to be a different kind of test. And I guess sort of, you never know who's going to step up. But a couple of the runners that seem like they may step up and have something to say about this race, lightly raced, but upside. French Friction, you mentioned, start number 2 coming up off an impressive debut, and then Just Bluffing would have been interesting, but comes out in this spot. So 3-5 on the Louisiana. Brad, as we go to Megan.
The number 6, Little Miss Curlin, is not just a Louisiana bred. She is a beautifully bred daughter of Charlottetown out of a graded stakes place, Curlin Dam, who earned over $800,000. You don't see those kind of pedigrees very often. Coda Grove Farms bred and now owns this talented filly. She's been working incredibly well down at Delta Downs, consistently kind of shipping in for those races at fairgrounds. And I will say this, she looks great physically. I was hesitant, chaotic paddock, Oakland Park for the very first time. She's handling herself like a pro and not turning a hair. She looks fantastic, resplendent in her coat, as mentioned by her trainer, shining like the copper penny that she is, as most Charlottons do. And I don't have any issues with her physically. She's got a stout engine on her. She looks like an out-and-out sprinter. I will say this, she's yet to beat a real next out winner from those smaller stakes fields, beating up on Louisiana breds. This is a taller task. As mentioned, open company for the first time. She's dusted these fields with no issues. A thing I love most about her is she's rateable. She can sit off of horses, as she's shown in her last 2 starts, drawing off beautifully. I will say this, the Devereaux barn does not send horses here very often, so clearly a vote of confidence. I like what I see from her. I don't have any real issues. I'm just worried, how is she going to take to a sloppy sealed surface for the first time? But that's the same thing you could say about many of these runners as we take a look at the number 1, French Friction, for the red-hot Mark Casse barn. And I fell in love with this horse the minute I saw her. She was actually the workmate with Grade 1 winner Lacara before she debuted. And nobody, Caden Arthur, the assistant to Mark Casse, was kind of hiding her a little bit. And they really think highly of this filly by City of Light out of a Grade 2 place Dam who won routing. I will say this for physically, she's kind of interesting because she doesn't have a ton of leg to her, but she's real long in her body, almost like you would look at her and think route, which was initially the plan before that allowance race didn't go. So now she lands amongst sprinters. I think she's going to fare just fine. Broke from the inside, does deal with that today, but I find she's got the speed to work out a trip with Christian Torres back aboard, and I'm really anxious to see if she can take a step forward for the first time against winners, Greg.
Yeah, she has so much upside. What a big debut, and it came on this racetrack. Just demolished the competition. She was favored as well. She was expected to have talent, and she showed it first time out.
She sure did. I mean, there was, I remember there being some buzz that she had worked with Lacara, a Grade 1 winner, and had worked well enough with her. I think when you have a horse making a debut and you say they worked with a Grade 1 winner and they held their own, people are going to get excited about them when they run first time out, and then a lot of times it matches. When you hear those types of things, sometimes they run like this, and she did. So she was impressive. She's going to take another step forward, though, and run a little bit faster, but in her first career start, maybe they didn't get to the bottom of her.
Meanwhile, that 2 stakes winner at a softer circuit, but she ran very good in the Mockingbird here at Oakland in her most recent effort. Big price right now.
She is. She comes from out of it. She's going to need someone to hook up. She's going to need the pace to kind of fall apart here, and it's possible. There's some horses in here that have a little bit of speed.
13-1, there she is. Woodstock for the Mike Maker barn. Francisco Arrieta will ride. And the prices come up a little bit. What did we see, 2-5 on Little Miss Curlin? She's 4-5 right now.
She opened up at 1-9. She was 3-5 when we came back from break. Now she's 4-5. I think she will continue to creep up. If she can get that 4-5 range, even if she creeps up to that even money range, I do think she is a bet opportunity as long as they continue to bet the other ones. If she gets a little bit shorter than that, I'm probably not crazy about it. But if she can creep up a little bit, I think she does make sense as a win opportunity.
Outside of, obviously, the 1 French Friction and then this undefeated filly makes sense. Anyone else catching your eye?
The only other one that I thought was interesting, Scratch, the 10. Just Bluffing, I thought had a little bit of a shot in here if they would have run.
Phones ring. Tom Amos is on the line for you. He's setting up Paving the 3, your buddy. Cut packet distance.
Tom is
for
realistic.
paving?
If Tom was sitting here right now, Tom would say she has to get a little bit faster, but he might say that he likes her, this, that, and the other, but she does have to get faster to beat the top two.
We'll see if the cutback in distance helps her out. She does have a win, for what it's worth, the 3 paving. There she is for Tom Amoss on a sloppy track, and that's the conditions today.
Yeah, I mean, it's at least one less thing to worry about. You know, sometimes horses won't like it. They won't like the kickback from it. They won't like the way that it feels. And having a horse that's run well on it at least once is just checking one box of one thing you don't have to necessarily worry about.
So 8-1 on paving. She won first time out at Ellis. She won again December 4th at Fairgrounds, and then tried a stake here going a mile. And Tom says, let's cut back in distance for the Dixie Bell. And Rafael Bejarano will be aboard. So we'll get to the post parade here in a moment, which should be abbreviated with the weather. As we approach the 7-minute mark to post here for this Saturday feature in this Dixie Bell. You can play again all the action right there at Naira Bets. Get that offer. $200 deposit match, new customer bonus. With that code bonus 200 at sign up for new members. Right there. Scan that QR code or go to nairabets.com. Wet afternoon in Hot Springs. It's forced Mig and Meg inside, but they're doing the best they can.
Yeah, it looks wet there on the apron. You don't see very many people. That's not typical for Oakland Park on a Saturday. Usually lots of people out there, but the weather is not cooperating. So they'll have to just hang out inside.
And we got, I know this race, we're excited to see how this Louisiana bred does. Coming up, I believe, on our Monday coverage, Ewing back in action. Saratoga Special winner from this past summer.
Love that. Yeah, he was an impressive debut winner as well. Came back and ran well, and he's a Knicks Go. That's where he got that fun name, Ewing.
Incredibly well named. 2 for 2. And yeah, for now, in this Ozark Stakes, going to remain sprinting, not pointed to a, sort of Derby prep or even on that road just yet, staying sprinting.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's easy to get the fever, but at the same time, when you have a horse who's had so much success sprinting, let them do what they feel comfortable doing. There's a lot of big races in the sprint division. It's not all about the Kentucky Derby. Well, it's a lot of fun, but it's not that much fun to go to the Derby and run 19th when you can win the Pat Day Mile on the undercard and come back in the Woody Stevens on Belmont Stakes Day and then point to a race like the Jerkins in the summer. Those races are just as fun.
You think that Mark Cassidy takes a look at what happened in the Saudi Derby earlier today and says, wow, horse I beat just ran second stretching out in that Grade 3 Saudi Derby?
Well, I think it's more about the individual of obviously from a class standpoint, that's comforting. But it doesn't mean, just because Obliteration ran well in the Saudi Derby doesn't mean that Ewing wants to go that far. It might mean that Ewing's good, but maybe he doesn't want to go that far.
And maybe this is just a starting point. Maybe they will take a shot. You're running out of time at some point here. But when there's no real huge standout on the Derby trail too.
Absolutely.
Doesn't it make you even more sad? Let's just take a shot and see if the horse has ability to go long.
Well, I think what happens is the horse takes you there, right? If the horse runs on Monday and runs off the screen, you get excited that you might have something special, then you take a chance. If he runs second or he's all out in a sprint to beat a horse that ran a 72 buyer last time, maybe you just pump the brakes a little bit and take a path of least resistance, at least for what the horse wants to do.
Yeah, exciting horse. That's coming up on Monday coverage in the Ozark. First things first, though, in this Dixie Bell, and 4-5 favorite remains this Louisiana bred. Not sure the reason for the holding pattern here. We are still 5 minutes to post. They're not yet out on the track. So we're going to take a short time out. We'll be back. Saturday feature from Oakland when we return. Back with you on our Saturday coverage of America's Day at the Races. Fox Sports 2, we're in a holding pattern for this Dixie Bell at Oakland. Unsure of what is happening. I would think weather related, but we're waiting to see. Maybe not. Sorry, that was maybe something. Even money as we wait. Little Miss Curlin, who you told us opened up at 1-9. Now even money. Biggest price she's been.
Yeah, I mean, maybe
the longer we
maybe
wait.
the delay should just keep going up in price. I think we got to ride her up, though, on the 1, so that's promising. There we go.
Riders up, finally. And a call to post. Let's listen in.
I'd imagine it's harder to play a trumpet when it's raining, right?
I would assume. Yeah. I just don't think it's easy overall in any kind of weather.
In general.
Even money favorite, Little Miss Curlin. And there she is. Louisiana-bred Charlatan filly. Charlatan, who had the lead in the stretch in the Saudi Cup before getting run down for Bob Baffert.
I think Charlatan's best race was on this racetrack. Am I right or am I wrong? His Arkansas Derby. I guess you could argue that his Malibu was pretty good too, but he did win the Arkansas Derby here, Charlatan. I feel like that was the year they ran two. Did they run 2 divisions?
Yeah, they had 2
Derby?
divisions, I believe.
It was during
Baffert won
COVID.
both.
Yeah,
right?
it was 2020. So that'll check out.
All right, so we're going to start things off here in a moment with French Friction, 5-2 second choice on the second-time starter from the rail for Marcassi.
This daughter of City of Light was very, very impressive on debut. Leading into that was working with a Grade 1 winner in Lacara. I think that's why she took so much attention. She's going to take a step forward, but she seems like the type that's certainly good.
Christian Torres for the red-hot Marcassi barn. 45% win percentage at this meet. It's unreal. Woodstock, again, comes from very far out of it, but a good effort in the Mockingbird here last start.
Yeah, if you like Woodstock, you'll be screaming for them to run faster, faster, faster early. I don't know how this track is going to play for a closer like this.
Tom Amos with the cutback filly here, Paving.
She's got Tom Amos in her corner. I mean, look, there's a couple of races here that are almost fast enough. Does have to take a step forward.
Here's Wakuta, Steve Asmussen Barnes' son, Eric rides.
Yeah, another one, just a little bit light on figures when it comes to this type of group.
Evolution quick early. I don't know if she has enough late.
Yeah, just taking a shot in here with a filly to try to get a little bit of black type. I think she's over her head.
There's the undefeated Louisiana-bred Little Miss Curlin went by.
Yeah, back to 4-5, hoping she'll creep up a little bit more.
Rivera comes in from the West Coast for John Sadler.
Yeah, it comes in from the West Coast. There is the first 2 races of this horse's career at Del Mar were fast enough. The recent ones haven't been.
Have faith. Big number here for this Dallas Stewart filly.
Yeah, one that has been in a stake before, was betting that race as well at Fairgrounds, cutting back.
And Glazing Fury, 2101.
Yeah, one that debuted on the turf for Matt Shire, then finally had a nice race in the mud where they won. Maybe, just maybe, the sloppy surface is something that Glazing Fury appreciates.
How confident is the trainer of Little Miss Curlin putting that perfect record on the line? Let's go to Mig.
So pleased to be joined by Pat Devereaux, who has the favorite, Little Miss Curlin. Long delay here while the Harrows went around a second time, but Pat, she seemed like she really's got a great mind, handled everything well.
That it never crossed my mind that she wouldn't. She's traveled well. She's done everything well.
One thing I did notice, though, any horse kind of got up close to her, she'd pin her ears. Most good horses want their space.
She's like that. She's like that. She goes after horses in her races, but she's settled more and more each time. But she goes after them. She wants to go after them.
Well, you love that competitive spirit. In a perfect world, what trip would you like to see?
I'd say lay third or fourth. I mean, if she drops back a little farther, I'm not going to be concerned. She'll when he asks her to go, he knows this track a lot better than me.
And she's out of a mare that's got a lot of quality. 8-time winner, graded stakes winner.
Here too.
Liked it here, and one going further. Do you think there's a possibility this filly may stretch?
Maybe, but I didn't see the rush.
Well, you've done everything right. She's perfect so far. Best of luck.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Guys?
A lot of pressure anytime you send out an undefeated runner, and now you're taking sort of that next step, too. You're tackling company where you've never tackled before, facing open company. It's going to be a lot more difficult, you would think, but she's obviously very talented.
Yeah, when you got a last name with an X at the end of it, it's pretty easy to guess where you're from.
Let's go back to Hot Springs.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Actually, he's from Lexington because I asked the same question. But, Megan, you like the one, French Friction. One start was very impressive, and a deep, rich pedigree there of Phipps family horses.
Absolutely, but she's also one that, I will say this, my one concern with her is she going to get over the surface? She is a big, heavy-bodied girl. She's got an engine that is almost, it's the first thing you see about her, Richie. It's the first thing that we both saw about her is just how big her engine was. She's a powerful daughter of City of Light, and she's also one that I just, with those heavier-bodied individuals, they might not skip over that sloppy surface as maybe more like a streamlined individual would. So that's my one question mark with her, but that's the same question mark for a lot of these young fillies.
Absolutely. A lot of them haven't tried this off going yet. I'm going with the favorite. I like Little Miss Curlin. Oh, yeah, well, I mean, some have been in the stop, but the majority of them haven't tried it yet. But I am going to go with your favorite here, Little Miss Curlin. I loved her attitude here. Anytime a horse kind of walked up on her, she'd pin her ears and say, like, hey, back off. And good horses kind of dominate their space. They don't let people intrude on them. Of course, I'm going to root for the Louisiana trainer, Tom Amos, because he's my friend and all of our friends with paving, and maybe she gets the right kind of trip. She's undefeated sprinting. But Little Miss Curlin, guys, I thought that was just a little too much to like. And Megan, there's something else you wanted to add, I think.
Sorry, I just wanted to talk a bit about the number 2 Woodstock because I'm really interested to see. She won on that sloppy sealed surface on debut by 3. She's going to handle the surface, and I do think that last time out she was wide the entire way. I didn't like the trip, and man, was she sharp, kicking about. I think she's ready to roll, and I'm hoping she'll trip out better with that inside draw.
Well, I think we got a great edition of the Dixie Bell coming up here, guys.
Just exciting to see this Louisiana bred put this perfect record on the line and see if she is up to the task against open company here at Oakland. 4 consecutive wins, Delta Downs, 3 in a row at Fairgrounds. And now coming to Hot Springs to see if she is up to the task for Pat Devereaux. Ramon Vasquez rides. It is the Dixie Bell, the feature on the Saturday card from Oakland. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman.
Rivera coming forward. Wakuda, post 4. Have Faith, second to last to load in. And to the outside post, we wait on Glazin Fury. We're ready to go in the Dixie Bell Stakes. And we're off. In the middle of the field, Evolution wins the break, is out alertly. French Friction moving up to claim second with Little Miss Curlin there on the outside. The favorite, Glazin Fury, is deeper out. There's a gap of 2 to Rivera. Woodstock to the inside. Wakuda shuffled back to the third last position. Paved is second to last early, and Have Faith can see them all down the back stretch. Duel on the lead. 64-1 long shot. Evolution. French Friction to the inside. A neck in front, though, from the rail as they go into the 4-turn run. They've streaked 4 ahead of Little Miss Curlin. Nickeled along a little bit from the third position. Paved his saving ground as they round the 4-turn. Rivera has given way, calls it an afternoon while under pressure. Have Faith is making a move on the rail at 18-1. She's moving up as they hit the quarter pole. French Friction off the turn, putting away Evolution. Have Faith rides the rail off the turn. Little Miss Curlin on the grandstand side needs to do more, and Paved is right behind the leaders, nowhere to go, but French Friction just opened up with a big kick. French Friction, Christian Christian Torres just gives her a tap on the shoulder. That's all she needs to stay busy, and she's clear by 5, by 6. French Friction looking like a star today. She's 2 for 2. 2 big wins to kick off her career. Have Faith was second, Paving third, and Little Miss Curlin checked in 4th. French Friction, she's one to remember. She's a serious 3-year-old filly.
French Friction just blows this field away. Perfect 2 for 2 now. The debut was impressive. This was even more impressive.
Yeah, I mean, look, you watch the rider's hands. He never really even asks her. I mean, that was very impressive. It's one of the things that debut can fool you. They might not go that fast because they didn't have to go that fast. And when she was asked to go a little bit quicker here today, she absolutely answered. To be fair, she wasn't even really asked to go any quicker. This is a serious racehorse. I'd imagine she'll show up in a graded stakes next time.
You gotta dream a little bit bigger after this performance, no question. Mark Casse, DJ Stable continue their incredible meet. And Christian Torres, yeah, anytime you're gearing down towards the wire and petting the mane, it's a good sign. Victory in hand. Impressive performance. First defeat for Little Miss Curlin, who was never really involved early. Obviously, that we knew Evolution was quick early, probably was not going to be a factor late. This one had to battle that one early, though, and completely put the rest of this field away.
Yeah, I mean, that was impressive from the inside to do it that way. And like you said, Little Miss Curlin just didn't really run her race. I don't know if it's a sloppy racetrack. I don't think it was because she was somehow outmatched. I just don't think this was her day.
French Friction now 2 for 2. Let's go to Megan.
Well, French Friction, a star on the rise, and here with assistant trainer Caden Arthur. And a question mark would have been the sloppy sealed surface, but no question now.
No, not at all today. She handled that perfect, had a great ride and great trip. I mean, she's an amazing filly, and she proved it today, 2 for 2.
You worked her with the likes of Lacara. Now, Mark had mentioned that you had originally pegged this filly for going longer. Was there any indication of keeping to that plan, or just keep this power filly sprinting?
I don't know. That's a great question. I mean, she looked amazing in those 2 sprints, but we'll see. We'll get with DJ and Mark and see what they have to say.
Well, I don't think that a barn could be on a better roll. How is this filly to just train in the morning and be able to debut obviously at 3, but obviously taking a step forward with every race?
She's all class. She's very classy. She loves her job, and she knows when she's going out to train, and she comes back and she likes it.
Well, I'll get you back out in the rain, unfortunately, but thanks for the time.
Thank you.
Greg?
That was a star-making performance. Maybe she loved this wet going, but look, she showed a ton of ability on a fast track in the debut, and now takes this next step forward.
Yeah, she was outstanding. I mean, from the inside, the way that she ran from down there, and to be able to open up like that and to be so dominant without having to be encouraged and asked too much, very impressive.
3-win day for Christian Torres. Dixie Bell, no doubt about it, win for French Friction. Mark Casse and DJ Stable.
$1,600,000, thank you.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
A warrior from the start. He's got grit, the kind champions are made of. In his biggest battles, he showed his mettle.
Sierra Leone is plugging in. Dornock is coming back. Dornock in the Remsen.
What separates the best isn't just talent, it's meeting the moment. A will to win, to scrap, and fight like your life depends on it.
Dornock in an absolute thriller. Dornock and Mindframe. It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
Look your rival in the eye and say, not today. A world-class athlete made for the fight. That's Dornick.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage on Fox Sports 2. I've nailed this name too many times. I'm going to let you say it once.
Oh, my God. French friction.
Well done.
It's
now
not
2
easy.
for 2. It is not. Winner Circle lead-in brought to you by Phasic Tipton Digital, North America's #1 digital platform for thoroughbreds. Learn more about our auction schedule at digital.phasictipton.com. Let's get digital. French friction. Wet track, not a problem for her at all. The better competition, not a problem for her at all. And now, as you said, we may see her in a lot tougher company next time out.
No, she's definitely going to be in tougher company. I would imagine they'll work backwards for some 3-year-old, Philly dirt sprint races that they want to try to get her in. Whether they find a spot in between now and a race like the 8 Bells that takes place on the Derby undercard for 3-year-old fillies sprinting, she's pretty darn good.
And for Little Miss Curlin, the Louisiana bred, that win streak comes to an end as you see that cross-country Pick 5 follow along. Maybe it was a wet track, though, she didn't like. We'll wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. I mean, I don't think that she got beat because she's a Louisiana bred and she faced open competition. I mean, I don't think that's what it is. I just think that she didn't fire.
Race 10. Mile and a 16th, allowance optional claiming field. Navajo Warrior coming off a huge win here at Oakland for Safi Joseph Jr. You had said earlier you thought there were others that were interesting in here.
Yeah, I thought the 6 King Cat was interesting. The 10 #1 Dude I thought was a little bit interesting, and I'm sure we'll have some time to get into those.
Yeah, #1 Dude, 3-time winner on a wet track. For Navajo Warrior is going to be trying a wet track for the first time, but that was a huge performance, demolishing King Cat. But King Cat will get another crack at him today. 4-5 on Navajo Warrior. He comes from an incredibly successful family in the horse racing business that almost guaranteed good things to go out on his own over the years. Dallas Stewart has continued to deliver big results from long shots, outrunning their odds in the Derby to one of the biggest upsets in Kentucky Oaks history. Stewart has continued to thrive at the highest level.
In my early 20s, I was working hard, galloping horses. I think it's very important that you enjoy what you do. I just love being with the horses. First of all, I just fell in love with horses as a young guy, and I just love being around them, love petting them, love just training them and doing my best to get them to their peak performance. Not just the racing, I just love the horses. These horses always don't have no speed. So I always wanted to be a trainer. I never thought about being big time at that point. I just wanted to train horses and hopefully win some races. And I saved up a good bit of money. I had like $50,000 cash saved. I worked my butt off, my wife and I.
While some might look to buy a house with that much money stashed in savings, Dallas Stewart bought horses and took out his trainer's license in 1985. He won his first race with N Display, a horse Stewart owned and trained. But an encounter with a D. Wayne Lucas assistant would alter his course as a trainer.
I met Randy Bradshaw in '86 with Lucas, saw what the big time was. I felt like I could handle it.
Dallas would be involved with 3 Kentucky Derby winners during his 11 years with Lucas. He was the exercise rider of 1988 Kentucky Derby winner Winning Colors. And when Thunder Gulch and Grindstone won the Kentucky Derby in '95 and '96, he was running Lucas's Kentucky division. As a trainer, Stewart had saddled 5 Kentucky Derby runners. Commanding Curve and Golden Soul finished second in back-to-back years as live long shots.
And I just felt like they were good long-distance horses, that they had a lot of heart, they showed up and trained hard, they were in the prep races, and they deserve a shot.
Golden Soul between horses, down to the wire. Orb has won the Kentucky Derby. It was Golden Soul.
They weren't going to be favored, but I felt like they would run well. But they ran, exceedingly better than anybody would ever hoped or thought.
And from the back of the pack on the outside, Commanding Curve is taken second. but California Chrome shines bright in the Kentucky Derby. Commanding Curve was second.
You know, if we were standing here talking, I had 2 wins in the Derby. You know, no telling. But hey, I'm proud of them. The horse is trained just great, and we believe we've got one on our table somewhere.
No Derby yet, but what Dallas does have is a Kentucky Oaks.
Lemons forever, winning Kentucky Oaks 132.
And 2 Breeders' Cup distaffs.
Comes on Bradley Lane with giant strides. Here's the wire. Full-time finish.
Forever Unbridled, the wire will come in time. Forever Unbridled has won the distaff.
And a perspective on racing that affords him the enjoyment of a worthy, lifelong career.
I think it's very important that you enjoy what you do and that you enjoy when you're successful, and you have to work hard when you're in a slump. So it's just things that I've learned, and you can work through slumps, and you can not enjoy the good times, but you should.
He has outperformed in the Kentucky Derby, and yeah, has come very close with a couple of huge long shots. Commanding Curve, one of them. He's going to send out number 1 dude in here from that outside post.
Yeah, I mean, look, people, I think, unfairly, call him, this, the giant killer. He has all these big, he has short-priced horses, too, like Forever Unbridled, who was a short-priced type of horse who was really good. It's not always just big upsets and running second in the Kentucky Derby.
Terrific trainer coming from that D. Wayne Lucas family tree. And we'll see if number 1 dude can pull off the victory here. I'm trying to get 6-1 right now. We'll see. Trying to beat this even money favorite. Derby prep coming up out at Fairgrounds. Paladin back in action. Remsen winner. Heading to the Big Easy and getting set for the 3-year-old debut coming up for Chad Brown. We'll be back right after this. Back on our Saturday coverage, and you could be part of the 3rd and likely final Belmont Stakes ever run at historic Saratoga Racecourse. Tickets on sale now. Be part of history. Go to belmontstakes.com/tickets. I'm assuming you'll be there.
I'm going to be there, I think. I hope so.
I hope so, too. It has been so much fun, the first 2 runnings. Then it is back to its regular home where it belongs to be at a brand new Belmont Park. But going to be fun to have one more edition up in Saratoga Springs as we get 51 days of Saratoga this year. Incredible.
I'm ready. Yeah, I'm ready. It's going to be fun. And I'm excited about the July where we have the 3 days off. I think that'll be good for everybody in July. But we still get all the good racing in. It's going to be fun.
Well, who is going to be there for that 3rd and final leg of the Triple Crown this year? We may find out. One of the true contenders coming up in just a little bit. And Fairgrounds, here's a look at the schedule of these upcoming preps. Risen Star Next, 50 points to the winner, which is usually enough to get you into that starting gate for the first Saturday in May. And Paladin will return, make his 3-year-old debut for Chad Brown. Tyler Gaffleone will ride and beat Renegade last start. Renegade just came back and won the Sam F. Davis.
Absolutely, and that Remsen form was confirmed last week. And the Sam F. Davis Renegade came back and ran fast with a 96 Spire, if I'm not mistaken. If you look at it just as a whole, it suggests that Paladin is supposed to take a step forward here. He's supposed to move forward. This was always the plan. It seems like Chad was going to do exactly what he did with Sierra Leone to get him ready to run the Kentucky Derby that he lost by a couple of inches, which was starting down in the Risen Star. I think Paladin's going to be very tough to beat. There's a couple of other horses in here. I just don't quite buy some of the other ones in there.
$1.9 million son of Gunrunner Paladin is expected to be good from the get-go. Anytime you spend that kind of money, expectations are high, and he has lived up to them.
No, he absolutely has. It seems like they got a new tradition. Coolmore and Peter Brandt and that group with Chad is to get these expensive colts and try to win big races and turn them into stallions. Exactly what they did with Sierra Leone, and I'd imagine that's exactly what they're trying to do here with Paladin.
All right, we will revisit what happens on Sunday coverage in that Derby prep. Right now it's race 10 at Oaklawn. And this race, no question, goes through the 5. Navajo Warrior, can he handle a wet track, which he will get for the first time in his career? Let's go to Megan.
Ready. The number 5, Navajo Warrior, taking attention on the tote board, even money as I likely thought of. I mean, he just stands out in this group as he is one that I have familiarity with in Saratoga, just as far as him as an individual. And man, is he a difficult customer at times in the paddock. He's very reluctant to get the tack on. It's been a common theme of his and something that I've seen throughout not only Saratoga, but here at Oakland Park. And last time out, there was a delay of the race, and it wasn't because he was over the top. It was because of his reins. Luis Saez aboard that day wasn't satisfied. He kind of had to get different reins, and then that was the reason. Wasn't necessarily because of any fault of his own. But he's, again, typical Navajo Warrior behavior. They tacked him on the walk, which is very typical of him. And he is sharp. I mean, he's honestly acts like a speed horse, and he's really not a speed horse at the end of the day. Last time out, he was more forwardly placed here at Oaklawn, but that's just because there wasn't a lot of speed, honestly, in that race. 94 Buyer's speed figure, earning him the uptick in class. That's the question. Is he going to continue that momentum? Earned a victory in that N1X back at Churchill, coming from off of things. So you really do have options. Luis Saez, not aboard today. He has not 1, not 2, but 12 mounts at the fairgrounds as Christian Torres climbs aboard for the first time. The number 7 and 3 technique for the Cam Termasis. Me and Meg discussed this off camera. I've always thought this horse was a better closing sprinter. He looks typical 3 technique, well muscled, well turned out, but guys, he's got one run in him, and I just find the distance isn't really his fancy and prefer him going shorter. The number 10, the other horse for many in here, number 1 Dude for the Dallas Stewart Barn, comes off a near miss off of the layoff, ran admirably, dueling the entirety of the way, was very game late and just got turned away late by Steve Asmussen's 1,000th Oaklawn winner and Duke of Duval at a big price that you're not getting anywhere near in this group. I will say this, he's 0 for 4 at Oaklawn, but he does like the wet track. I mean, he's 3 for 4 on a wet track. I'm really interested to see him be tactically placed from that outside draw, Greg.
Yeah, we will see what happens. Loves the wet track as mentioned. We just ran the Dallas Stewart feature, and he's shown ability here at Oaklawn. And you would think something to look, 8 years old, but showing he's taking a move forward, coming back.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is a confident move by Dallas Stewart with an 8-year-old, and I like this last race. He looked another horse in the eye and had to put that one away, which I think goes a long way in the form that he's in.
Well, here it is, back on December 28th. The return from a short time off for number 1 Dude at Oaklawn at 1 mile and a 16th, and just comes up a little bit short at 16-1. By the way, the horse way back in 3rd comes back to win next time out. Pretty good horse named Seize the Night.
Well, the one thing I like about it is it was the first start with Dallas. So now Dallas has a chance to, you got to get some feedback. You got to kind of understand how some of the things they were doing training-wise worked for number 1 Dude. And then to make adjustments off of that to get him to move forward even more off of that performance.
Here's the big question mark, that 5 horse. How is he going to handle a wet track? His first time ever on a wet surface.
Yeah, I mean, to me, that's one of those situations that I just stay away from because I don't know. There's really nothing I can do to know. You can look to see his pedigree, whether his siblings and mom enjoyed being on a sloppy racetrack. I just treat it as look at the individual and make a decision on whether or not you think Navajo Warrior is good enough to win this group and against this group, and if you think that his price is fair. I don't think his price is going to be fair. I certainly think he's good enough to win.
I have a different. I don't think anyone's near good enough to beat him. But the wet track comes into play.
Well, then if you were asking what you're not asking, my advice would be then you play the horse and don't worry about the wet track. If you think he's good enough and he's a standout, then go get him.
We are unfortunately have to sign off here, but we're going to go to the Fox Sports app in about 30 seconds. We'll be on YouTube as well, but we have to move to the Fox Sports app, so apologies for that in about 20 seconds or so. So we're going to continue with our coverage, Fox Sports app or our New York Racing Association YouTube page. You can find us there with this 10th from Oaklawn as we continue on here on this Saturday afternoon with a post parade coming up for race 10 in just a moment. Back with you for our post parade. There, race 10 at Oaklawn. The 2 went by. That was Imperial Gun.
Yep, Imperial Gun is a little bit slow.
The 3 was Neon Knights, 16-1. Here's Speed Bias.
Speed Bias. Speed Bias actually wouldn't help this horse. He does come from out of it.
Favorite, Navajo Warrior. Here he is.
Yeah, look, Wolfie, if you like him, you should fire up the Naira Betts account. Don't worry about the rain.
Keen Cat was no match for Navajo Warrior last start.
No, but I do think that if he was at least in the area code, if he could somehow take a step forward.
3 Technique, Matt Cantramachi Barn with Ramon Vasquez.
Once upon a time, he was really fast, but it's been a while.
There he is at 12-1. We've seen him plenty here in New York. Archie the Giza, Robert Medina Barnes, 7-year-old with Tyler Bacon.
Yeah, he's got a couple of back races, but they were back in 2024. He's on the turf last time. I don't think he's good enough.
20-1 on Otello, moves to the Wayne Potts Barn.
Yeah, I mean, the trainer change is the only thing you could try to grab onto, in my opinion, but I don't think he's good enough either.
And the Dallas Stewart runner, number 1 Dude, making his 8-year-old return.
Yeah, drawn well to the outside. I think that's good. He ran well last time, first time for Dallas. I think he'll probably run a little bit better this time around.
3 minutes to post. Let's go back to Megan.
Yeah, thanks, guys. The horses are out on the racetrack. And Megan, the 5 Navajo Warrior, boy, he is a handsome son of a gun. A lot of size and substance there.
He's proved himself time and time again, whether that be against the likes of $30,000 starter allowance foes or an allowance company as he did at Churchill. So he's a real versatile horse. Kind of reminds me of Uncashed that we saw earlier, unfortunately in defeat. And he does get over a wet surface for the very first time. But to me, physically, he doesn't give me any indication that he's not going to take to the surface. But I do also have my questions doing it here at Oakland for the first time.
And what a pedigree. His Grand Am Flute was a Kentucky Oaks and Alabama winner, the 2 most prestigious races for 3-year-old fillies. Horse that really caught my eye from the Randy Morse barn was the 6 Keen Cat. And he's a horse that I think he can create his own trip, kind of lay up a little bit. He is 1 for 1 in the wet.
He is. And I will say, he's the type of horse that he used his speed all the way back to Indiana last summer, and I honestly think that he should try to do so again. I mean, he's just left himself a lot of work to do. He's been chasing to no avail. He was in too deep prior to the layoff. Now he gets another freshening. Excuse me, I am talking about the wrong horse, guys. Let's go back to the number 6 King Cat. I apologize. I was talking about speed bias. Let's go to the number 6 King Cat, who does another horse to take a step up in those starter foes. But I will say this, he has been no match for Navajo Warrior, but I wonder if tactically he's going to be sitting right there to approach if someone tries to perhaps get on the front end and set things up early.
And then the 9 horse Sotelo is a horse that's been a bit on the keen side, but he's a big one-pace kind of horse.
He is. He has been he's got some back for him. This horse, once upon a time, was a stakes winner at the mile. And now, just watch him in this race as he has been. He's a big long shot, and I feel like he's maybe one that people would want to make a case for, one of those types of wise guy horses, but he's just been so rank and so keen. And we talked about this off camera. He kind of gives the indication of a horse that doesn't particularly like his job anymore.
Well, to me, when a horse gets consistently ranked, it's because they just want to get it over with. They're just like, okay, let me get through this as fast as I can. Horse that I landed on is the number 10, number 1 Dude, trained by Dallas Stewart, 3 for 6 on off tracks. And I just thought he's maybe going to trip out as long as he can avoid being too wide in the first turn. And Dallas Stewart was my valet at the fairgrounds in 1984. So I guess he is my number 1 Dude.
I love that. You always just make these tie-ins. It's amazing. I think he's going to take a step forward, hopefully first or second off of the time away. But I will say this, he is one that kind of shows up with a big run and then perhaps maybe takes a step back. He's an Oklahoma bred who's been, some of his best efforts have come against his state-bred foes. But I liked his trip last time out. He was really honest on the front end. It was slower fractions that day, as I do believe, we went with the number 5. But I think he's the closest threat there to your favorite in the number 5 Navajo Warrior. And he ran a decent race last time out. Let's see if he can back it up again.
Well, Megan and I are going with the old Woolworths, the 5 and dime. And the horses are starting to head towards the starting gate, guys, for the penultimate event here at Oakland Park.
Yeah, look, you're not going to get 6 to 5 on Navajo Warrior. Odds on now 4 to 5. Even with the question mark of how he's going to fare on the surface, we will see. But a horse who can be, somewhat tactically close early. And you look at the board, it's a horse he easily did away with last time out in Keen Cat, who's second choice right now, and then the Dallas Stewart horse outside number 1 Dude are the main challengers.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think the 5's the most likely winner. I'm not telling you that you already know he's 4 to 5 on the board, but I do think the 10's interesting. Second time with Dallas Stewart, has an opportunity to take a step forward. He ran well for him first time out. Now Dallas knows more about how that training worked, what didn't work, what things to change, to adjust. His exercise riders, his rider could give him feedback. Now he can make those adjustments, and I think he will.
Matt Dinnerman with the call, race 10 from Oakland Park.
We're ready to go. And we're off. An eventful beginning. Imperial Gun gets the first call of the race. Speed bias away alertly. There's number 1 Dude firing forward with Otello. These two from the far outside post getting over towards the rail. As they go into the first turn run here, Otello scrapes paint, leads the way by a touch more than a length from number 1 Dude, who takes a hold second. Speed Bias third. Navajo Warrior content to track today in the 3 path, running a joint third with Speed Bias. Then comes 3 Technique outside of horses. Neon Knights in the bridle. He's 5 lengths behind early. Imperial Gun at 3 Technique. They're side by side. There's 7 clear of Keen Cat, who is at the back. They are down the back stretch here. Pacemaker, Otello. Goes nice and relaxed here today. Leads a length and a tail. Number 1 Dude second. Speed Bias third to the inside. And a Deep Navajo Warrior in a good position, stalking the pace today. Archie the Giza is next. Neon Knights right behind horses here, getting into the 2 path as they approach the far turn. 3 Technique. Imperial Gunners side by side. And Keen Cat still well behind, detached from the rest as they round the far turn. Otello narrow lead. Here comes Navajo Warrior in the 3 path, looking up to come and challenge those front runners, and does so. Number 1 Dude shoved upon between horses. Archie the Giza at a big number, 4th on the far outside. Top of the stretch, Navajo Warrior with number 1 Dude, and Otello, who's trying to stick around, and he hugs the rail. Outside Navajo Warrior, Otello. Between them is number 1 Dude as they come down the lane. Number 1 Dude, narrow lead. Otello's coming back from the inside. Navajo Warrior is third and starting to lose contact with the top pair. He's beaten. 16th to go. Otello, he's loving the slop today at 36-1. And Otello and Rafael Bejarano are going to go the distance, opening up late to win by 2.5. Number 1 Dude was second. Navajo Warrior third, and Speed Bias checked in 4th.
Huge price. Otello, Wayne Pottsbarn, Rafael Bejarano at 36-1.
Yeah, he liked the slop. He liked his new home with Wayne Potts, it seems. 74-1 last time, and he didn't do any running. He certainly did some running here today.
Wow. Huge effort. As for the big favorite, see 3 wide here on the outside, and just no response in the stretch. Navajo Warrior, first time in this wet track.
Yeah, he didn't fire his big race. Number 1 Dude ran well enough for Dallas Stewart, but Otello just ran off the screen today.
That was a huge performance. Last win for him, it had come in New York back in April of last year. But this one, wow, shocker at 36-1. We will have the prices for you and set up the nightcap from Hot Springs when we come back.
The lead belongs to Epic Ride. He is showing them a clean pair of heels.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Charge, it is pouring it on, winning the Dwyer by the length of the stretch. Charge It wins it convincingly in this Grade 2 Suburban.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage. And if you're staying in the hotel, roll right down the hallway into the elevator, through the lobby. Casino time.
Throw some reserve. Where's the craps table at?
Lay a few dollars down on craps. And then you roll right into the paddock. Not bad.
Not bad at all.
Otello, this was a very tough one to find.
It's one of those. It's one of those where even when the race is over, and when you have this job, you have to say stuff after the race is over. It's hard to find.
Yeah.
It's not a lot on paper to suggest. I mean, what I said during the post parade is the only thing that you can latch onto is maybe the trainer change, where sometimes when horses go to a new operation, something can change for them. This was just the right time, the right day, the right surface, the right scenario for Otello to run the way that he did.
Last time this horse won, he was with the late Christophe Clement.
Wow.
That was back in April of last year. Otello, 36-1. Huge upset, $74 horse. Here in the 10th, number 1, Dude Navajo Warrior has to settle for 3rd. And just that pick 3 alone, we may have some 4 or 5s in the pick 5. We'll see, 1,685 in that pick 3. Let's go to Megan.
Well, Wayne, you've been having a fantastic go of it here at Hot Springs, just winning. I see you in the winner's circle very often, as you did here with Otello. This horse was incredibly rank, incredibly stubborn in his last few efforts, but seemed to really settle into a nice rhythm in here.
The owner acquired him with Rob Atras, and Rob had him at the fairgrounds. And, I give Rob credit. He had the horse fit and ready. He had the ship up here to run. We changed some equipment on him, got him to really take a hold of the bridle and some draw reins, and the horse has been doing phenomenal. Raphael came and worked him last week. He worked it great, and he had 3 other calls in here, and he took off the other horses to ride mine. So that meant a lot to me for him to, jump aboard.
You were obviously, I've gotten to know you so well in New York. Talk to me about what it's been like coming to Hot Springs, having a string, and just the momentum that you've been building here with your business.
I was here 3 years ago, and I did really well. And then I left here and went to Monmouth, and I ended up being the leading trainer at Monmouth, and I sort of never came back. So the opportunity arrives this year for me to come back with some stronger clients. I'm being very active in the claim box. And, the claim in here is great. It's great racing. The crew here welcomed me back, and, it's been great.
Incredible win with Otello. Getting him back into the winner's circle must feel good, but congratulations, Wayne.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Greg?
Big win, and good for him. See if he can keep things going out there in Hot Springs. Off to a good start at this meet. Got the nightcap still to come. 6 furlong sprint that's going to close things out. Take a look at the follow along in the cross country pick 5, $41,518 with a $74 horse to close it out.
Whew.
National identity for many could have been a single. Mach 7 probably didn't have to go more than 2 or 3 deep.
Yeah, French fiction, French. I'm just going to stop. I give up.
At most. I mean, a lot of people love that filly anyway, and the way Marcassi's going, but probably French Friction and the Louisiana bred.
Yeah.
But you had to find this horse, which was not easy. We moved to the finale here, and there are 4 of 5, several of them in this pick 5. Do you want to do the honors?
Yeah, well, I'll go the other way. These are the horses that are alive. The rest of them, obviously, 4 or 5. The 2, the 5, the 10, 11, and 13 are all alive to pay 5 of 5. Everyone else is paying 4 of 5.
I got to tell you, I thought Lottery Win. Where's Lottery Win? Has a chance to win this race. That's returning $125,000 for the pick 5.
Oh, that would be nice.
Those are rare. Good luck if you are alive for that. Going to recap action from earlier today at Aqueduct when we come back with that Say Florida Sandy. Stick with us. More coming up on our Saturday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. Back on America's Day at the Races, Greg Wolf, Jonathan Kinchin with you earlier today in New York. Obviously, this Aqueduct card in the books, but we had 3 New York bred stakes races on the card. We'll start with the early ones for 3-year-old fillies, the Eastview. Show you what happened in that race. And Miguel Clement with a talented 3-year-old filly, Galinda, who is now 2 for 2 undefeated.
Yeah, Galinda, all the Wicked fans, I'm sure, probably pretty happy. Yeah, the horse that ran well on debut. On a muddy racetrack, but did it wire to wire, got a fast figure. This was not a big surprise based on her debut performance.
Favored first time out, won by 3/4 of a length. It's back on January 10th and takes a big step forward here at start number 2. And the stakes debut as well in the state-bred Eastview. Jamie Rodriguez riding for Miguel Clement, Waterville Lake Stables. And Galinda. And peek back, there's nobody there, don't worry. Bigger and better things to come after this performance. Boys, they got their turn in the Damon Runyon. And Arctic Beast, Mike Maker, Ricardo Santana Jr. for Paradise Farms. 4 wins from 5 starts now.
Yeah, it took some pressure down on the inside. I always feel like it's an easier place to be towards the outside, but this horse was hinting that he was going to run a big race. He was 4 to 5 on the morning line. He had tried to go a little bit longer at Remington Park, and then ends up cutting back to that 7 furlongs. And you can see here, he won as easy as he could. Ricardo didn't have to ask him to do much.
Had won the first 3 starts of his career. Tried the Triple Crown Trail in that Springboard Mile. Last start of his 2-year-old campaign. Didn't run all that bad, really. Distant second, now comes back and beats New York breds pretty easily here. Meanwhile, the main event, Say Florida Sandy, race 9. National Identity makes it 4 in a row, and this was very impressive.
I mean, all 3 of them were impressive, but this one, for me, that move that Kendrick made on the backside to aggressively kind of open up by 2 when he was surrounded by horses, and then for the horse to be able to kick on and open up and run on like this, this was a serious performance, and a horse that you'd like to think will continue to be a dominant force in this division and potentially even going out into open company.
Danny Gargan, Reeves Thoroughbred Racing, Kenner Carmouche win on National Identity here, the Safe Florida Sandy. Yeah, ultra impressive. 124 and 4 for the 7/8 of a mile. And a big performance on the Saturday feature there in South Ozone Park, New York. Congrats to all the connections of the winners on this Saturday card. We still have the nightcap coming up from Oakland, which we are approaching the 9-minute mark to post in that 11th race to close things out, where there's several 4 of 5s in the pick 5, but again, some big money on the line. Nervous. Anytime you're alive for a huge score like that, it's difficult.
Yeah, well, I think the reason is because if you've been around the game long enough, you've seen the best horses of all time get beat somehow. And so when you're alive to a horse that you love this morning when you handicap, you've seen horses like that get beat. And so that nerve is always going to be there because you've experienced it before. But it's always a lot of fun. There's nothing like getting alive as a horse player to some Will Pays and of a score that can change the month, the year, or sometimes even your life.
A favorite in this finale at Oakland, Brad Cox Barn, big drop in class. Middies Gritty, the 11. Christian Torres will ride for the 4-year-old debut coming up. 5-2 on the board, has speed. Blinkers go on. We will see what happens. We'll have the post parade for you when we come back. 8 minutes to post. Race 11 to close out action in Hot Springs. We'll be back right after this.
Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at BelmontStakes.com. Join analysts Matthew DeSantis and Kaylee Shapiro on the road to the Kentucky Derby and Kentucky Oaks. Get picks and analysis for all the prep races and gain insight into promising contenders on the trail to the Derby and Oaks. That and more on the Naira Bets YouTube channel. This winter, give the gift of racing with Naira Bets gift cards. Share your passion with friends and family or instantly fund your account. Choose the amount and redeem online. Find gift cards under the promotions tab at NairaBets.com. Now's the time to subscribe to the Naira Bets YouTube channel. Join Matthew DeSantis and Kaylee Shapiro for stakes previews, in-depth analysis, and handicapping strategy and tutorials. Subscribe to and like Naira Bets on YouTube.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on Fox Sports 2. We briefly went to the Fox Sports app, but we've returned for this finale at Oakland Park on our Saturday coverage. Greg Wolf, Jonathan Kinchin with you. We have Richie Migliori, Megan Burgess out in Hot Springs, and it's been certainly wild what happened in the last race at Oakland with that huge upset. This race, Brad Cox with the big favorite here, Middy's Gritty, who's taking a big drop in class.
Yeah, Middy's Gritty is taking a big drop, and you see that Brad Cox and adding the blinkers. It's definitely one to keep your eye on, one that is paying the pick 5. There's a handful of horses that are paying in the pick 5. The 2, the 5, the 10, the 11, and the 13 are paying. The other ones are 4 or 5. They're all paying, but the other ones are 4 or 5.
Yeah, to the favorite, let's see here, 62,686 in the pick 5 wager. So, yeah, good luck to whoever is alive. We are rooting for you. We'll see what happens here as we get to this post-parade momentarily. But we certainly, I thought the 5 Bourbon's Fault was interesting. I even thought, as mentioned, lottery win. And then Colonel Cayente also eligible that draws in. Another one who was a little interesting here.
Yeah, I mean, I do think Bourbon's Fault is one that makes a little bit of sense in here. It's a wide open race.
Here's the 2. Pride's Prince, 5-1.
5-1, huh? 25 to, wait, 5-1? Source taking a lot of money.
Higginsville, Jane Elliott, Chris Hartman.
Yeah, one that doesn't have very much early speed. I just don't trust horses like that on a racetrack like this.
There's Mr. Butch, Kylie Jordan.
Does have a little bit of speed in the past, but that seemed to have disappeared a little bit.
Bourbon's Fault making the 5-year-old debut.
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned about the layoff, but this horse actually has never won off a layoff. That is a concern.
Here's War Money, Tom Vance.
Yeah, one that doesn't have a lot of early speed and has never really done too much running. Even in that win, that was a very slow figure.
Blinkers go on Attersea.
Yeah, putting the blinkers on. We saw what blinkers on did for the last winner, Otello.
2-7-0. David Foxbarn had a big win earlier today.
Yes, for a trainer who's 0 for 5 for the year, leaving the Joe Sharp barn doesn't give me much confidence.
Along with Reef Runner in that 1351 turf sprint in Riyadh. Lottery win, 5-1 for Steve Asmussen. And here's Middy's Gritty, went by as the favorite. Air Rates, Mercan Catramachi.
Yeah, one that ran for 30. He's been running for 30. Probably needs to get a little bit faster, but the Cantermachis can get one to improve.
I thought that 13 very interesting. Obviously, that last start was terrible, but synthetic, who cares?
Yeah, it's a comeback race, you know, right? The horse hadn't run since November, had run some fast numbers previously for Mike Maker, and then shows up as a comeback race on the synthetic, now gets back onto the dirt.
So look at the 3 Higginsville. We're going to look back to yesterday. American Beauty. And the return from Majestic Oops. And quite a launching pad for 2026 with this performance.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's funny that if I remember correctly, this was also Majestic Oops' kind of launching pad last year. It was here at Oakland, where she had won the race here for Dan Ward, and then ended up going to Monmouth and ran well there, and had a good enough year that she ended up running in the Breeders' Cup Distaff. Now, she didn't run very well, Majestic Oops in the Breeders' Cup Distaff, but she did.
But you look at that performance, coming back off the bench, sprinting, and maybe she should be pointed the filly mare sprint.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. You learn things with these horses, right? You learn that maybe shorter is better for her. But at the same time, you look through her past performances, she's got some really good races going long. Maybe that was just a comeback spot for Dan Ward to bring her back like that, sprinting. But also, sometimes when you're trying to do what's right, you find out what a horse really wants to do. I remember talking to Moran Moquette on my podcast, and he had explained that with Whitmore, they actually still didn't think that he had a problem going longer, but when they brought him back and he sprinted and he ran so well, it was intentional to bring him back in a sprint race to get him ready to start going long again. He ran so well sprinting, they said, you know what, let's just stick to that. They ended up winning a Breeders' Cup sprint with Whitmore.
Let's send it out to Meg and Mig, their thoughts on that performance.
Well, it's interesting, guys, because I was speaking at length with Dan Ward about this earlier today, Megan, and he asked me, Mig, what do you think? Should I keep her shorter or, stretch her back out? And I said, the way she finished in the American Beauty, I would concentrate on sprinting. She got out-footed early, because sometimes going longer, she can get a little bit keen early. And then, to me, she's a little bit one pace. She doesn't really finish as strong. But sprinting, the rider breaks, drops his hand, she drops out, and she finishes. They came home the last eighth of a mile in 11-4, and she probably made up another length. So about 11-3 for Majestic Oops, and I think this was a tremendous effort from her, Megan.
Interviewing Dan yesterday, he said, we're going to play it by ear, see how she runs. And I agree with you, Meg. I think she should be kept sprinting. Her running style seems to suit that. She came off of the layoff in a beautiful form, and it wasn't the easiest of groups either. I mean, Benedetta has always been a consistently tough customer. Ran her, kind of same kind of race. Esternia there with speed, not being able to hold on. But I'm very eager to see if Majestic Oops not only continues in a very lucrative sprint series offered here, including the Carousel and the Matron here at Oakland Park.
And she's already a Grade 1 place mare in the Ballerina last year. Let's get to this race, Megan. A little interest. I know you like the 11. I like the 10. But a little interest in the 7 after C, or Adder C, excuse me.
Yeah, I just thought blinkers on, taking a drop in class now. Norm has been, Cassie, the trainer, Norm Cassie, for the number 7 Addersea, has just been so well meant. Norm is one of the smartest people that you will he's so smart, obviously learning from a guy named Mark Cassie, who's not a bad horse trainer either. But he is so intuitive when it comes to putting his horses in the right position, particularly here at Oakland, and has been really doing well and seeing the ball well as his horse cuts back in distance, which I like to see. They're going all the way back to, yes, and albeit short field, kind of a dismal field there at Hawthorne, but I'm anticipating sharpening this horse up, seeing some more speed in the right position.
And you're on the favorite here, 11, Middy's Gritty, taking the precipitous drop in class. I like the 10, Lottery Win. Steve Asmussen doesn't work his horses fast. Look at his last 2 works. 59 a minute. That means his horse is doing it the right way. And also, my life's been a lottery win. I found horses, or they found me, found my wife through horses, and I get to work with you guys. It's all lottery wins. Let's set it up for the finale today to Matt Dinnerman for the 11th time today.
Warm money coming up. Air raid to the outside post, along with Colonel Caliente. We're ready to go. And Laroff having to take up at the start a couple of them. War Money was one of them, and also Bourbon's Fault. Those two had to steady out of the gate. Pride's Prince going to the lead, 2-7-0, about a half length back running in second. Lottery Win third, and Colonel Caliente is farther out. Middy's Gritty, 4 lengths behind. Nickel already approaching the far turn run. Air Raid is right behind him with Adder C. There's a gap of 4 to War Money. Higginsville, they're side by side. Mr. Butch is second to last. And War Money's at the back as they round the far turn. Pride's Prince leads narrowly here. 2-7-0 right there on the outside. And they put 2.5 for 3 on Lottery Win, who's in third. Middy's Gritty under a hard ride in fourth. Needs to get going. Colonel Caliente alongside. And Adder C, who swings deep for the stretch drive. Coming back to the lead here. On the lead. On the outside is 2-7-0. Pride's Prince trying to hang around with him, but it's 2-7-0 with a narrow lead for the David Fox barn. It's 2-7-0 in front. Pride's Prince in second. Lottery Win is third. David Fox in Saudi Arabia won a $2 million race today on the turf. And here we are at Oaklawn in the nightcap here in North America, getting the job done with 2-7-0. Pride's Prince was second. Third home Middy's Gritty, and then Lottery Win in the finale.
Yeah, a little gravy here for David Fox after that huge win over in Riyadh on the Saudi Cup program with Reef Runner 2-7-0. Wins off the claim here.
Yeah, I mean, it's Dave Fox is having a big day. He's having a big day. Something tells me the check that he's going to get in Saudi is probably a little bit bigger than this one.
Yeah, just a touch.
But when you're going good, though, the best part about this is I guarantee you he is somewhere in Saudi right now at a nice dinner celebrating with all his connections, and someone pulled this race up on his phone.
Oh, yes.
And he
You
watched
know he's
it
watching.
at a dinner table somewhere in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, that 1351 turf sprint that Reef Runner won for this barn, $2 million purse. It was Arad Ortiz Jr. We showed you that earlier in the program, and now adds to it with this victory. First off the claim, Francisco Arrieta and the wet going. Let's take a look here, too, at what this return is in the pick 5. It was a 4 or 5 payout, but still, just with 4 or 5, over $1,000.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that.
2-7-0 with the victory. We're going to preview another Derby prep taking place tomorrow at Sunland Park when we come back. Preview the Sunland Derby, mile and a 16th, $500,000 purse for 3-year-olds. Stay with us.
The lead belongs to Epic Ride. He is showing them a clean pair of heels.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Charge, it is pouring it on, winning the Dwyer by the length of the stretch. Charge It wins it convincingly in this Grade 2 Suburban.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
Back with you, closing out this card in Hot Springs, 2-7-0. David Fox, Reef Runner winning that 1351 turf sprint, $2 million purse in Riyadh on the Saudi Cup program, and now this win first off the claim.
Yeah, he's got to be happy about that. Nice day for him. And to get one first off the claim has got to be a gratifying, to win first off a claim has to be a gratifying feeling, right? You've made this decision, you've gone in to buy this horse, you believe that you can improve the horse, and then you do it. And I would imagine that goes a long way to celebrating a win like this.
So wins just over $1 million in purse money earlier today, and now just over $25,000 here.
Awesome. That's awesome. Great day for him. And it's, for Dave Fox, it's not, we're not talking about Bob Baffer. He's got millions of dollars of horses in his shed row, and he's running in all the big grade ones all the time. There's a dirt race, he's in it. That's not the case. So to have a big day like that for him, I think probably goes a long way.
Yeah, well done. Awesome to see that victory earlier today with the Rat Ortiz Jr. aboard there over in Riyadh. So this card comes to a conclusion. More on the Kentucky Derby Trail coming up tomorrow as we previewed going to break, Sunland Derby. And you never know where Derby contenders are going to come from. Mile and a 16th in this race, $500,000 purse at Sunland. And let's talk Express Kid. We talked about Arctic Beast, who won that Damon Runyon earlier. He was no match for Express Kid in that springboard mile. This horse now 3 for 5. He's won back-to-back starts, and this will be the 3-year-old debut coming up.
Yeah, he's got a fast race as a 2-year-old. He won wire to wire, and he's drawn on the inside. One of the things I like sometimes about horses like this that draw the inside is it takes all the thinking away from a horse like this that has speed. Go to the front, hold that position, play the game of geography where you're going to save ground while the others aren't, and go. Because no one who has a horse who went wire to wire last time in their win is going to take a horse like that back. You know what's going to happen with Express Kid. You'd like to think they'll be pretty aggressive.
Well, as a true rival in Brooklyn here for Rudolph Brissett, Christian Torres will make the trip after a big day at Oakland out to Sunland to ride. 86 buyer coming off a win in his 3-year-old debut back on January 3rd.
Yeah, well, look, when you have a horse that wins a big race like this, at Oakland, those races are a little bit tougher. The purses are higher. People bring their good horses there. They know they're going to be competitive. So if you can pass that test, it sets up nicely for a stakes-type opportunity.
We had some very good performances this afternoon. I know French Friction probably up there for you as well. But for you, was it National Identity that was the standout today? Yeah, I mean, National Identity was really good.
Who would I like to buy stock in moving forward? French Friction. And I got her name right finally. Took me a while to show. She is one that feels like, I wish that I could bet her in a future wager to win the test, right? Something like that, where she's got this. She's really good sprinting. She clearly has a much higher ceiling, and she's going to be a lot of fun to watch this year.
Just more depth and talent for the Marcassi barn. Hope you enjoyed the program. We had a lot going on this afternoon. Back tomorrow, 3 Eastern start time on FS2. You'll be in capable hands. I will not be here, but enjoy. Check your local listings on Fox Sports. But yeah, 3 Eastern FS2. What a day. Forever Young, back-to-back in the Saudi Cup. What a performance, outdueling Nisos. General George, Point Doom, 10th career victory, going gate to wire for the score. My boy Prince just edging out Resna's Rolex to the Turf Dash at Tampa Bay. And as mentioned, French Friction all upside for the Dixie Bell winner. And National Identity, impressive 4 in a row in the State Florida Sandy.